Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Chapter 1, Beginnings. Kanto, Pallet Town. In the small town of Pallet, within the region of Kanto, pidgeys are chirping, the summer breeze is blowing, and the atmosphere is tranquil. This day, world-renowned Pokemon expert, Professor Samuel Oak, has started his yearly Pokemon summer camp. It is for children, ages 4 to 7, from across Kanto. This event is a great way for young people to interact with and learn about Pokemon while having fun. From Pallet Town itself there are 5 children enjoying said camp. The first is Ash Ketchum, who has messy raven black hair, hazel brown eyes, a red and yellow sleeveless shirt, dark blue denim shorts that end above his knees, and dark green shoes with white socks. He is very energetic and brings a unique energy to anything he does. The next child is one of Ash's oldest friends, practically his brother, Michael Orr. He is a boy with spiky red hair, green eyes, and pale skin. He wears a black t-shirt, jean shorts, and brown shoes. He is energetic, bubbly, and an avid study of Pokemon. The third child is none other than Professor Oak's grandson, Gary Oak. He has auburn hair and black eyes. He is a very arrogant boy because of his grandfather's reputation. Then, there is Cross Halter, who is good friends with Gary. Like him, Cross is arrogant with the added caveat of valuing Pokemon typically seen as strong. He has spiky orange hair and brown eyes. The final Pallet Town child is Serena Yvonne, who recently moved here from the Kalos region. When her mother heard about this camp, despite the little girl's pleas, she signed her up. Serena has long, honey blonde hair covered by a summer hat with a pink ribbon, sapphire blue eyes, and a light pink summer dress. Professor Oak's lab. A group of adults and children were gathered before the professor. Oak has slightly gray hair that sways off to one side, a red shirt visible under his white lab coat, and a black belt tied around his waist which holds up a pair of brown trousers. He stood on a sort of portable wooden stand with a male assistant dressed in typical research attire. Greetings. Oak stated. This is our 45th year running the summer camp, and we hope this year will be as successful as the previous years. While you're here, you will have opportunities to interact with Pokemon and prepare for life as a traveling trainer. This made the kids excited. Most of all, you are here to have fun. For today, the children will have the chance to play and interact with each other as well as Pokemon. Oak gave a signal for the assistant to start releasing Pokemon. Parents, feel free to stick around and make any queries you may have. Oak stepped down, and a couple of the parents approached him while others decided to wait. Some just began to mingle amongst themselves while others decided to take their leave. The children gathered, in their own groups, around the assistant. One by one, the assistant started releasing Pokemon. There were more than enough for one Pokemon per kid. Serena was not among the group of excited kids as she was terrified of the Pokemon. As such, she had taken to standing by a tree far away from the action. Michael noticed Serena standing by herself and walked over with the Growlithe he was given to play with. Hey there. Serena jumped as this boy approached her from behind. I'm Michael. He extended his hand. What's your name? Serena looked from him to the Growlithe with a rather timid expression. This Michael guy seemed nice, however, the Pokemon, and her usual shyness, wasn't helping her in any regard. Still, her mother had taught her to be polite. I am Serena. Serena stated with hesitation. It's nice to meet you. Michael frowned slightly at the hesitation, but that quickly dissipated. So, why don't you have a Pokemon, Serena? He crouched and patted Growlithe. Professor Oak is an amazing man who never lets children around Pokemon who aren't well trained. Growlithe happily barked. Serena looked down at the puppy Pokemon and had to admit that he was cute. Still, she ended up backing away. Growlithe took this as an invite to chase her and ended up jumping at the shy girl. Serena hadn't been trying to initiate a chase, so she was knocked down. The puppy liked her with affection, causing Michael to chuckle, but Serena was terrified. She quickly pulled herself up and bolted into a nearby forest while a couple of tears escaped her eyes. With Ash. Ash was playing tag with a Pikachu he'd known ever since meeting him in the forest. Since he was too young to catch him, Professor Oak offered to do it for him. The professor told the boy that he could set out with Pikachu when the time came and play with him whenever he wanted. A snide voice drew their attention. Still playing those little games, Ashy boy. Ash turned to see Gary, and Pikachu looked annoyed as he was aware who this boy was. Gary. The one and only. Gary replied with arrogance. What do you want? Ash asked. Just seeing what you're up to. Gary gave what seemed to be a genuine smile. After all, you'll never make it as a trainer, so playing games is perfect for you. His smile turned into a smirk. We'll see who's the better trainer when we face each other in the Pokemon League. Ash retorted. Pikachu and I will defeat you no problem. We'll see about that. Gary turned to his side. Even if you make it that far, you'll lose to me or Cross. Gary then laughed and walked away. Ash grunted before turning to Pikachu, and they continued their game in high spirits. The mouse Pokemon eventually ran into a nearby forest with Ash following. With Oak. After a few of the adults concluded their talk with Professor Oak, a woman approached him. She has medium-length brown hair with a yellow hair clip, a short-sleeved dark blue t-shirt, and a pale green jumpsuit tied around her waist. Hello, Professor. The women stated, getting his attention. My name is Grace. Grace Yvonne. She offered her hand and Oak happily shook it. Ah yes, Yvonne. Oak replied with a friendly smile. If I'm not mistaken, you and your daughter are new arrivals in town. He nodded. I am pleased you so quickly signed up for my camp. That's right. Grace stated. I thought it was the perfect chance for my daughter to make some friends. She's quite the shy child. I see. Oak nodded. Well, she should have no trouble making friends as we have quite a few good eggs. He began pointing out children. Just to name a few, there's Gary, he's my grandson, Michael Orr, Cross Halter, and Ash Ketchum. Where is Ash? Oak couldn't spot the boy and Grace realized she couldn't see her daughter either. Professor, I can't see my Serena. Don't panic, Ms. Yvonne. Oak reassured. Ash is one of the nicest kids I've ever met. I'm sure if they're together, Serena will be fine. Grace smiled. Although it wasn't confirmed, there was a good chance Serena was with this Ash. If what the professor said about him was true, her daughter should be fine, right? The forest. Serena stopped running from the incident with the Growlithe, but she was now terrified because she was lost in a strange forest. I knew I shouldn't have come to camp. Brush nearby began to rustle, causing Serena to trip and hurt her knee. Mommy. Suddenly, Pikachu came out of the brush, startling the young girl and making her cry as he ran off. Then, the brush started moving again. Serena couldn't escape in her current state, so she held her breath only for a head of messy, black hair to come out. It was Ash. Pikachu, where did you go? He left the brush and noticed Serena crying on the ground. Hey, what's up? Why are you crying? I hurt my knee. Serena replied in sobs. No need to worry. Ash replied as he came over while pulling out a handkerchief and tying it around her injury. By the way, I'm Ash. I'm Serena. Serena replied while trying to calm down. Nice to meet you, Serena. Ash greeted with a friendly smile. Serena smiled as she looked at this boy before feeling another rush of pain. It still hurts. That's okay. Watch this. Ash waved his hands over her injury. Feel better. Feel better. Right away. Serena couldn't help but giggle. There was still pain, but it was much easier to ignore when someone as silly as Ash was around. She also found it sweet that this boy was going the extra mile for her. How's your leg now? Ash asked while standing up. Can you stand? Serena tried to push herself up, but that only caused her more pain. And no. It hurts too much. Hey, don't give up until it's over, okay? Ash replied before holding out his hand. Serena saw the gesture, and slowly put her hand out about a quarter of the way. Ash noticed her hesitation, so he met her the rest of the way before helping the girl up. He pulled a little too hard, causing Serena to fall onto him like it was a hug. See, you're up. Ash flashed her a grin. Now, let's get back to camp. The nurse can check your knee, and I'll introduce you to my friends. Lab. Ash led Serena out of the forest and into the lab while the girl was staring at him. Ash, you're truly the nicest, kindest, and sweetest boy I've ever met. When I was scared and alone, you stopped whatever you were doing to make sure I was okay. Alright, Serena. Ash stopped and let go of her hand before the nurse's office. We're here. Serena was brought back to reality, but before she could speak, a friendly-looking nurse came to the doorway. Why, hello Ash. The nurse knew most campers by name. Who do we have here? Hello Nurse Joy. Ash greeted. This is Serena. She hurt her knee, so I brought her here. I see. Nurse Joy approached the shy girl and knelt at her level. Let's take a look, shall we? Serena was always timid around strangers, so she shied away from the nurse. Don't worry, Serena. Ash had realized this and gave his new friend a reassuring smile. Nurse Joy will fix you up. Then, I can introduce you to my friends. Seeing as Ash seemed to trust this woman, Serena turned her attention towards the nurse and gave her a nod. Nurse Joy smiled at this and stood before leading Serena into her office. Serena looked back at the boy who gave her a thumbs up. Don't worry, Serena. Nurse Joy will fix you up, and once she's done, we can play together. Serena smiled as her heart seemed to flutter. She didn't know why, but the promise to spend time with Ash made this experience worth it. Nurse Joy noticed this with a smile. Ah, young love. Now, I should find Pikachu. Ash thought. Hopefully, the little guy isn't lost in the woods. Even though I had a good reason not to look for him in the moment, I'd feel bad if anything happened to him. Professor Oak's lab. Ash walked through the professor's lab, towards the door outside, when the door nearby opened. Professor Oak walked in with Pikachu in his arms, and he was accompanied by a woman who seemed to be around his mother's age. Ash, my boy. The professor greeted. Professor and Pikachu. Ash happily exclaimed as he ran up to them. I'm so glad he's safe. Would you like to tell me why one of the camp monitors found Pikachu wandering around the nearby forest? Oak asked with a serious tone. Oh. Ash nervously laughed as he scratched the back of his head. Pikachu and I were playing tag and ended up running into the forest. While I was chasing him, I saw this girl had hurt her knee, so I helped her. At the time, I didn't see Pikachu nearby, and I thought it was more important to help the girl. I brought her to the nurse's office and was just about to go out to find Pikachu. He approached the mouse Pokemon. I'm sorry for abandoning you, Pikachu. Ash bowed his head to the Pokemon, who merely smiled in response and jumped into Ash's arms. The boy smiled since he would have hated to upset one of his best friends. Since the Pokemon seemed to hold no malice over Ash's decision, Professor Oak wouldn't either. With that out of the way, would you mind telling me who the girl you helped is? Oak asked. Of course, Professor. Ash nodded. She said her name was Serena. She was wearing a pink outfit and a matching, straw hat. Grace let out a sigh of relief since it just had to be her daughter. Thank Arceus. Professor, would it be alright if I go now? Ash asked. I'd like to keep playing with Pikachu. I don't see a problem with that, however, you need to stay safe and keep where people can see you. Oak retorted. Ash nodded with a grin. I understand, Professor. Pikachu jumped out of the boy's arms and ran off, prompting him to give chase. Outside, Ash and Pikachu were running around the ranch, but they kept away from the forest this time. While he was playing, the boy failed to notice Michael approaching him from behind. "Hey Ash!" Michael exclaimed, causing the boy to jump. "Where you been?" Once Ash realized he'd been spoked by his friend, he grinned. Before he could speak, Cross spoke up. He was probably off playing with any old Pokemon. The boy had his arms crossed. "Honestly, if you don't become even a little more selective, I fear any battle we have in the future will be too easy." Michael just rolled his eyes like he tended to do with Gary and Cross. "Actually, I was making a new friend, Cross." Ash crossed his arms and turned away from him. "You and Gary should try it sometime." Cross grunted before walking away. "Well done." Michael was beaming with pride. Usually, you don't have a comeback when Cross or Gary get like that. "Now, who's this new friend you made?" "Her name is Serena." Ash replied. "Pikachu and I were playing tag in the forest when I found her with an injured knee. I helped her to the nurse and told her when she's done, we can play together." "Serena?" Michael questioned. "What was she wearing?" "A pink dress and matching, straw hat." Ash replied. "Did you see her or something?" "I did." Michael nodded. "I tried to talk with her, but she was so shy. Then, Growlithe jumped on her, and she ran away. Well, I told her I'd introduce her to my friends when she was done." Ash explained with a smile. "We might as well stick together, so you can meet her properly." Michael smiled since he liked making new friends. "Sure Ash." He then stepped closer to him, tag. He put a hand on his friend's chest before taking off. "You're it." Growlithe and Pikachu each ran in separate directions, which caused Ash to smile. "Hey!" he cried out with a smile as he ran after them. "No fair." Nurse's office. Serena sat by the window waiting for Nurse Joy to finish wrapping a bandage around her knee. The nurse had already removed Ash's handkerchief and left it next to the girl. Serena grabbed the handkerchief and held it against her chest, above her heart, while she looked out the window. "Okay, Serena." Nurse Joy spoke, drawing her attention. "You should be good now, however, I'd be careful the next few days." Serena simply nodded. Outside. As Serena left the nurse's office, she ended up bumping into Cross, who was unprepared. As a result, the boy ended up falling on his butt. "Oh, I'm sorry," Serena quickly stated. "I didn't." Cross glared at her and stood up. "You should watch where you're going, girl." He stormed off, feeling rather angry at being made to look weak. "I was walking here." Serena was taken back by how serious that kid sounded. In an effort not to run into him again, she walked in the opposite direction, hoping Ash was that way. That kid was kind of scary, Serena thought. Over with Ash's group. Ash and Michael were being chased by Pikachu, but they came to a sudden stop when Growlithe started barking. The two children looked and saw Serena coming towards them. "There she is!" Ash exclaimed. "Hey Serena, come meet my best buds." At the sound of his voice, Serena's heart started pounding. "Hey Ash." Once they were together, Ash went about introducing Michael and the Pokemon. Initially, Serena was terrified, but Ash managed to reassure her. Due to her knee injury, the blonde couldn't play tag, so they sat under a nearby tree to chat. In the distance, Grace watched her daughter from afar. She was initially worried Serena would be too shy and end up avoiding people. Amazingly, she made a friend, and he was introducing her to others. Grace smiled as the three kids sat together with Ash's group. As the kids were getting to know each other, Gary approached them. Well. Looks like Ashy boy got all tuckered out. If you spent all your energy playing, you'll never be a great trainer like me." Ash jumped to his feet and came to stand before the professor's grandson. While Ash confronted his first rival, Serena moved closer to Michael. She wanted answers and figured this guy could provide them. "Hey!" Serena whispered as the boys started bickering. "Who's that?" "Gary Oak." Michael replied. "He and Ash are always going at it. Gary's arrogant and they think of each other as rivals." The two boys jumped at each other and started brawling. "Guess that's my cue." Michael stood up and, without hesitation, grabbed them by their ears before pulling them apart, causing them to cry in pain. "You two know the drill. Tell me you'll be good, and I'll release you." The boys said nothing, forcing him to apply a little more pressure. "I can't hear you." "I'll be good," Ash shouted. Michael released his friend, but Gary refused to speak, prompting him to tighten his grip. Gary couldn't take it anymore. "I'll be good." Michael let him go. "Annoying guy." Gary stormed off. Once he was gone, Ash and Michael explained what the palette group was like to Serena. They are practically siblings. Gary and Ash are at each other's throats, and mentioned Cross was antagonistic to them. With introductions out of the way, camp continued over the course of 3 weeks. Serena became fast friends with Ash and Michael, spent a little time with Gary, and did her best to avoid Cross. Those 3 weeks were some of the best Serena's ever had. Her mother even got to know Delia and Lily, Ash and Michael's mothers. They became fast friends. Grace knew her daughter had a crush and wasted little time teasing her about it. As it normally does, time passed, and soon their Pokemon journey would begin. Pallet Town, Ketchum residence, 4 years later. It was the night before he'd set off for his journey, and Ash was trying on the clothes his mother made. He has his limited edition Indigo League hat, sea blue jacket, pair of green gloves, and green backpack. He also wore a black shirt, light blue jeans, and sneakers. "Tomorrow, I get to start my journey with Pikachu." Ash was clearly excited. "My dream is to be a Pokemon MSTR." Delia threw the door to his room open and saw Ash striking a pose with his Pokeball alarm clock. His television was on, showing a special battle between 2 trainers. One has Espeon while the other trainer threw out an Onix. This was the Kanto champion battle with the challenger, winner of the Indigo League, and the current champion of Kanto who Ash was familiar with. The champion was Wes, or who was in fact Michael's older brother. Any trainer who wins a region's Pokemon League has the right to face its Elite Four and champion. If they win, they become the new champion. Currently, Kanto's league consists of Lorelei, Bruno, Agatha, and Lance, with Wes as the champion. Delia was in her night robe, with a towel wrapped around her head, and a green face mask on. "Ash, get to bed." Ash jumped at her presence, causing his Pokeball alarm clock to fly at Delia, who caught it. "It's late, and you should be asleep." "I know, Mom." Ash ummed, which seemed to harden Delia's glare. "I'm just too excited. Tomorrow, Pikachu and I set off on our journey." Delia sighed as she knew how long her son dreamed about this. "Fine, you can stay up for 10 more minutes, but I want you in bed soon after." She then walked over to the television. "For now, you can at least watch something educational." Delia changed the channel to Professor Oak, who was going over the 3 starters a new trainer usually chooses from. Ash sighed since he knew there was no point in arguing. "Okay, Mom. Also, get out of those clothes, or they'll be too dirty to travel in." Delia scolded. Yvonne residence. Serena was already in bed, however, she couldn't sleep. The girl was tossing and turning with mixed feelings about what tomorrow would bring. She decided to take her mind off it by attempting to focus on something else. What came to mind was when Grace started training her to race Rhyhorn. After a few lessons, she discovered it wasn't for her, but she was too shy to tell her mom. This was her mother's livelihood. That said, Grace could tell Serena didn't like it. The mother simply thought the training would help her grow as a person. Plus, she saw the training as good bonding time. especially when it came to her daughter's crush. At first, she wasn't too sure about them being together, but that changed when they were 9. 1 year ago. After another painful racing lesson, Serena was sat on a bench in the nearby park. She was on the verge of breaking. Sure, she never outright told her mother she didn't like Rhyhorn racing, but she gave several hints. Almost as many as she gave Ash about her feelings. Ash had walked into the park and noticed how down his friend seemed. He knew how much Serena hated her training and just wanted to help. With his mind made up, Ash walked up behind her and leaned against the bench. Serena didn't seem to notice. "Hey Serena," Ash stated. After a few moments, Serena looked at the raven-haired boy with a weak smile. "Oh, hey Ash." Normally, she'd be more engaged in a conversation with her crush, but she wasn't in the mood. "Alright, what's wrong?" Ash asked. Serena sighed as she knew she didn't want to bring her crush into her problems. "It's nothing." Ash raised an eyebrow in skepticism. "At this point, I've known you for 4 years, Serena, so I think I know when something's up." "Really?" Serena challenged. Ash crossed his arms. "You're upset about Rhyhorn racing, right?" Serena was shocked he'd figured it out. "Serena, you can't keep this up. You need to tell your mom you don't want to be a Rhyhorn racer, or you might say something you'll regret." "I don't know." Serena sighed sadly. "Mom is so enthusiastic about us doing Rhyhorn racing together." She shook her head. "I don't want to upset her." "Serena, your mom loves you," Ash stated. "She might not know how you truly feel, but she'd never want you to be upset. Really, the longer you hide the truth, the more upset she will be. Hey, if you can't do this alone, I'll come with you." Serena stood and looked at him. "Will you really come with me?" Ash smiled. "I'll be with you all the way." Ash may have been oblivious, but she could count on him to be there when she needed him. The pair soon made it to Serena's home where her family's Rhyhorn was asleep in his little house. Now that they were close to her home, Serena was nervous again. And no. She sat on the ground and curled up. "I can't do this." Ash sighed since he was sure he convinced her. "Serena, you can do this." She didn't move, so Ash sat next to her before spouting words of encouragement. Grace was watching this out of the window, and it almost brought a tear to her eye. She never wanted to make her daughter miserable. She only forced the lessons to help her confidence. She also noticed how Ash was supporting her little girl. Up until this point, Grace was on the fence about her daughter pursuing him. Now, she can genuinely see them together. Serena had been considering just being friends with him, but she couldn't forget these feelings. After a few minutes, Ash had convinced her to go through with this. Serena subconsciously held his hand. Ash felt a little uncomfortable, but if it helped her, he'd allow it. Grace decided to play it like she hadn't seen what occurred. She sat in her armchair and picked up a magazine. Grace heard the door open and watched as the pair entered the living room. "Hello, sweetie. Back so soon?" She then nodded to the boy. "Hello, Ash." Ash raised his hand in greeting. "Evening, Ms. Yvonne." "Mom." Serena declared louder than she intended. "Yes, dear?" Grace asked. "I." Serena paused before speaking rapidly. "Don't want to be a Rhyhorn racer." Grace could barely make out the mumble that followed. "Sorry, but what was that?" Serena took a deep breath. "Mom, I don't want to be a Rhyhorn racer." "Okay." Grace replied as if it were no big deal. "Okay?" Serena asked, clearly confused. She even looked towards Ash, who shrugged. Grace stood up and approached her daughter. "Serena, I know you've never liked Rhyhorn racing, and I never intended you to become one like me. Then, why did you do it?" Serena asked. "I put you in training for a few reasons actually." Graves stated. Firstly, I thought it would be a good way to spend time together. After all, I have no idea about fashion, which you like to remind me of often. Sorry about that. Serena apologized sincerely. She would always say her mother doesn't know anything about fashion. She once even asked her mother for her opinion on a hat only to choose the opposite hat since it had to be cuter than her mother's choice. Secondly, I know Rhyhorn racing builds character and confidence. Grace stated. I thought it would help you grow, and it seems I was right. Serena gave her mother a confused look. In the past, you'd have accepted the training and let me run your life. Now, you're fighting against it. Thank you. Serena stated. The mother and daughter hugged while Ash smiled warmly at the scene. Grace smiled slyly before whispering to her daughter. With all this free time, you can work towards your true goal. Serena knew what her mother meant, and it made her turn bright red. Mom. Present. After a trip down memory lane, Serena smiled sadly. Ash helped her get the right to find her own dream. Since that day, she considered becoming a trainer, breeder, watcher, doctor, researcher, coordinator, connoisseur, and more. She just wasn't certain. She sighed as she laid in her bed. Maybe she'd find something on her journey. Then, it all came back to her. Tomorrow she'd be setting off on her journey. As things stood, she didn't know when she'd see her friends again. Maybe Ash or Michael would let her travel with them. Ketchum Residence, morning. The next morning, Ash woke up nice and early. He used to have a bad habit of sleeping in and throwing his clocks while he slept didn't help. Thanks to Serena and Michael helping him break that habit, for the most part, he was much better at getting up. Ash dressed himself and made his way downstairs to discover breakfast waiting for him. He sat down and began eating while his mother looked on sadly. Today, her baby boy would leave, but Delia knew she couldn't hold on to him forever. Still didn't mean it wasn't upsetting. Honey. Delia put a hand on her son's shoulder. After you're done eating, you should get going, so you aren't late. She patted him. Make sure you stop back here before you leave. Of course, Mom. Ash nodded. I'll be sure to come back. Yvonne Residence. Despite the rocky night, Serena managed to wake up at a decent time. She wore a dark gray tank top, red skirt, black high tops, and a dark pink hat paired with a black hat band. When she made it into the kitchen, Serena saw her mother sitting at the table. As soon as Grace saw her daughter, she smiled. Morning, Serena. Morning, Mom. Serena replied as she sat down to eat breakfast. Outside. Ash ran to the lab and ended up arriving before anyone else. Well, Ashy boy, I'm surprised you're the first one here. Gary had climbed up the steps with a smirk. Looks like we finally found a use for all those childish games you used to play, huh? Talk all you want, Gary, but I was still the first one here. Ash grinned. If I didn't already have a starter promised to me, I'd get first pick. Going first isn't all it's cracked up to be. Gary stated. Knowing Ash will get that Pikachu made my choice of starters easy. Third in line, huh? Cross walked up the stairs next. I'd be more disappointed in myself if I didn't already have an idea what Gary's choice is. In the end, I'll get the Pokemon I want. He approached them. I'm surprised you woke up on time, Ash. What's that supposed to mean? Ash questioned. You know Serena and Michael helped me prepare for today. I'm aware, but their training hasn't completely erased your tendency to sleep in. Cross smirked. I was certain today would be another one of those cases. Yeah, well, I showed you. Ash crossed his arms. Michael and Serena arrived together with the pair noticing Ash's current posture. Oh boy, looks like Gary and Cross have been getting on Ash's nerves again. Serena stated. Michael joined them. You three better be playing nice. He had a stern look that none of them wanted to mess with. I won't tolerate you guys fighting in front of the professor. The boys all looked at each other and simply turned their heads. Well, at least you aren't fighting. At that moment, Professor Oak came out to stand before the trainers. Greetings, everyone. Morning, Professor. Michael cheerfully greeted. Morning. Cross stated simply. Morning, Gramps. Gary replied. Ash smiled. Good morning, Professor Oak. Serena bowed her head. Good morning, sir. Children, today is the day you start your journey and enter the world of Pokemon. Oak walked inside while calling back to them. If you follow me, we'll get you all set up. Please do so in order of arrival. Ash took the lead with Gary, Cross, Michael, and Serena falling in line behind him. Oak led them into a room which resembled a living room. 5 Pokeballs, and Pikachu, were on the coffee table. Once everyone was inside, Oak signaled the children to stand in a line. Today, you 5 are about to set off on your own journey with your Pokemon partners. The professor announced. Together, you'll meet and befriend people and Pokemon alike while working towards your own dreams. Serena flinched at that last sentence since she didn't have her own dream. My assistant will now hand each of you a Pokédex and Pokeballs. Oak stated. The Pokédex will allow you to research, record, and store information on any Pokemon you find. Although it has the capability for all Pokemon, I wish for you to record the 150 species native to Kanto. Everyone gladly accepted the items. Especially Michael who, unlike the others, wanted to record and store information on every Pokemon in the Pokédex. Now, as is tradition, you will choose your Pokemon in order of arrival. The professor explained. Ash, you would be first, but we all know who your desired partner is. Still, would you please step forward? Ash approached the table and grabbed Pikachu's Pokeball. The time has finally come, buddy. He held out his arm to Pikachu. You're with me, right? Pika. Pikachu happily exclaimed. He scampered up Ash's arm and sat on his shoulder. Ash and Michael then pulled out their Pokédex. Pikachu, the mouse Pokemon. It can generate electric attacks from the electric pouches located in both of its cheeks. Male and female Pikachu have differently shaped tails. Type, electric. Ability, static. SEC, male. Current moves, Thunder Shock, Tail WHP, Quick Attack. Considering how much the two of you have bonded, I don't think there is a better starter for you. Professor Oak stated with a smile. Ash rejoined the group. You know it, Professor. Next, will you step forward, Gary? Oak asked. With Ash having Pikachu, there was only one choice for him. He smirked as he swiped the Pokeball containing Bulbasaur. Without a word, Gary pressed the button releasing the grass starter. Yo pal. Gary remained standing and looked down at the Mon. What say you and I take the Indigo League by storm? Everyone's sweat dropped at Gary's attitude with the grass starter taking a considerable amount of time to look over his new trainer. Eventually, the little guy moved over to his trainer and rubbed up against his leg in acceptance. Gary and Michael used their dexes to get a read on him. Bulbasaur, the seed Pokemon. A young Bulbasaur uses the nutrients from its seed for the energy it needs to grow. Type, Grass Poison. Ability, Overgrow. SEC, male. Current moves, Tackle, Growl. Once Gary returned his Pokemon, and was back with the group, the professor looked to Cross. You are up. It's about time. Cross walked forward and immediately took Charmander's Pokeball. In my mind, this is the best starter of the lot. He pressed the button releasing the fire starter. Hey Charmander, you up for taking the world by storm with our strength? Charmander studied the confident, arrogant boy before deciding that he seemed rather capable. The Pokemon nodded before displaying his power by scratching at the air rather quickly for a starter. That's what I like to see. Cross smirked. I can tell you're strong and ready to throw down. He and Michael used their Pokédexes. Charmander, the lizard Pokemon. Charmander's health can be gauged by the fire on the tip of its tail, which burns intensely when it's in good health. Type, Fire. Ability, Blaze. Current move, Scratch, Growl. I must say that Charmander is the perfect starter for you. Professor Oak nodded. You two will make a powerful duo. Cross smirked as he recalled his Pokemon and joined the group. There's no question. Michael and Serena, you two arrived together, so decided among yourselves who'll go next. The professor instructed. Be my guest, Serena. Michael nodded. I'll be fine with whomever I'd get, so I'll let you have the choice. Are you sure? Serena asked. Michael nodded before putting his arms behind his head. 100%. Thank you. Serena approached the table and looked at her options. I'll choose Eevee. She released the Pokemon, and the evolution Pokemon came out dancing around her. Oh my, she is graceful. She crouched down and got the Pokemon's attention. Hello, Eevee. She smiled. Would you like to come with me? The Pokemon jumped into Serena's arms and nuzzled her. Ash nodded. I think you two will make a great team. Serena and Michael used their Pokédexes on the Mon. Eevee, the evolution Pokemon. Eevee is rarely seen, and can adapt to severe habitats by evolving, changing its capabilities and form. Type, Normal. Ability, Adaptability. SEC, Female. Current moves, Tackle, Tail WHP. Michael, you are our last trainer, so come on over to claim your new partner. The professor requested, causing Michael to run to the table and grab Squirtle's Pokeball. It seems someone is rather eager. Sorry, Professor. Michael blushed in embarrassment. I honestly do thank you for this gift. Oak just smiled and gave him a gesture to let the Pokemon out. Michael released Squirtle and dropped to his knees before the Pokemon. Hello, Squirtle, I'm Michael. Do you want to go on an adventure with me? Squirtle studied him, but it only took a couple seconds before he made his decision. The tiny turtle Pokemon happily jumped into his arms. This made Michael laugh with joy as he hugged the Pokemon back. You two seem like a perfect match. The professor commented. Michael pulled out his Pokédex. Squirtle, the tiny turtle Pokemon. This Pokemon draws its long neck into its shell to launch incredible water attacks with amazing range and accuracy. The blasts can be quite powerful. Type, Water. Ability, Torrent. SEC, Male. Current moves, Tackle, Tail WHP. Michael rejoined the line. With all the Pokemon and trainers acquainted, the professor saw it suitable to bring this to an end. Now, it is time for you to set off on your journey with your partners into the world of Pokemon. Outside. Once outside, Gary jumped into a red convertible with an entire cheer squad. They drove off, causing the remaining trainers to sweat drop. Since when does Gary have a car? Serena asked, bewildered. Or a cheer squad? Ash asked with the same tone. I have no idea. Michael replied with the same tone. Later, you three. Cross was the first to recover and walked by them. Charmander and I are hitting the road. If you want to stand a chance, as small as it is, you got to know we'll be looking for the strongest and toughest Pokemon out there. The three friends watched the boy leave before Ash turned to the others. Okay guys, why don't we meet up at the entrance to town before we start our journeys? They agreed, with Serena remembering how troubled she was by the night before. Ketchum residence. Ash entered his home, and his mom came out of the kitchen. Ash and Pikachu. Delia was happy her son could finally have Pikachu, but she was sad because this made it final. Her baby was going to set off on his journey. Yep, it's us. Ash smiled. I now have the perfect partner in Pikachu. I can see that. Delia smiled. While you were at the lab, I made sure you'd have everything you need for your journey. She held his bag out. There's a fresh change of clothes, your sleeping bag, a packed lunch, and a first aid box. I got it, Mom. Ash took his backpack and put it on. I should probably get going. I promised Serena and Michael we'd meet up before setting off on our journeys. Ash made his way towards the door only for Delia to call out to him. Ash. He turned and his mother came over to hug him. I know you have a tendency to find trouble, but please promise me you'll try to be safe. Ash hugged his mom back. I always try, Mom. He pulled back with a grin. Don't worry about me because I had you to teach me what I need. With that, Ash took his leave. Entrance to town. Michael was on his bike while Serena stood nearby. Guys, I'm coming. Ash called out. They turned to see him running towards them. Considering you were actually early to Oak's lab, I suppose logic only dictates you'd be late now. Michael stated in a joking manner. Ash scratched the back of his head. Yeah, sorry about that. The three friends looked at one another since none of them wanted to say goodbye. After a few minutes, Michael spoke up. Okay guys, I guess I'll see you around. That made it official and prompted them to share a group hug. Michael then hopped onto his bike and peeled off down the road. Serena was saddened since she hadn't had the courage to ask if she could accompany him. With Michael gone, Serena and Ash were silent once more. The girl knew this was her last chance to possibly accompany a friend. All she must do is form the words. Ash saw that she was struggling, and he had a good idea of what she wanted. Hey Serena, why don't we travel together? Professor Oak's lab. After everyone had left, Professor Oak sat in his chair and began skimming through his emails. Eventually, he heard someone knocking at his door and moved to answer it. When he opened the door, Oak found Wes standing outside. Wes had spiky, silver hair, hazel eyes, and a tan complexion. His attire consists of silver shades, currently on his head, black briefs with matching boots and gloves, and a long-sleeved, blue trench coat. Wes, what are you doing here? Oak inquired. I'm here on business. Wes stated. May I come in? Please do. The champion stepped inside, and the professor closed the door. What is this about? First, tell me about the new group of trainers you've sent off today. Wes requested. Counting my brother, I believe there were 5. Yes. Oak nodded. 3 of them are aiming for the Indigo League. Ash Ketchum, Cross Halter, and my grandson Gary. Your brother is aiming to complete the Pokédex. Then, there's Serena Yvonne. To begin with, most people see Gary or Cross as the most capable. Wes crossed his arms. Most people but not you. Oak nodded. Both of them are capable, however, they are quite arrogant. To top it off, Gary believes all it takes is to catch as many Pokemon as possible while Cross thinks all you need are the strong ones. Well, I wouldn't worry about them. Wes stated. A journey has its way of changing people. If they do change their attitudes, I have no doubt they'll go far. Oak replied with a friendly smile. Much like another young man. True, he wasn't arrogant, but he was a rather lost soul. If not for Red, I do not believe I would be where I am today. Wes nodded in agreement. Anyways, please continue. As I said, Michael aims to complete the Pokédex, and I believe he's got a good shot at it. That boy is adventurous and energetic. Thanks to you, he's got a good head about him. Oak explained. Wes was always more battle-focused, but he respected the direction his little brother wished to take. The other 2. There's Serena who honestly worries me the most. Oak frowned. The poor girl has no goal in mind and merely set out because her friends did. Again, I wouldn't worry. Wes stated. As we've discussed, a journey can help one discover a lot about themselves. Oak nodded in agreement. What about Ash? Ash may not have the knowledge Gary or Cross do, but he has heart. Oak explained. Heart much like his father. While that may be where their similarities end, I think it is enough. Really? Wes nodded. Now, I'm hoping to meet him at some point in his journey. Even if I don't see him until the end, I'll be interested to witness what he can do. While I'm certain you are curious about the 5 trainers, I get the feeling there's more to this meeting than you're letting on. Oak stated. What's this visit really about? I came to warn you that Team Rocket's been active the past 2 years. Wes stated. Team Rocket? Oak asked. I thought you dismantled the group, with Red, after leaving them. We did. Wes stated. Madam Boss is still behind bars, well outside of Kanto, but someone else took up the helm. From there, they dragged the group back into prominence. You, Roy, the Elite Four, and one gym leader are the only ones I can trust not to be working for them. I can understand your hesitation around the random trainer, but you honestly think other gym leaders may be working for them? Oak asked skeptically. It is a possibility I can't ignore. Wes stated. At this point, my trust can only lie with the people I've listed. Just be on the lookout for suspicious behavior. Well, you would have a better idea about Team Rocket than anyone else. Oak nodded. I'll make sure to be on the lookout. Good to hear. Wes nodded. Now, Roy is at my mother's home, and I promised to visit with her once I was done here. He walked towards the door. Goodbye, Professor. Goodbye, Wes. Oak stated. Fields. Ash and Serena set off on the road to Viridian City. Other than a light breeze, the day was peaceful. The pair spotted a couple Rattata packs, and a few flocks of Pidgey. For the time being, the new trainers decided to cover ground. Ash's stomach soon growled, which made Serena giggle. Sorry, Serena. Guess it's lunch time. It's okay, Ash. Serena smiled brightly. I'm a little tired anyways. She giggled again. Hey, at least we have a way to tell the time. Ash was confused. What do you mean? I mean that your stomach always growls 3 times a day, at the same time each day. Serena replied. It's like your personal alarm clock. Huh, I guess you're right. Ash looked around a bit and spotted a big oak tree. Hey, how about we take a break over there? Serena looked towards the tree. It is nice and shady. The pair moved over to the tree with Ash and Serena putting their backpacks down. Serena let her EV out, and Pikachu began chatting with her. That quickly came to an end as their respective trainers poured them poke food. Eevee sniffed the food before finding that it was extremely plain. Despite being a normal type, plain foods were uninteresting to her. Still, food was food, so she reluctantly ate it. Ash knew Pikachu loved ketchup, so he had poke food imbued with that taste. The trainers then dug into their packed lunches with Ash speaking to his friend. Serena, you never did tell me what you wanted to do on your journey. Serena knew she had to tell him, and now was as good as a time as any. Ash, the truth is I really don't have a goal or dream. You don't? Ash asked. Then, why did you leave Pallet Town? Well, I didn't want to be left behind. With you and Michael going on a journey, I'd have felt alone back home. Serena looked at the ground sadly. You probably think I was being selfish and stupid. Hey, I don't think that at all. Ash rubbed her back in comfort. It's only natural you'd want to be with your friends. Honestly, if I didn't know what I wanted to do, I'd probably have done the same. Serena blushed at Ash's words. He truly was the nicest boy she ever met. Later. With their lunches and resting done, Ash decided he should see if there were any Pokemon he could catch for his team. Ash took out his Pokédex and tried to find out what Pokemon were in the area. There's the typical stuff like Magikarp, Pidgey, Rattata, Mankey, and Spearow. Oh, there's also rare instances of Nidoran and Nidoran. A wild Nidoran came out of the brush and started sniffing the air. NID. Nidoran. It's a Nidoran. Ash was excited. One of them would make an awesome teammate. He took out a Pokeball. Go, Pokeball. He threw it at the Nidoran, which SCKED the Pokemon within. Alright, I caught a. Ash stopped when the Pokeball started wiggling. What's it doing? Serena knew where her crush went wrong. Ash, unless a Pokemon willingly goes in the Pokeball, it needs to be weakened before an attempt to catch it is made. The ball continued to wiggle until it burst open, prompting Ash to turn to his partner. What do you say, Pikachu? Up for a battle? Pikachu! Pikachu exclaimed. Pikachu came to stand before Ash, who flipped his hat, and the poison pin Pokemon was looking around confused. Ash vs Nidoran. Pikachu used Thunder Shock on Nidoran. Ash commanded. Pikachu sparked with electricity before firing at the Nidoran. The Pokemon finally realized what was happening but reacted too late. The electric attack struck him, momentarily stunning Nidoran. Alright Ash, try it now. Serena shouted. Right. Ash threw the Pokeball. This time, you're mine, Nidoran. The poison pin Pokemon was once again SCKED into a Pokeball. The two trainers watched with bated breath as the ball wiggled. When it stopped and dinged, Ash was bursting with joy. Fields. Yes. Ash ran over to it. I did it. He scooped up the ball and held it out. I caught Nidoran. He ran over to Serena and showed her his Pokeball. Look, I caught my first Pokemon. He suddenly hugged her. I may have failed without your advice, so thank you. Ash had no idea why he hugged the girl, but it seemed like the right thing to do. As for Serena, she was now blushing madly. At this point, she couldn't even muster a word. Ash eventually let go and suddenly felt invigorated to get back on the road. That didn't mean he wasn't going to show his Pokeball to his buddy. Look, we have a new friend, Pikachu. Pikachu sniffed the Pokeball and was clearly happy. Pika. I'm glad you like him. Ash declared. Oh, I should check him out. Ash let the Pokemon out, and the Nidoran now recognized Ash as his trainer. The little guy seemed to have a lot of energy as he began running around the area. Ash crouched down and his new Pokemon stopped before him. Alright, let's get a look at you. Ash brought out his dex and got the rundown. Nidoran, the poison pin Pokemon. A poison type. The male Nidoran first evolves into Nidorino, then Nidoking. The less aggressive female Nidoran first evolves into Nidorina, then Nidoqueen. Type, Poison. Ability, Poison Point. SEC, Male. Current moves, Poison Sting, Leer, Peck. So, you're supposed to be more aggressive than your female counterpart. Ash looked at his new friend and smiled. Maybe I lucked out because you don't seem aggressive. He pet Nidoran, who seemed to enjoy the attention. Yeah, I can tell you're a great first catch. NID. Nidoran. Nidoran stated happily. Serena smiled. Ash is going to be a great trainer with the care he shows his Pokemon. Alright. Ash stood and held out his new Pokemon's Pokeball. I think it's time we hit the road, so return Nidoran. Once the Pokemon was safely returned, the trainer turned to his other companions. Let's head straight for Viridian City. Pikachu jumped onto his shoulder before Ash took off and Serena followed. Viridian City, evening. The sky was orange with the sun barely visible as Ash and Serena walked along a dirt road. The pair were in high spirits considering their journey seemed to be going well. While pushing forward, they heard an announcement throughout the entire town. Citizens of Viridian City, be on the lookout for Pokemon thieves in the area. As the group passed on through, they saw a police station ahead. A female police officer stood there. She had turquoise blue hair covered by a dark blue police hat, a short-sleeved dark blue top with a badge which read, Officer Jenny, and a matching skirt. The officer flagged the trainers down. Hold it. The trainers stopped before her. I'm sorry for doing this, but Viridian is in a state of emergency. Where are you two heading this late into the day? We were heading to the Pokemon Center because I heard registered trainers can rest there for free. Ash replied. Officer Jenny studied the kids for a good couple of moments before deciding they were being honest. After all, the reports say the Pokemon thieves are in their teens while these kids were 10. Alright, I believe you. Jenny stated. Just show me your IDs, and you can go. Serena, do you know if we have IDs on us? Ash asked uncertainly. I think she means our Pokédexes, Ash. Serena replied. They pulled out the red devices. Without a word, Officer Jenny took them and opened both up. She pressed a few buttons causing the Pokédexes to confirm their story. Officer Jenny smiled. Okay kids. She gave the devices back. You're free to go. If you continue down this road, you'll hit the Pokemon Center. In my opinion, you can't miss it, but if you do, come on back to me. Thank you, Officer Jenny. The two replied in unison. Ash and Serena took note of 6 wanted posters as they passed by. The first 5 depicted 4 people and a Pokemon while the last was an image of the usual grunts you hear about. The first person was Butch, who has brown eyes and short green hair. He wore the usual Team Rocket attire. Next there was Cassidy, who has purple eyes and golden hair worn in pigtails. She also wore a pair of triangular pink earrings and the usual Team Rocket attire. Then, there was Jessie. She had long, dark red hair with sapphire blue eyes. She wore a white version of the Team Rocket attire. The last person was James, who has shoulder-length, lavender hair and green eyes. He also wore white Team Rocket attire. The Pokemon was a Meowth. Pokemon Center, night. Ash and Serena walked into the center and got rooms for the night. Before turning in, they decided to relax a bit in the lobby. While Ash found somewhere to sit, Serena went over to a vending machine to get them drinks. She brought 2 sodas and stood only for a couple of posters to catch her attention. Ash is likely going to sign up for the Indigo League while we're here. Serena thought before noticing the second poster. What's this? Do you like fashion? Do you like battles? Combine the 2 with the Battle Chateau Challenge. Dress up and compete in a knockout tournament. Raise your rank up to Duke or Duchess for the opportunity to battle the Grand Duchess. The Battle Chateau could be interesting. Hey Serena. Ash stated as he approached. What are you looking at? Oh Ash. Serena hadn't realized she'd been standing there for a while. I was just looking at these posters. Oh, that's right. Ash took note of the first poster. I should register for the Indigo League while we're here. While that is important, I was actually more fixated on the second one. Serena pointed out. The Battle Chateau? Ash questioned. Yeah. Serena smiled as it sounded up her alley. I thought it would be good to check out. I could see it. Ash nodded. You're really great with fashion. Serena blushed at his words of praise. Thanks Ash. Anyways, since we're here, we should probably call home. Ash suggested. I bet our moms would like to know we arrived safely. Serena nodded. Do you mind if I call my mom first? Not at all. Ash stated. They walked over to the video phones with Serena handing Ash one of the sodas before sitting down and calling her mom. Grace appeared on screen and her face lit up. Oh, hello Serena. Hi Mom. Serena cheerfully replied. Ash and I are traveling together, and we've made it to Viridian City. Grace was surprised Serena got to travel with Ash and impressed her daughter already made it to Viridian. Well, it's good to see you've arrived safely. I knew you could do it. Serena blushed since she knew her mother was referring to asking to travel with Ash. Is Ash with you now? Yes, he is. Serena replied nervously. Ash made his way over to Serena's side. Evening, Ms. Yvonne. Ash. Grace smiled. I'm happy Serena won't be out there on her own. Can you promise me you'll look out for her? Sure. Ash nodded firmly. I won't let anything bad happen to her. Thank you. Grace stated gratefully. With that out of the way, the mother and daughter chatted generally. After a few minutes, an alarm went off in the Yvonne house prompting Grace to end the call. Ash and Serena changed seats. Once Ash called home, the image of his living room appeared. Delia's voice came from off-screen. Evening, Ketchum residence. Hi Mom. Ash replied. It's me. At the sound of Ash's voice, Delia rushed on over and sat down. Hello dear. She smiled. I see you arrived at Viridian City, and it only took you 1 day while your father took 4. Ah Mom. Ash stated bashfully. Once the pleasantries were out of the way, they talked for a bit. Then, Delia had to go. After talking with their mothers, Ash and Serena went to their room which had 2 beds. Considering they had come all the way from Pallet Town, it wasn't long before they crashed. Viridian Battle Chateau, morning. Ash wanted to have his first gym battle, and he knew Viridian City had one. Unfortunately, he also knew the gym leader, and the guy only accepts challenges from trainers with 7 badges. Since it was early in the season, he wasn't even going to be there to begin with. That meant his next, best option was to head to Pewter City. Fortunately, Viridian also had a battle chateau, so Ash was content to go with Serena. After walking in silence, it wasn't uncomfortable since the trainers took in the sights. The pair made it to a big, castle-like building. They approached a big gate where a smartly dressed man stood. He had neatly combed white hair and a thin mustache. His attire was a dark blue blazer, which covered his pure white shirt, a black bow tie, dark blue trousers, and black shoes. Welcome to the Battle Chateau, Madam and Sir. The man spoke. I am Hennessy, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Hello Hennessy. Serena nervously replied. I'm Serena and this is Ash. Is this perhaps your first visit to a battle chateau? Hennessy asked. It is. Serena swiftly replied. Very well. Hennessy nodded. All I need is your recommendation, from a person of stature, and I will gladly show you through. A recommendation? Serena asked confused. I don't think I have one. If you have a number I could call, that will suffice. Hennessy explained. Oh, I know. Serena lit up. I'm sure Professor Oak would give me a recommendation. Oh, you know Professor Oak? Hennessy asked. Yes. Serena smiled. He gave me my Pokédex. Perfect. Hennessy exclaimed. Your Pokédex will be proof enough that Professor Oak deems you a worthy trainer. That's great. Serena declared. She pulled out her Pokédex, and Hennessy gladly accepted it. Like Officer Jenny, he pressed a few buttons to confirm her identity. Ah, everything is in order. Hennessy handed the Pokédex back to her before looking at Ash. Will you be competing too, sir? Nah. Ash replied. As tempting as this sounds, I think I'll leave the battle chateau to Serena. If you do not go anywhere restricted, we are always happy to house spectators. Hennessy replied. Would you follow me? Viridian Battle Chateau. Hennessy led Ash and Serena over to a desk where a smartly dressed woman was sat before a computer. Madam, I have one Serena Yvonne, and she will be competing for her first time. The women smiled and pulled out a clipboard. Very good, Hennessy. She gave it to Serena. Young madam, if you'd be so kind, please fill this out. Of course. Serena stated. Once she completed the form, she gave it to the woman. Thank you, madam. The women entered the information into the computer and produced a card which she gave to the blonde. You'll need this card as it will permit you entry and track your rank. Serena tilted her head in confusion. Rank? At the Battle Chateau, you don't receive gym badges, frontier symbols, or anything like that. The women smiled. Here, you compete in 4-person tournaments and raise your rank by coming out on top. Baron Baroness, Viscount Viscountesses, Earl Countess, Marquise Marchioness, and Duke Duchesses. Once you become a Duke or Duchess, you earn the right to battle in a tournament. Win that, and you can challenge the Grand Duke Grand Duchess of the region. Imagine if I became the Grand Duchess of Kanto. Serena smiled. It would be amazing. She looked at Ash and blushed. I'd get the trophy and Ash would be there beside me. Since you are registered, I would like you to head over to those maids. Hennessy stated, snapping Serena out of her thoughts. They shall take you to the changing rooms. He then looked at Ash. If the sir would follow me, I will take you to the spectator area. Right. Ash gave Serena a thumbs up. Good luck out there, Serena. Thanks, Ash. Serena stated gratefully before joining the maids. Baroness changing room. Serena's eyes lit up upon seeing all the clothes available. To her, this was fashion heaven. The girl sped about the room putting together the perfect outfit. Once she had it, Serena spent the remaining time working on her hair. When the girl was done, she was wearing a long pink dress with short sleeves, pantyhose on her legs with elegant pink flats to match, and on her head is a sparkling pink headband. Not long after finishing, they were calling for her over the intercoms. Baroness Serena, please make your way to Battle Room 1. All right. Serena took a deep breath. Time to get out there. Battle Room 1. Welcome everyone to the first match of an official Battle Chateau tournament. The announcer spoke to the gathered spectators. Our participants are Baroness Serena and Baron Callum. The two trainers came out with Serena being shocked as she was facing her cousin. Callum had medium-length black hair with matching eyes. He wore a dark red cap, however, his usual attire was such for a blue suit with white lining. May our participants curtsy and bow, respectively. The announcer declared. Callum bowed with a genuine smile. I'm excited to see what you can do as a trainer, cousin. Serena suddenly realized where she was and quickly curtsied. Why yeah. You too. Now both participants may choose one Pokemon to battle. The announcer declared. Serena and Callum grabbed a Pokeball. It's battle time, Chase Bin. Callum declared. He threw his Pokeball releasing the Pokemon, and Serena took out her Pokédex. Chase Bin, the spiny nut Pokemon. Chase Bin can flex the soft spikes on its head, making them so stiff and sharp, they can even pierce through stone. Serena took a deep breath. Eevee, I choose you. She threw out the evolution Pokemon. Although she was a little intimidated in front of so many people, Eevee stood her ground and took a battle position. Begin. The ref declared. Baroness Serena versus Baron Callum. Alright Eevee, let's start with tackle. Serena instructed. Eevee charged Chase Bin intending to hit him. Dodge Chase Bin. Callum commanded. Then, attack our opponent with Vine WHP. Chase Bin was easily able to dodge the charging Pokemon. Before she could turn around, Chase Bin shot out vines which slammed into Eevee hard. Eevee! Serena shouted in shock. The evolution Pokemon hit the ground, but she was determined to rise back to her feet. Let's wrap this up with a rollout. Callum declared. Chase Bin tucked and rolled fast at Eevee. Oh no! Serena shouted. Get out of there, Eevee! The evolution Pokemon had just recovered and couldn't dodge the rolling Pokemon, resulting in her being knocked back. When she hit the ground, Eevee had swirls in her eyes. Eevee is unable to battle, so the winner is Baron Callum. The ref declared. Battle Room 1. Callum returned Chase Bin and bowed to his cousin before exiting the room. Serena made her way over to Eevee and cradled the little Pokemon in her arms. She just stared at the unconscious normal type, wondering what went wrong. Callum and I are the same age and rank. Serena thought, troubled. So, why did Eevee lose? Her thoughts were cut off as Eevee grunted in pain. I can't think about this now. Eevee needs medical attention. Serena took off while returning Eevee to her Pokeball. She quickly changed back into her normal clothes and ran back to the Pokemon Center. Pokemon Center. Serena ran into the medical building and handed Eevee to Nurse Joy, who left to heal her. She then moved to sit in a booth and stared out the window. The battle kept playing through her mind. It was my first official battle, and I lost bad. She only snapped out of her thoughts when she heard a familiar voice. Serena. It was Callum, who didn't sound like the kind cousin she knew. If anything, he sounded stern. Oh, hey Callum. Serena stated sadly. You were pretty naive, you know. Callum questioned. What do you mean? Serena asked. What I mean is that I could tell you haven't been a trainer for long. Callum took a seat across from her. That means you haven't done much in the way of training with Eevee. Serena tried to come up with something, but she couldn't deny it. Every facility made for trainers is not meant to be taken lightly. Like me, I bet every trainer who signed up has been preparing for this tournament. I personally knew my Chase Bin and how best to make use of him. Serena sighed as she was beginning to understand where she failed. So, what should I do? First, you got to apologize to Eevee. Callum replied. Then, you should spend time catching more, spending time with, and training Pokemon. Do that, and you may be prepared the next time you participate in a battle chateau. Serena was silent for about a minute before nodding. You're right, Callum. She gave him a slight smile. I forgot how good you are at telling me what I need to hear. Now, I need to get back before I lose my place in the tournament. Callum stood. I'll be back to catch up once I'm done. Ash ran into the lobby, past Callum, and over to Serena. Serena, are you alright? While Serena liked Ash being concerned for her, she wasn't going to let him stay that way. Don't worry, I'm fine. She smiled. I'm still sad I lost, but my cousin helped me. Your cousin? Ash looked back towards the entrance. Oh, come to think of it, he came to visit a couple of times over the years. So, Callum decided to journey through Kanto, huh? Serena nodded. That appears to be the case. Their attention was drawn by an explosion coming from the entrance. Ash immediately moved over there with Serena following. They noticed two teens were in the entrance. It was Butch and Cassidy from the wanted posters. Cassidy, prepare for trouble. Butch, dot and make it double. Both, here's our mission, so you better listen. Cassidy, to infect the world with devastation. Butch, to blight all people in every nation. Cassidy, to denounce the goodness of truth and love. Butch, to extend our wrath to the stars above. Cassidy, Cassidy. Butch, and Butch, of course. Cassidy, we're Team Rocket, circling Earth all day and night. Butch, surrender to us now or you will surely lose the fight. Team Rocket. Ash crossed his arms before looking at his friend. Hey Serena, why does that name sound familiar? Ash, they're two of those people we saw on the wanted posters. Serena replied. Butch and Cassidy. It's Butch, you brat. Butch exclaimed angrily. At least one of you knows who we are. Cassidy commented. Listen up, boy. We are Team Rocket, and we're here to steal all your rare and valuable Pokemon. Nurse Joy had come to see what the commotion was, and she had Serena's Pokeball with her. Well, you're out of luck because this is a place for injured Pokemon. We'll be the judge of that. Cassidy declared. It doesn't matter what Pokemon you decide you want because you're not taking any of them. Ash shouted protectively. Go catch your own. That's not your choice. Butch smirked evilly as he took out a Pokeball. Go Mankey. Cassidy threw her Pokemon into the mix. Join in Tentacle. Ash and Serena brought out their Pokédexes. Mankey, the pig-monkey Pokemon. A fighting type. Mankey is quick-tempered and can fly into a rage even while dreaming. Tentacle, a jellyfish Pokemon. 99% of its body is made of water. Serena, you want to battle these guys with me? Ash asked. Serena blushed lightly. Her crush had seen how poorly she battled, yet he was still 100% serious in asking for her help. Even though she wasn't sure she'd be much help, Serena couldn't let Ash be the only one battling. Sure. Serena ran over and grabbed her Pokeball before throwing it out. I choose you, Eevee. Eevee barked with determination as she came to stand before the opponents. Let's show them they can't take Pokemon while we're around Pikachu. Ash declared. Pikachu leapt off Ash's arm and landed next to Eevee with electricity sparking from his cheeks. Ash and Serena versus Butch and Cassidy. Mankey, that Eevee's the rare one, so hit it with Karate Chop. Butch ordered. Mankey lunged forward ready to chop the normal type. Dodge Eevee. Serena shouted. The evolution Pokemon jumped to the left avoiding the attack. Cassidy quickly called out an attack. Tentacle, nail that runt with Water Pulse. A powerful stream of water hit the evolution Pokemon slamming her into a wall. Eevee. Serena cried. What easy pickings. Butch stated. Cassidy, what say we just finish Eevee off? You were reading my mind, Butch. Cassidy declared. Mankey, hit the runt with Toxic. Butch commanded. Pikachu take over and nail Mankey with Thunder Shock. Ash declared. Mankey glowed purple while Pikachu stepped in the way charging his electricity. Pikachu fired just as he too started to radiate purple. The attack connected shocking the monkey while Pikachu suddenly felt sick. Alright Pi. Ash began. Pika. Pikachu groaned in pain. Pikachu. Ash shouted concerned. What's wrong? Your mouse has been poisoned, kid. Butch informed. Unlike common poison, Toxic is a move that only gets worse as time wears on. Oh no. Ash stated. Pikachu. You won't have to be sad for long. Cassidy smirked. Tentacle, use Hex on Pikachu. Tentacle glowed an ethereal black and Pikachu did the same, crying in pain. Pika. Pikachu. Ash shouted in concern. Keep up the attack, Tentacle. Cassidy declared. Don't stop until the mouse faints. Eevee. Serena looked at her Pokemon, but she was in bad shape. This is turning out bad, but we still have to try. She didn't want to put her Pokemon through this, especially after failing before, but there wasn't much of a choice. Eevee, I'm sorry for failing you as a trainer, but Pikachu needs us. Please, help him by tackling Tentacle. Eevee now stood tall with a determined expression. Eevee. She charged at the Tentacle. Not happening, girly. Butch declared. Mankey, use Seismic Toss on that little fox. Before Serena could issue a command, she heard her cousin's voice. Chase Bin, lend them a hand with Vine WHP. Vines shot through the entrance and ensnared Mankey before throwing him into a wall to the and Serena saw two coffins atop a bed of white roses. Above them was a portrait of young James holding a grow live and his parents. James's father has dark gray hair and green eyes. He wore a dark green overcoat with a red vest above a white shirt with a violet tie. His mother has purple hair and brown eyes. She wore a red dress along with red high-heel shoes. Coffins? Serena asked sadly. Was there a funeral here? My MSTR and MSTRS had only one child. A boy named James. When he ran away, they were heartbroken and searched everywhere for him. Hopkins sadly shook his head. Unfortunately, they often ignored their own health and passed away this morning. The estate is now his. Ash, Serena, and Pikachu were all shocked to hear that. Vents. Team Rocket, who was in the vents, had heard everything. You mean to tell us this whole estate is going to belong to you? Jessie questioned in shock. Way to keep us in the dark. Meowth added. James didn't say anything. He knew his parents better than anyone and wasn't the least bit convinced they were dead. Room. I can't imagine if I left my mom like that. Ash stated sympathetically. I just hope you find him soon to tell him the news. Serena added. Soon won't do. Hopkins spoke through the megaphone. There will clearly states that Mr. James must marry within 24 hours of their passing. If not, his estate will go to charity. I must find him at once. Well, good luck with that. Serena was rubbing her ears. We should get going, Ash. Outside. The pair sat on the steps to discuss what happened. So, do you think we should help the butler? Serena asked. Despite what he may be part of, I'd like to help the guy. Ash sighed. The problem is, I'm not sure where we could look. Especially with less than a day to find him. No. I won't do it. I absolutely refuse. James called out. This caused the pair and Pikachu to look around. James, be careful. Jessie exclaimed. Team Rocket fell out of their hiding place and landed on the ground before the pair. Jessie and Meowth were arguing with James about going through with it. It was obvious they wouldn't stop by themselves. Pikachu? Ash asked. Mind giving us a hand? Pikachu. Pikachu nodded. He gave the trio a thunder shock that was just strong enough to make them stop. Now that you're all calm, you could at least go say goodbye to your parents. Serena stated. Sure, you may not have had the best relationship, but they're still the people that took care of you. Took care of? That's a laugh. James stated. I am never setting foot in that building again. James, we're becoming annoyed with you. Jessie declared frustrated. Don't you want to be filthy rich? Meowth asked. Over the arguing, Ash and Serena hadn't heard it before, but they sure as heck heard the talking Meowth now. Did that Meowth just talk? I don't know. James was more concerned about the situation and had finally found an excuse. Ah. I feel like my head is splitting. I can't remember anything. What's the matter with him? Ash asked. It's possible James has amnesia. Serena offered. Pikachu nodded in agreement. Pika. I remember flunking out of a Pokemon school and joining a bicycle gang before joining Team Rocket. James rubbed his head in mock frustration. Everything before that is a total blur with only one clear memory to my name. You know, these three don't seem nearly as serious as Bistro and Cassidy. Ash contemplated. James continued. It was a cold winter's night about 7 years ago. Flashback, years ago. The scene opened with a road as it snows. A young James and his Growlithe were walking down the street freezing. There was a boy and his faithful Growlithe, Growlithe. The boy and his Growlithe hadn't eaten anything for days. Young James fell and Growlithe licks him. Beararf Growlithe, I'm not going to make it. Leave me and save yourself. Young James looked towards the local church and saw the angels on the stained glass windows. The angels have come for me. Farewell. I leave this cruel world for a better place. Present day. The boy had passed on. James continued to narrate. Little Growlithe howled all night in grief for the boy until he was found the next day frozen solid. Jessie, Meowth, and Ash were crying. That is so very sad. Jessie cried. That poor kid. Meowth stated. Ash said, I can't believe James is gone. Serena was shocked. They believed that when James was right there. You three do know that the boy from James' story is him, right? Hey, that girl is right. Jessie stated, angered once more. I can't believe I walked into that. Ash stated. James looked at Jessie and Meowth, and he knew of only one way to possibly get out of what they had in mind. I'm all mixed up. Who cares what you remember? Jessie questioned. Just take the cash. James can't have the inheritance unless he marries some girl within the day. Ash explained. Then, we'll fake the wedding and take the money. Jessie declared. That's ridiculous. James retorted. Ridiculous? Jessie questioned. This whole estate will be yours. Yeah. Meowth cheered. James ran. I won't do it. He's weakening. Jessie said. He'll see things our way. Meowth added. Jessie and Meowth threw a couple of lassos at James and tied him up. This isn't right. Serena stated. Anyone should be free to decide if they want to marry or not. Serena meant that. No matter how much she liked Ash, and it would hurt if he ended up rejecting her, she'd never force him to be with her. I don't like this one bit, but I'm not sure what we can do. Ash crossed his arms and leaned over to his friend. Maybe we should hang back. If James is in trouble, we can help him then. A few minutes later, Jessie and Meowth had dressed James in a suit and gagged his mouth while they wore black clothing. This is great. Meowth exclaimed. These costumes are perfect if I do say so myself. Jessie added. They controlled James and walked him up to the door before making him knock. I'm coming. Hopkins answered the door. May I help you, sir? It is I, James, and I have returned. Jessie stated in her best James impression. Welcome home, sir. Hopkins declared through the megaphone. Your parents will be most pleased to see that you have returned. Please come in. Thank you. Jessie said in James's voice as she and Meowth walked him in. Did that butler just say they will be pleased? Serena asked. Yeah, why? Ash asked. Serena was starting to worry more about this situation. I really don't like this. The pair entered the estate as well. Inside. MSTR and MSTRS, everything is set. Hopkins declared proudly. Your son, James, has come home just as you wished. Oh, Mummy and Daddy. I'm back to get my money. Jessie stated. Oh, I mean to get my honey. Yes, that's what I meant to say. Nice recovery. Meowth whispered. I'm going to get married, just as it says in your will, and I want cash rather than a check. Jessie stated in James's voice. What's that? Hopkins raised a brow. I was only joking. Jessie laughed. Oh, how I wish I could have come back sooner. Suddenly, chuckling could be heard from the coffins before James' parents jumped out. Prepare for trouble. James's father declared. Yes, dear, and make it double. James' mother rhymed. Oh James, we're so happy you've come back. James' mother said. Not to mention, you're wearing a suit. James' father added. They're either alive. Jessie began. Or they're the liveliest ghosts I have ever seen. Meowth finished. James took off his GG. They're not dead, you furry imbecile. It was a trap to get me back here. That was why I was trying to stay away. It's just like them, pulling a stunt like this. That made Jessie and Meowth suspicious. Does that mean? Meowth started. That you don't have amnesia? Jessie finished. James realized what he just told them. Where am I? Who am I? Why, you're James, and you're about to get married. James' father declared. Hopkins, begin the preparations. James' mother ordered. Yes, madam. Hopkins stated. He grabbed all 3 rocket members and ran up the stairs. I've got to escape. James yelled. No, you won't. Jesse exclaimed. You're tying the knot. Jesse means you're tying the noose. Meowth joked. James' parents followed them. You were right to be suspicious, Serena. Ash stated. They were faking their deaths just to get James into a marriage. I bet $1 million they can see through their scheme too. Serena retorted. They're just eager to go along with it since Meowth and Jesse want this to happen. Come on, Serena. Ash started to climb the stairs. I want to help James out of this. Hold on, Ash. Serena ran over and put a hand on his shoulder. We should observe them for a bit longer and wait for the opportune moment. Ash wasn't certain what James' own parents had in store for him, but considering their fake deaths, he was certain it wouldn't be anything good. Still, Serena was the one who caught on to things faster, and he had to admit they wouldn't be much help to the guy in the wrong situation. Ash nodded. All right, let's get up there. Room. Jesse and Meowth promptly held James to a chair and covered his mouth while his parents and butler came to stand before him. I'm proud of you. James' father stated. You realized you must uphold the family tradition. As our son and heir, you have certain obligations. James' mother added. The most important one is to marry and continue the family line. Right. Jessie said, disguising her voice. James managed to get his mouth free, and he clearly wasn't happy. Do I have an obligation to be manipulated over and over again? We do not know what you are talking about. James' father claimed. We only want what's best for us. James' mother shook her head. I mean you. A man without a wife is like a bumblebee without a nose. You'll never sniff the daffodils of life. James' father said. You'll learn to be a real gentleman once you marry the girl we've chosen for you. James' mother said. Speaking of which, here she is. Hopkins turned James to face a young woman holding a fan to cover her face. She wore a dark pink, long gown with long white sleeves and matching dark pink high heels. As James' wife, it'll be your duty to change James from a worthless do-nothing into a respectful gentleman, my dear Jezebel. James' mother continued. As you wish, mother. Jezebel spoke with a voice much like Jesse's with a southern accent. Am I hearing things, or is that another Jesse? Ash asked, confused. Meowth. Meowth stated. Her voice is catnip to my ears. That's what I call a real lady. Not a mean, tough, and nasty girl like Jessie. Jessie conked Meowth on the head. I'll show you mean and nasty. My name is Jezebel, and my only wish is to be your devoted, loving companion. Jezebel lowered her fan. Of course, I also want to educate you in your duties as a gentleman of property. Everyone was shocked. She looks like Jessie. Meowth exclaimed. How dare you compare me to that wimp? Jessie grunted. Will you two knock it off? James began struggling. We need to get out of here right now. Don't be ridiculous. Jessie replied. We won't get your inheritance if you don't get married, so you've got to go through with it. If you won't get married for yourself, do it for the team. Meowth added. We need you to make us filthy rich. Forget the team. James began to struggle. I'm not doing it. Is something wrong? Jezebel questioned. Why ever do you keep talking to yourself like that, James? She then seemed to have an idea. You know, why don't we go down to the vault and count the money you'll inherit? Basement. Serena and Ash continued to follow them while staying well outside their range. The group entered what looked like a torture chamber with workout equipment thrown in. What kind of an inheritance is this? Jessie asked. Meowth added, it looks like a whole lot of weird gym equipment. James finally got free. Don't you fools get it? Jezebel tricked you into bringing me down here. It's time for you to grow up, my boy. James' father declared. James' mother added, you got to face the music. Jezebel now wore a dark red, formal short jacket with a white, long-sleeve button shirt, white breaths, and thigh-high boots. You can't do whatever you feel like anymore. Now, you'll obey Jezebel. Nope. 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 Serena shook her head. Everything this girl is doing is being memorized as things I will never put Ash through. If someone is truly special, you should want them to return your love rather than terrify them into it. Jessie and Meowth began fighting, which seemed to finally draw the parents' attention. They see us. Meowth stated. Jessie said, everything was fine until you opened your big mouth. Do you take us for fools? James' father questioned. James' mother said, we just ignored you because you brought James down here for us. Now you see us. Meowth began. Jessie pulled out a smoke bomb. And now you don't. She threw it on the ground before running with Meowth. Jessie. Meowth. James was left behind coughing. Don't leave me. Jezebel was still there for James. At last, we're together. I'm so happy. James was terrified and started running. You won't escape me this time, James. Jezebel, you really don't want me as your husband. James was desperate. I'm a wanted criminal of Team Rocket. You don't have to worry about that. Jezebel prepared her WHP. Your parents paid off the right people to get you a clean record. Now, let's begin your taming. That's enough. Ash looked at Pikachu. Hit everyone but James with Thunder Shock, buddy. Pikachu nodded before launching off Ash's arm while charging his electricity. Pikachu. The electric mouse let loose, hitting everyone in the room except for James. What's going on? He looked at Pikachu as his parents and Jezebel fell over. Why? They won't be stunned forever. Ash waved his arm. Quick, let's get out of here. James hadn't gotten that kid's name, but he'd willing trust anyone over the people in this room. Don't need to tell me twice. He ran over to them, and they booked it up the stairs. Jezebel got onto her elbows and looked after James retreating back with a giggle. You can run, but I'll follow you to the ends of the earth, James dearest. Outside. James, Ash with Pikachu on his shoulder, and Serena rushed outside and were heading for the gates when James heard a familiar barking. Growlithe. James exclaimed. We're leaving, boy, and this time I'm not leaving you behind. A flame-covered Growlithe burst through the doors of the doghouse and came to run alongside James. Eventually, the group made it past the gate, but they continued running well past that. Viridian Forest, later. The group ended up running into the forest and eventually collapsed breathing. Not to be that person, but is this a safe enough location? Serena asked. It should be fine. James replied. When I ran from home the first time, a younger Jezebel stopped chasing me about half the distance we traveled. Going over double that should give us breathing room. Growlithe barked and began liking James. Growlithe, how I've missed you. He hugged the puppy Pokemon. Speaking of Jezebel, what's your story with her? Ash asked. When I ran away from home, I wanted freedom and to get away from her. James began. Flashback. Once my engagement to Jezebel was announced, she began following me around trying to change me. Nothing I did was refined enough for her. She even tried to make me get rid of Growlithe for a skitty. Please leave me alone. Young James pleaded. I can't stand it. Growlithe. Growlithe ran out of his doghouse and joined James as he was being chased by Jezebel, who held an Oddish in her arms. Where are you going, James? I haven't finished showing you the correct way to eat spaghetti yet. I want to do things my way, Jezebel. James yelled. You're not running properly. Jezebel exclaimed. I'll show you the correct way. Present. Ever since I was a kid, I've hated how upper crust society has rules for absolutely everything. Jezebel is so rich that marrying her would only bring me misery for the rest of my life. James pet his Grow-Live. Grow-Live here was my only, real friend. I sometimes wondered what it would like to be rich. Serena sighed. After hearing your account of it, I'm glad my mother and I have been where we are in life. Wait a minute. James was suddenly looking around slowly before becoming frantic. Where are Jessie and Meowth? You think they're still back at the mansion? Ash asked. No, I mean where are they here? James suddenly stood and began looking at the sky. We have a Meowth hot air balloon we use to travel, and before heading to the estate, we set it down here. Skies. Jessie and Meowth were drifting along, in their hot air balloon, feeling rather bummed. Jessie sighed. Seems James ended up choosing to hang up his Team Rocket costume. I guess all that money and luxury was too tempting for Jimmy to pass up. Meowth stated forlornly. Let's face it. With his parents wiping out his criminal record, he doesn't belong in Team Rocket. This is for the best. I suppose. Jessie looked up. It's just, after all the time we spent together, I never imagined this would be it. She shook her head. Without him, we'll have to get by with the two of us. Viridian Forest. After finding the trace impact in the ground where the balloon had been, James collapsed to his knees in disbelief. They left me. Grow-Live whined as he came to James' side and laid down next to him. Poor guy. Serena stated sympathetically. Yeah. Ash nodded. Considering what his family's like, Jessie and Meowth didn't seem too bad, even if they did force him in there and were part of Team Rocket. Clearly, he cared more for them than his parents. I'm not even sure what I'll do now. James stated to himself. I could go back to Team Rocket, but if Jessie and Meowth don't want me, what's the point? Grow-Live continued to whine and lick James' hand, bringing the guy some comfort in this situation. Ash looked at Serena, who had a good idea what he was going to offer, so she nodded. Hey James. James looked back at him. We had a run-in with some Team Rocket members in Viridian, but you don't seem that bad. If you want, you could join us. Really? James asked hopefully before deflating. I have no goal to shoot for anymore though. That's fine. Serena comforted. Up until I set out on my journey, I had no idea what I wanted to do either. Maybe if you travel with us or ask people you've met previously what you should do, you'll get an idea. Ask other people. James had a general idea of who he could talk to, and that guy with the Pikachu did help him where Jessie and Meowth hadn't. Well, I won't ever go home, and traveling with you two is better than the nothing I have. Great. Ash smiled and nodded. My name is Ash Ketchum, and this is my partner, Pikachu. Serena nodded. My name is Serena Yvonne. You already know my first name, but I should introduce myself properly. James stood. My name is James Lewis. Grow-Live barked. This is my best friend, Grow-Live. He pulled out an old Pokeball. Speaking of which, I still have your Pokeball right here. He held it out to the puppy Pokemon, who sniffed the ball before hitting his nose against it, allowing himself to be sucked in. Well, we're already in Viridian Forest, and we were originally heading to Pewter City for Ash's first gym battle. Serena stated. Does that work for you, James? James nodded. I'm fine going wherever you two do. So, the three of them set off deeper into the forest. Viridian Forest. The group has been walking through Viridian Forest for about an hour, and to Ash's disappointment, he hasn't seen a Pokemon he could add to his team. Serena was just as lucky. Ash shook his canteen and sighed when there was no water inside. I don't know about you guys, but I'm out of water. Sorry about that. James stated. All my stuff was on the Meowth balloon. Don't worry, James. Serena stated. We understand. Ash and I are just a little down because we haven't really encountered any Pokemon for our teams. She took out her canteen and grabbed Ash's. Why don't you two set up for a break while I go fill these? Sounds like a plan to me. Ash stated. With Serena. Serena backtracked to a stream they passed earlier before kneeling and filling their canteens. Cater. Cater pie. Serena heard what sounded like a scared Pokemon. She set the canteens down, stood, and looked around. She soon spotted a small, scared bug stuck on a branch that was breaking. If she waited, Serena knew the branch would fall, and the little bug would be squished. Serena wasn't as agile as Ash, but she couldn't abandon this Pokemon. She managed to climb the tree and reached out her arm to the little bug. Serena managed to grab the little guy and place him on her shoulder before climbing down. During the whole event, the little bug was too scared to even move, and was on the verge of tears. Once back on solid ground, Serena was breathing, but she still held the bug in her arms. She was doing her best to comfort the little guy. It's alright, Cater Pie. Serena soon placed him on the ground and sat next to him. You're perfectly safe now. See Caterpie. The little bug stared at Serena before moving towards her and rubbing up against her side affectionately. Caterpie. It was no problem, little guy. Serena assured, which caused tears to come to Caterpie's eyes. Oh no, you're not hurt, are you? Caterpie let the tears fall as he tackled into Serena's stomach. She wasn't prepared for that and fell, causing a pokeball to roll along the ground. Caterpie snuggled into her stomach before noticing said pokeball. Serena smiled. Ah, affectionate little guy, aren't you? Caterpie ran over to the pokeball and touched it with his head. A red light engulfed the bug type, and he was SCKED inside. It immediately dinged, showing that he put up no resistance. Serena sat up and grabbed the pokeball in amazement. She couldn't believe that happened. She let the bug Pokemon out, who happily leapt onto her lap. You really want to come with me? Caterpie. Caterpie stated excitedly. This wasn't what I expected my first catch to be like. Serena smiled and pet the bug. I'm not complaining. I'm sure you'll be a great partner. She pulled out her Pokédex. Caterpie, the worm Pokemon. Its short feet are tipped with suction pads that enable it to tirelessly climb slopes and walls. When in danger, it will release a horrible stink for protection. Type, bug. Ability, run away. SEC, male. Current moves, tackle, string shot, bug bite, electro web. Alright, Caterpie, I've just got to finish getting water. Then, we can head back. Serena went back to the stream and picked up the canteens. Once we're back with my friends, I'll introduce you to them. With Ash and James. Pikachu was curled up nearby while Ash had Nidoran out and was throwing a ball for him. The poison Pokemon really liked to play. James was fixing his attire for the time being by removing the jacket and rolling up the sleeves. Hey James, I've been meaning to ask, but is Growlithe your only Pokemon? Ash inquired. No. James replied. I actually have a coughing as well. Huh, that's neat. Ash stated. Hey Ash, what made you help me back at the estate? James asked. It's just how I've always been. Ash threw the ball for his Pokemon. When someone is in trouble, I feel the need to help them. Without Serena, I probably wouldn't have realized how bad you had it. James nodded. I know I didn't say it back there, but it meant a lot that you were willing to help me. Also, that you didn't abandon me. Thank you. No problem. Ash nodded. Ash. James. Suddenly, they heard Serena excitedly shouting and saw her running towards them. Guys, I caught a Pokemon. She stopped near them with the biggest smile on her face. Ash gave her a toothy grin and thumbs up. That's awesome, Serena. He jumped to his feet. What did you catch? Have a look. Serena grabbed her Pokeball. Come on out and meet your new friends Caterpie. The little Pokemon was released. Oh, what a great Pokemon, Serena. Ash complimented. James nodded. It's a good Pokemon for a starting trainer. I'm glad you two like him. Serena knelt beside her Pokemon and let him climb onto her arm before standing. Caterpie, these are my traveling companions James and Ash. Caterpie took one look at them before climbing down Serena and hiding behind her. Huh, what's up with Caterpie? Ash asked. I think the little guy's shy. James voiced. It may take him time to warm up to us. Serena turned and crouched before her Pokemon. It's okay, Caterpie. These two are good guys, but you can take as much time as you like getting used to them. She understood what being shy was like, so she smiled at her new Pokemon. There's no need to rush yourself. Caterpie was all teary-eyed again. Down the road. The group returned their Pokemon and set off for a few more hours before deciding to set up camp. Fortunately, Ash's mother had packed an extra sleeping bag which he gave to James. Considering how gracious Ash and Serena had been, James made them tea and found fruit. It was times like this that they wished they had a cook. Serena did ask her mom to teach her once, but Grace claimed she only wanted to know to impress Ash. Whether or not it was true, it was embarrassing. Almost all the Pokemon weren't too fond of their food. James took note of this and picked up a piece of the food before sniffing it. Just as I thought. What's up, James? Ash asked. It's the food. James sighed. Almost all of it is bland, and that won't do for our Pokemon. He looked at it. This also seems to be store-bought, which isn't the best it could be. That may be, but we don't really have the skills to make our own. Serena stated. I can make poke food, but I'm used to making it for poison types. James nodded. Once we reach Pewter City, I could contact my grandparents. Your grandparents? Ash and Serena questioned, a little fearful for the guy. Oh, don't worry. James smiled. My grandparents, and the times I would visit them, were the highlight of my childhood. Nanny and Pop-Pop are some of the kindest people you could meet. They take care of injured Pokemon and had recipes for all types. It's good to hear you at least had them to treat you well. Serena stated. Ash nodded. You really could make better Pokemon food? Back with Jessie and Meowth, Jessie usually cooked for us while I made our poison types food. James nodded. Once I have recipes, I'm certain I can get it down. Well, thanks in advance, James. Ash stated. Serena nodded. Yeah, I'm glad we won't have to give our Pokemon bland food much longer. Once finished, Ash and Serena stepped away to change into their bedwear. Morning. The next morning, Serena woke up first, and stepped away to change. Not too long after, her Caterpie started crying out, Cater. Caterpie. Caterpie. Ash and James bolted awake to see a big bird Pokemon chasing Caterpie around. Normally, Ash would scan the new Pokemon with his Pokédex, but his friend's Caterpie was in trouble. James, get Caterpie. Ash shouted. I'm on it. James declared. He rushed in to secure the bug and rolled just under the diving Pokemon, managing to scope him up. This caught the Pidgeotto off guard. Pikachu, use Thunder Shock while she's distracted. Ash instructed. Pikachu fired a bolt of electricity towards Pidgeotto, nailing the bird Pokemon in the back and causing heavy damage as she crashed into the ground. Pokeball, go! Ash shouted. He threw the Pokeball and it hit the bird Pokemon. She was SCKED inside before it shook back and forth multiple times. After a few minutes, the ball stopped wiggling and dinged, showing it was a successful capture. All right. Ash cheered as he ran and picked up his new Pokeball. I just caught a Pidgeotto. Ash held the Pokeball out in one hand and flashed a V sign with the other. Pikachu struck his pose along with his trainer. With the battle over, Ash went to his bag and pulled out his Pokédex before scanning the Pokeball. Pidgeotto, an evolved form of Pidgey. It is armed with sharp claws and dives from the sky to capture its prey. Unlike the gentler Pidgey, Pidgeotto can be dangerous. Approach with extreme caution. Type, normal flying. Ability, keen eye. SEC, female. Current moves, tackle, quick attack, gust, wing attack, sand attack, agility. Good job on the capture, Ash. James stated as he approached with Caterpie in his arms. Serena returned after having changed. What's going on? Ash explained what happened and Serena was immensely thankful. She then took Caterpie and showed her little bug a lot of love for the terror he had to experience. Ash got ready to let his Pokemon out, but not before making sure Serena knew. Ash held out the Pokeball and let Pidgeotto out. The female bird was breathing heavily with electricity still going through her body since she had been paralyzed. Ash saw this and frowned. He got out his medical kit and sprayed her with a paralyze heal. Pidgeotto was shocked. She had tried to eat his friend's Pokemon, yet this human was healing her. Ash put the paralyze heal back in the kit and took out a super potion which he sprayed on her. There you go, Pidgeotto. Ash smiled. Do you feel better? Pidgeotto nodded. Pidgeotto. Glad you're better. Ash smiled. I'm Ash, and this is my partner, Pikachu. He pointed to his friends. That's James, Serena, and Serena's Caterpie. He took out a canister of poke food and held it for his new Pokemon. I know you were hungry, but from now on tell me. Pidgeotto didn't quite know what to make of this, but she could accept considering this human was willingly giving her food. Ash put the canister down and Pidgeotto dug in. Now, I think I better get changed. Once he returned, Pidgeotto apologized to Serena's Caterpie. From there, the group fed their other Pokemon and had breakfast themselves. Sure enough, it wasn't long before they set off once more. Later. The group was walking along when a boy with Soon, it'll be time for my first gym battle. Before we head into the city, would it be alright to take a break? James was breathing because a suit really wasn't the way to travel long distances unless you had a car. I need to rest. Ash would have gladly given the guy a spare set of his clothes, but they weren't the same size. Sure, that should be fine. Ash stated. Look, there are some rocks we can rest on over there. Serena voiced. The group walked over to several large rocks, which were surprisingly smooth, and took a seat. I can't wait to sleep in a nice, warm bed. James commented. Ash's stomach growled. I can't wait to eat something other than fruit and sandwiches. Hey Ash, do you think you're ready for your first gym battle? Serena asked. Yeah. Ash replied. Pikachu, Nidoran, and Pidgeotto can win that batch. I would rethink your strategy to some extent, Ash. James stated. I heard Pewter's gym specializes in rock-type Pokemon. Even if you are set on those 3 Pokemon, you should endeavor to teach them moves that are effective against that type. Well, type matchups aren't everything. Ash then remembered the battle with Butch and Cassidy. Still, perhaps a little training wouldn't hurt. He nodded. Yeah, tomorrow we'll prepare for Pewter Gym. So, you're planning on challenging Brock, are you? A new voice spoke. A man appeared, behind Ash, practically out of nowhere. He was sat Indian style on a larger rock behind the group. Why yeah. Why? Ash nervously asked. He didn't know why, but this guy was giving him bad vibes. When Ash looked to Serena and James, they seemed to be thinking the same. No reason. The man replied. I just know Brock's strong. I don't think you stand a chance. How would you know? Serena butted in. How dare he put her Ash down like that? Just trust me. My name's Flint, by the way. The man replied as he jumped down from the rock. Also, those are my rocks you're on. Your rocks? James questioned. Yes. Flint nodded. I run a rock selling service. The three trainers' sweat dropped at that. A man has to make a living somehow. Right. Ash stretched. Anyways, I don't care how strong Brock is. I came here for a boulder badge, and that's what I'm leaving with. Serena smiled and blushed since she loved Ash's determination. If that is how you feel, I guess I could show you the way eventually. Flint offered. For tonight, I can show you to the Pokemon Center. Ash shrugged. Alright, let's go. He stood and Pikachu jumped onto his shoulder. Serena moved behind Ash since she didn't trust this man, and it gave her an excuse to be closer to Ash. James didn't need any protection, so he'd be keeping an eye on his younger companions. By the way, that'll be 5 poke dollars each for resting on my rocks. Flint explained while holding out his hand. The trainers and Pikachu's sweat dropped, however, they did hand the money over before setting off with their guide. Martin, I could be all mysterious here, but I won't. Jessie and Meowth didn't really feel the power of Pikachu, nor did Butch and Cassidy as those two escaped on their own. That said, the Team Rocket storyline is by no means dropped. Trust me on that. Elemental Aura, thanks for the worry and rest assured that I am taking breaks. As for Serena, the battle chateau seemed to fit considering I actually need some experience writing battles before making them look nice for things like contest or showcases. No problem on Butch and Cassidy's motto. As for Jessie and Meowth, Nitro and I are undecided at this time. We must discuss that. Unfortunately for James, he's not getting a new attire until he gets to Pewter City. It's safer considering who's potentially that way. You make some great points on how James can be a further help to his hand Serena. As for Jezebel, again that line about following him to the ends of the earth was in canon, but I do intend to use it much sooner than the anime did. I'll be sure to keep rocket shipping in mind and see where it goes. Pokemon Center. After Flint left the group at the Pokemon Center, they ate a proper meal. Once they were full, the group got a room, changed into their nightwear, and got a long sleep in. The next morning, they woke up, got ready, and ate breakfast. They then went their separate ways to perform their own tasks. Ash had to train, James needed new clothes and had to contact his grandparents, and Serena volunteered to buy all the supplies they would need. Battlefield. Ash went straight to the battlefield where he let his 3 Pokemon out. Alright, our first gym battle is coming up, so we got to be ready for rock types. Let's. Hey, it's a Pidgeotto. A new voice spoke from behind him. That is cool. Ash turned to face a boy maybe a year older than himself. He had medium length, messy brown hair and matching eyes. His attire consisted of a red and white cap with black accents, a blue jacket with a black undershirt, black cargo briefs, and red boots. Sorry, but you are? Ash asked. The boy was checking out Pidgeotto with his Pokédex. While Ash didn't mind that, it'd be nice for the guy to introduce himself first. The boy fell over in embarrassment. Sorry about that. He nervously laughed as he stood. My name is Hilbert Monta from Navima Town. Navima Town? Ash shrugged. Never heard of it. I'm not surprised. Hilbert stated. It's a town in the Unova region. Huh, neat. Ash nodded. So, are you here for a gym battle? Already had it. Callum smirked as he pulled out his badge case. Inside there were 4 badges, a pink heart, a multicolored circle, a red flame, and a gray rough-edged rock circle. Oh wow, you've already got 4 badges. Ash exclaimed in amazement. Yeah. Hilbert smiled. I've been in Kanto for 6 months now since I decided I wanted my next journey to be in a different region. My current plan is to head on down to Pallet Town. Really? That's where I'm from. Ash realized he hadn't introduced himself. Sorry, I'm Ash Ketchum. Nice to meet ya. Hilbert replied. How about you? Got any badges? I'm actually going for my first. Ash replied. I just want to make sure my Pokemon are ready by teaching them some moves. I can see that if these are the Pokemon you're using. Ash thought Hilbert was putting his team down and frowned, which the Unova trainer quickly realized. Oh, I didn't mean anything bad by it. In fact, you should be praised for thinking ahead. It's actually thanks to my friends talking me into it that I decided on some training. Ash pulled out his Pokédex. I'm just not certain what moves I should teach each of them or how to go about it, to be honest. Yeah, that can be rough. Hilbert crossed his arms and looked at Ash's Pokemon. You know, I have Pokemon with moves your Pokemon could learn. If you wanted, I could help you train them for the gym match. You'd really do that? Ash asked. Sure. Hilbert nodded. I can respect a trainer who wants to win with the Pokemon he's got, so I might as well give them the best chance I can. That is, if you wouldn't mind some pointers. Like I said, I'm not sure what to train my Pokemon on, so I'd appreciate the help. Ash stated. Alright, I think I have just the Pokemon to help yours. Hilbert stated. Come on out, Braviary, Cubchoo, and Simisear. The three Pokemon appeared and Ash brought out his Pokédex. Simisear, the Ember Pokemon and evolved form of Pansear. Simisear loves to eat sweets which sustain the fire that burns inside his body. Cubchoo, the Chill Pokemon. Cubchoo evolves into Beartic. Its constantly runny nose is the source of its energy and its sniffles power its moves. Braviary, the valiant Pokemon, and the evolved form of Rufflet. Because of its devotion to its friends, Braviary will continue battling, even after sustaining injury. Those are some cool Pokemon. Ash stated, amazed. What can they teach my Pokemon? I'll show you one by one. Hilbert smiled. Pikachu needs to pay close attention to Simisear, Nidoran needs to pay close attention to Cubchoo, and Pidgeotto needs to pay close attention to Braviary. You hear that, guys? Ash looked at his Pokemon. Pay close attention to the Pokemon Hilbert listed off. Pidgeotto, Nidoran, Pikachu. Alright, Simisear, show them your iron tail aimed at the ground. Hilbert declared. Simisear jumped into the air as his tail glowed with steel energy. The fire chimp then came down hard, kicking up dust. When he got up, it revealed a nice dent in the ground. Pika. Pikachu was looking from Simisear to his tail and started moving it about. Pikachu. Next up, use Ice Beam on the ground, Cubchoo. Hilbert declared. Cub. A small ball of ice energy formed in Cubchoo's mouth. Chew. He fired off the beam, hitting the ground and covering it in ice. Nidoran. Nidoran opened his mouth and breathed to no effect. Finally, you're up, Braviary. Hilbert called out. Fly up and aim for the boulder over there with steel wing. The majestic bird flew into the air as her wings gained a steel sheen. Said bird then flew at a boulder and hit it with her wings, causing it to crumble. Pidgeotto looked from Braviary's wings, which were starting to revert to normal, to her own. She spread them out and concentrated. Pidge. Ash and Hilbert looked at her and were amazed as her wings glowed with steel energy before instantly returning to normal. Whoa, that's amazing, Pidgeotto. Ash praised with a smile. I'll say. Hilbert nodded. This Pidgeotto of yours must be well trained to even begin picking up a move that fast. Ash walked over and rubbed his hand along his bird. I actually caught her not too long ago. Ash explained. She was in Viridian Forest and already a Pidgeotto. Wow, what a lucky find. Hilbert nodded. Now, we should get to training properly. He held out his hand. Let's have our Pokemon pair off and work with them together to build their strength for their assigned moves. Ash shook the offered hand. Sounds good to me. Inside the Pokemon Center. After finally buying some new clothes, James entered the Pokemon Center. He now wore a white, no-sleeved shirt under a black trench coat with matching breathes and lavender belt. He sat before the video phone and called his grandparents. They answered and James was staring at an older couple who had lost height in their old age. They both had gray hair with the man having a mustache, and their faces portrayed true kindness while their attire evoked caregivers. Hey Nanny and Pop Pop. James stated hesitantly. My, if it isn't our little James. Nanny stated fondly. James sighed relieved. I'm so glad to see you too. It's nice to see you too. Pop Pop stated. Nanny nodded. In such good health as well. You know, we heard from your folks that you'd gotten engaged. Pop Pop stated. Yeah, but you know how they can be. James shook his head. They faked their deaths and got a couple of my friends to bring me into their trap. Fortunately, I managed to escape with the help of some new friends of mine. Yeah, that sounds like them. Nanny stated. Pop Pop spoke up. Now, you spoke about friends of yours. Nanny and I would love to meet them. Are they there with you now? Oh, well, my old friends and I sort of parted ways while my new friends are busy. James scratched his face. Sorry. Ah, it's quite all right, dearie. Nanny stated. We're only glad you're traveling with someone. A journey is always more enjoyable with people around you. Now, we're always happy to hear from you, James, but we can tell you seem rather troubled. Pop Pop stated. Is there something weighing on your mind? Yeah. James sighed. My last attempt at a dream seems to have ended, and I have no idea what I should do now. Well, we've been telling you for years that you have a way with Pokemon. Nanny stated. That's no lie. Pop Pop smiled fondly. Why, when you came to visit us, you were always a huge help around the Pokemon. Perhaps you should focus on that for a change. I did love that Pokemon house you had. James smiled fondly. Helping you take care of the injured Pokemon and playing with the healed Pokemon were always highlights of my visits. You were quick to pick up on the basics of poke food making as well. Nanny smiled. You seem to inherit the gift your father never had. Why, with your skills you could become a great breeder. Pop Pop stated. A Pokemon breeder, huh? James questioned. That, a watcher, or perhaps a great professor. Nanny stated. Your way with Pokemon and poke food making could apply to all three or more. If you wanted, we could recommend books full of information. Even if you don't want those, it couldn't hurt to look. That is true. James nodded with a smile. You two are right. Lamenting over my dreams isn't going to help me find something new to pursue. Yes, I think I'd like that information, and if it's not too much trouble, could you give me your recipes for poke food? We'd be happy to, James. Nanny stated. Battlefield, later. Simisear was currently coaching Pikachu as he picked up a rock tied to his tail repeatedly. Braviary and Pidgeotto were in the air as the latter focused on maintaining the steel energy around her wings, and Nidoran was studying Cubchoo as he generated ice. Look at them go. Ash smiled. Your Pokemon have really lit a fire in my team. There was no guarantee, but sometimes all it takes is to see something to inspire you. Hilbert stated. Say Hilbert, would you mind hanging around to watch my gym battle with Brock? Ash asked. I'd love to. Hilbert replied. Though I do have to ask why. You're an experienced trainer, so it'd be great to have your eyes there. Ash smiled. No matter how things turn out, you'd be able to give me some pointers. How could I refuse that? Hilbert nodded. I know stuff like that has helped me. Great. Ash realized it was roughly noon, and his group had agreed to meet up for lunch around this time. "Oh, I need to meet up with my friends. You should come with, and we can eat together." "Sounds great," Hilbert stated. They returned their Pokémon while Ash obviously kept Pikachu out. "Ready to go?" "Yeah, but isn't Pikachu going in his Pokeball?" Hilbert asked. "Nah." Ash shook his head. "Pikachu doesn't like his Pokeball, so he hangs out on my shoulder." He held up his hand. "Isn't that right, buddy?" "Pikachu." Pikachu replied as he used his tail to high-five his trainer. Hilbert smiled at the interaction. Pokémon Center. Ash and Hilbert spotted his traveling companions in a booth, so the boys made their way over. "Hey Ash." James greeted. "You were out there for quite some time training." "Yeah, well, I found a guy who could help teach my Pokémon some awesome new moves for the gym." Ash presented his new friend. "By the way, this is Hilbert Monta." "Hilbert, they are Serena and James." Hilbert nodded with a smile. "Glad to meet you." The boys sat down with Ash sitting next to Serena and Hilbert sitting next to James. Through some explanation and general chatting, the group got to know Hilbert. The guy even spoke about his full team consisting of Samurott, Simisear, Braviary, Cubchoo, Girder, and Galvantula. Battlefield, 1 week later. Ash and Hilbert stood outside as Ash had his Pokémon ready to show off the fruits of their training. "You ready, guys?" All 3 Pokémon declared they were. "Great! Pikachu, use Iron Tail on that nearby rock." Pikachu's tail glowed with steel energy as he neared the rock and swung his tail demolishing it. "Nidoran, use Ice Beam on the rubble." The Poison Point Pokémon opened his mouth letting loose a beam of ice which froze the rubble. "Perfect. You're up last, Pidgeotto. Hit the ice with Steel Wing." Pidgeotto ascended into the air and coated her wings with steel energy before diving into the ice with powerful slices. "Yeah, you 3 were awesome." Ash ran forward and his Pokémon grouped around him as they celebrated their success. Hilbert nodded with a proud smile. "Those 3 are ready." Streets of Pewter. With training done, and Ash ensuring his Pokémon were healed, the entire group set out to find Flint, who was now leading them to the gym. "Hey Flint, do you know anything about the gym leader other than his name and specialty?" Ash asked. "Yeah, he's really strong, but he doesn't actually want to be a gym leader," Flint stated. "How come?" Serena asked. His good-for-nothing father left his family to become a trainer, leaving Brock to look after his 9 siblings and run the family gym. Flint explained. "He enjoys battling but always wished to go further. His dream is to become a rock specialist of an Elite Four." "I feel sorry for the guy," James declared. "Yeah." Hilbert agreed. "I kind of feel bad about battling him now." Everyone looked down. Flint saw this and sweat dropped. "Don't worry. Brock is a good sport and would want you to take this battle seriously." Ash nodded in understanding. Burying his ultimate dream has hurt him though. "Hey Flint, how do you know so much about Brock?" Hilbert asked. That I heard stories." Flint nervously replied. Although the group was skeptical, they decided to accept that answer. The group continued their walk for another 5 minutes before they came up to the front of a building. "Here it is," Flint announced. "Pewter Gym." The group were unable to come up with the words to describe the building's design for a moment. "At least we know he takes his type seriously," Serena finally stated. "Let's not waste time standing around." Ash spoke up. "There's a gym badge waiting for me." Pewter Gym. The group of 4 walked into the gym and were surprised to find all the lights were off. "I wonder what's going on?" Serena questioned, a little scared. "I don't know," Ash replied. "Maybe the power is out." Hilbert chuckled to himself, which caused James to raise an eyebrow. "What's so funny?" Before he could answer, a light turned on at the back of the room. It lit up, revealing a teenage boy who sat Indian style on a rock. Ash, Serena, and James found it a little eerie how similar he looked to Flint when they met. He has dark brown hair which stuck out in every direction, tan skin, and squinty eyes. His attire consisted of a dark green vest over a bright orange shirt, mud brown trousers, and jet black trainers. "Are you the gym leader, Brock?" Ash asked. "I am." Brock replied in an echoing voice. "Well, I'm Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town," Ash announced. "I've come for a gym battle." Brock raised an eyebrow as he glanced at the electric mouse. "Is that your Pikachu?" "Yes, he is," Ash replied. It's still in its cutest stage," Brock commented. "What do you mean?" Ash asked with a hint of anger. Brock smirked as he stood up. "I mean it can't win. For your information, Pikachu can take on any of your Pokémon," Ash declared. "All my Pokémon can. We've trained for this and are ready." Pikachu's cheeks sparked. "Pika. Well, as the gym leader I must accept all challenges." Brock put on a neutral face. "Be warned, I do not lose easily, and I hope you are ready for a 3-on-3 battle. We can handle anything you throw at us," Ash declared. "Before we start, will this be your first badge?" Brock asked. "Yes," Ash replied. "Well then, the Pokémon I use will be the ones I've raised myself," Brock stated. "I must ask your friends to go up the staircase, so that they do not get in the way of the battle." Ash turned to face his friends. Hilbert and James wished him luck before ascending the staircase. "Good luck, Ash." Serena spoke with a sweet tone. "I know you'll do great." "Thanks, Serena." Ash gave her a thumbs up with a toothy grin. "I'm sure I will win with your support." Serena blushed and turned to make her way up the stairs. "Hey James, are they?" Hilbert began. "Together?" James finished. "No, but Serena does seem to have a crush on him." Hilbert nodded. He knew Ash was a good kid, and he certainly treats his Pokémon well. That Serena girl seemed like a good person. Yeah, he could support them. As Serena reached the balcony, she got a bright idea and brought out Cater Pie. "What are you doing, Serena?" James questioned. "I'm worried Cater Pie will choke during a battle and get hurt due to his shy nature," Serena stated. "I thought watching a gym battle might motivate him to take it seriously." "That's not a bad idea," Hilbert stated. "I'm certain Cater Pie could learn a lot." Cater Pie crawled up his trainer's arm and perched on her shoulder. Together, trainer and Pokemon watched the battlefield as Ash took his place in the trainer's box. The field was covered in rocks. "You got this, Ash," Serena shouted. Ash nodded to her, and Serena blushed in response. Brock stared at the two and smiled sadly. He wished he had a person he was close to like that. Sure, he had his siblings, but he was more of a father figure than anything else. "My little brother, Forrest, will referee our battle," Brock informed. "He is currently in training to take over as gym leader when he's old enough." A boy who looked like Brock, although shorter and younger, took his place on the ref box. The battle between Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town, and gym leader Brock Harrison of Pewter Gym is about to begin. It will be a 3-on-3 battle with an official Boulder badge on the line. Only the challenger can substitute Pokémon. Begin when ready. As gym leader, I shall show my Pokémon first. Brock gripped his Pokeball. Geodude, go. Brock sent out a rock with 2 arms and a face, so Ash took out his Pokédex. Geodude, the rock Pokémon. Geodude is often found on mountain roads with half of its body buried in the ground so it can observe mountain travelers. "Alright buddy, this is it. Our first gym battle." Ash whispered to Pikachu. "You okay holding off for now?" Pikachu jumped down to Ash's side. Pi. Pika. Ash nodded and gripped Nidorann's Pokeball. Nidoran, I choose you. The Poison Point Pokemon appeared before Ash with clear determination. Nidoran. I suppose I should have expected a Pokemon like that given your Pikachu. Brock shook his head. A poison Pokemon is just as bad or worse than your Pikachu. We'll see about that. Ash replied angrily. Begin. Forest shouted. Ash vs Brock, P. 1. Geodude, Rock Throw. Brock commanded. Geodude picked up a big rock from the ground and threw it at Nidoran. Dodge it. Ash panicked, and Nidoran was barely able to dodge. That was close. Nidoran used Leer. Nidoran leered at Geodude, who wasn't affected emotionally, but its defense lowered by a stage. Brock raised an eyebrow since most trainers would go on the offensive. Very good, Ash. Brock nodded. You might provide a challenge after all. Geodude, follow there. You've done nothing wrong. The fact is, I love my siblings. All I want is for you to contact me if you come across any rock trainers with experience on your journey. Ash was about to say something when the gym doors opened, and Flint walked in. Flint, what are you doing here? The group, minus Brock, asked. Flint ignored them and came to stand before Brock. Without a word, he pulled off his beard, revealing it was fake, and took off his hat. With those items gone, Flint looked like an older Brock. Son, I'm sorry. Flint was cut off by a mean right hook delivered by Brock. The man fell to the ground holding his hurt left cheek. It looked like Brock was going in for another blow, but Hilbert and Ash restrained him. Still, Brock struggled. Brock, let him speak. James spoke up. Brock stopped struggling, but he was clearly angry. Why? Look, I know a thing or two about terrible parents. James replied, causing Brock to give him a hard stare. My parents only wanted me to be what they wanted and never took my feelings into consideration. They still don't. They want me to be a gentleman of society. I've always wanted freedom to find my own dream and be my own person. All my life, I wanted to hear those words your father said, and for them to mean it. They never have, but your father does. You don't have to forgive him, but at least hear him out. Brock calmed down and looked to Flint. All right, what do you have to say? Brock, I'm sorry. Flint stated. Because of me, you had to grow up too fast. I left all of you, and held you back from your dream. However, I want to make it up to all of you. I know what I did was unforgivable, but I want you to go on a journey. I'll stay here and do the job I should have been doing all this time. Brock never thought this day would come and expected to see all his siblings off on their journeys before he ever got to go on one of his own. Now, his father was here and at least trying. I forgive you. Brock finally stated. Brock, Flint began, surprised. Brock held up a hand. Just because I forgave you, doesn't mean the others will. I know, but I will do everything in my power to make it up to them as well. Flint promised. Before that, I should tell you some things. Brock stated with a hard glare. I understand. Flint stated. The father was bracing himself for a deserved scolding, but he was confused when Brock handed him a notepad and pen. The gym leader then went on to list several responsibilities, tips, recipes, schedules, and anything else related to the gym or his siblings. Everyone was in shock that a teenager could do so much, let alone remember it off the top of his head. Flint was struggling to write it all down. After Brock reintroduced Flint to his siblings, he packed and went to the Pokemon Center. On the road, Ash and his group went to the Pokemon Center themselves, with Ash giving his Pokemon to Nurse Joy for healing. Once they arrived, the group waved Hilbert off as he continued his journey. When Ash's Pokémon were healed, the group left the city. Hey guys! Brock was running after them. Wait a minute. The group stopped and Brock caught his breath as they turned to face him. Thank Arceus I caught you. Did we leave something at the gym? Ash asked. No. Nothing like that. Brock assured. I just wanted to know if I could travel with you guys. At Brock's request, Ash turned to his traveling companions. James and Serena nodded, showing that they'd welcome him along. Ash didn't have a problem with it, however, certain thoughts were going through his mind. Ash remembered how Pikachu was defeated in Viridian, and how good having Hilbert around to help him was. They don't have a problem with it, however, I have one condition before you can join us. What is it? Brock asked curiously. I want you to be my coach. Ash replied. Train me to be stronger. James and Serena didn't think Ash would request such a thing. Is that all? Brock smiled. Being your coach will allow me to grow as well, so I have no reason to deny you. He held out his hand. I agree. The two of them shook on it. So, where is our next destination? Not sure. Ash shrugged. Guess wherever has the closest gym. Don't forget the Battle Chateau. Serena chimed in with a friendly smile. I think I'm ready to challenge one again. Especially if I get a little training on the road. Brock pulled out a map of Kanto. How about Cerulean City? It's got a gym which specializes in water types, and its own Battle Chateau. Plus, it's just through Empty Moon, so we could make it in about a week. Ash and Serena looked at each other, smiled, and nodded. Given their reactions, it sounds like our next destination is set. James declared. So, the group set off on their journey once more, with Brock getting to know more about his new traveling companions. On the road. It has been days since Brock joined the group, and he got on well with everyone. They learned he was an amazing chef, and he took it upon himself to cook every meal while they were on the road. While he became the chef of the people, James became a chef for the Pokémon. Thanks to the recipes from his grandparents, he was picking up how to best make poke food rather quickly. By the end of the 4th day, he had deduced what type of food each Pokémon liked. Back to Brock, he was making a real effort to learn about his new companions. First, there was Ash. The young trainer's battle had impressed the gym leader, and their current training was starting to bear fruit as the Palette native was eager to learn. Secondly, there was Serena. She was a nice girl, and obviously he wouldn't try to hit on her. Mainly because of their age difference. Although, he was extremely jealous to learn she has a crush on Ash because he always dreamed of finding his soul mate. To learn a kid, 5 years younger than him, has a girl in the palm of his hands was upsetting to say the least. Doubly so when said guy was completely dense to the girl's feelings. Lastly, there was James. First, he learned about the guy's past with Team Rocket. While it was a change born out of necessity, he could respect that James was giving a more honest life a genuine chance. It did help that he learned about the guy's parents. If James kept on the straight and narrow, Brock wasn't going to have any problems. Currently, it was just past midday, and the group was in a Pokémon Center about half a mile from the entrance to Empty Moon. It was upon entering that the group saw the first instance of Brock's flirtatious side. The rest of the group's sweat dropped and only did so again when his own Rhyhorn appeared to jab him in the stomach before walking off with him. Okay guys. James stated, drawing their attention. We can either wait here until tomorrow, leaving us a full day to explore Empty Moon, or set out today. I think. Serena tried, but she was nervous. The poor girl wasn't too fond of dark, creepy caves. Still, going now and getting it over with sounded best to her. I say we head off right away. Ash spoke up. The sooner we leave, the sooner we get to Cerulean City and my second gym badge. I have no qualms with either option. James stated simply. He knew Meowth and Jessie left him behind, however, he still missed them. Jessie always took them where she wanted, but he didn't mind. Sure, he got into arguments with her, but that was more for fun than getting them to go where he wanted. Still, traveling with these three hadn't been all that bad. They were a great group and certainly easygoing. Given the fact that his wanted poster wasn't up, people were a lot friendlier. At this point, he wasn't certain which style of travel he preferred. Guess that settles it. Ash cheerfully stated. Empty Moon, here we come. Ash jumped to his feet and Pikachu leapt onto his shoulder before the group set off. Entrance to Empty Moon, later. The group could eventually see the entrance to Empty Moon. There it is. Ash shouted excitedly. He ran off, causing Serena to giggle before following him. Ash, wait up. Brock shouted. He tried to catch up with James running alongside him. As Ash and Pikachu closed in, they noticed a strange sight. The inside of the cave was lit up. As they drew closer, the pair heard an ear-piercing noise stopping them in their tracks. Then, a bunch of Zubat came flying out. Ash! Look out! Serena shouted in fear. She brought out her Pokédex as the Zubat were screeching loudly. Zubat, blind Pokémon with supersonic powers. Zubat live in caves and hate to fly outside in daylight. Ash and Pikachu covered their ears and fell to their knees. It looked like they were screaming in pain but couldn't be heard over the supersonic. Pikachu's cheeks sparked with electricity before letting Thundershock rip. It caught the Zubat, and Ash, before Pikachu fell exhausted. The trainer was trying to recover. Pikachu, thank you. Serena and Brock ran up to Ash and Pikachu to check that they were okay. Serena put Ash in a recovery position while Brock did the same for Pikachu. Both could see James moving out of the corner of their eyes. He threw a Pokeball, and it looked like he caught a Pokemon. Their suspicions were confirmed when they heard the ding signifying a catch. They then watched as James picked the Pokeball up. Instead of doing a pose, he simply smiled and calmly released the Pokemon. It was one of the Zubat who he introduced himself to with a friendly smile. The guy then took out a medical kit and began healing the little bat with a potion and paralyze heal. After his new Pokemon was healed, James came over to the group to help with Ash and Pikachu. Congratulations, James. Serena smiled as James checked over the pair. Yeah, congratulations on your catch. Brock added with a smile. Though I got to ask why you decided to catch a Zubat. Well, I've been reading about being a Pokemon breeder, and it sounds like the perfect dream for me to pursue. I also read that taking Zubat to its final evolution of Crobat takes a genuinely caring trainer. James explained. I figured it would be great for marking my progress. It took about 10 minutes, but Ash and Pikachu recovered, however, they weren't as energetic. Still, the group decided to venture into the cave. Empty Moon. As the group were walking through the cave, they noticed that the light came from man-made lanterns on the walls. This was bad as it disturbed the Pokemon who lived there. The Zubat alone relied on the dark to cover themselves while hunting prey with supersonic. The lights in the lanterns also made the narrow cave paths quite hot. That dried out Pokemon like Paras and Geodude. While it made navigation easier, it was not worth the suffering of the Pokemon. This is horrible. James declared. Whoever put these lanterns up are causing these Pokemon great pain. Since his talk with his grandparents, and traveling with this group, James' sympathy had risen. I know what you mean. Serena hissed. Whoever put these up are pure evil. She may not be a fan of wandering around a dark cave, but she would rather that than see the Pokemon suffer. I say we take down these lanterns. Ash declared with determination. I get where you three are coming from, and I want to help the Pokemon as well, however, taking each one down could lead to injury. Brock reasoned. That or attract whoever put them up before we're finished. While they were trying to formulate a plan, Pikachu saw what looked like metal wire connecting the lanterns. This gave the Pokemon an idea. He climbed up Ash's body and ended up on his head where he could reach one of the wires. "Hey guys, what's Pikachu doing?" Serena asked with confusion. Everyone turned to the electric type as he reached for the wire. Before anyone could speak, Pikachu touched the wire and sent a powerful shock through it. The electricity ran through the wire, destroying all the lanterns one after another. "Pika!" Pikachu happily declared. Ash smiled. "Good job, Pikachu." Sure, the lanterns were still on the wall, but they can't be relit thanks to the damage. Well, that's the lanterns dealt with. However, the people that put them up are likely still around. Brock reasoned. Good point. Ash nodded. We should find whoever put them up. Hey Ash, are you sure that's a good idea? Serena asked nervously. It was one thing to help Pokemon in need, but it was another to take on bad people deliberately. I'm with Serena, Ash. Brock spoke up. This could be dangerous. Maybe it is dangerous, but we can't do nothing. James agreed with Ash. Who knows how else they'll hurt the Pokemon here. Plus, we need to go through the cave to reach Cerulean anyways. Ash added. Brock and Serena sighed. Alright Ash. Serena smiled as she joined James and Ash's side. I know I can't stop you, but I won't let you do this alone. Thanks Serena. Ash gave his signature thumbs up and toothy grin. You're the best. This caused Serena to blush. I can't say I'm a fan of this idea, but if we move now, maybe we'll have the element of surprise. Brock spoke. He joined the group as well. Great, now all we got to do is follow the lanterns to find who's behind this. Ash stated happily. Not to nitpick, but how do we follow them when we can't see past out noses? Brock asked. Don't worry, I got this. James withdrew a Pokeball. Come on out coughing and use Flash. James released his purple Pokemon and his body glowed, giving the group a decent light source. Coughing. Neat, so that's your coughing. Ash stated. He pulled out his Pokédex. Coughing, the poison gas Pokemon. Coughing hovers in the air, thanks to the poisonous gases it contains, which have a foul odor and can explode. So, the group set off ready to avenge the wild Pokemon. Later. After what felt like an eternity, the group could hear voices ahead. James recognized one of them. Proton. You know this person? Serena whispered. Under my former boss, he's one of the scariest and cruelest guys in Team Rocket. James whispered back. Team Rocket. Ash hissed under his breath. Do you guys have more experience with Team Rocket than just the group James was part of? Brock asked. A pair of them attacked Viridian's Pokemon Center. Serena explained angrily. You mean they put my lovely Nurse Joy in danger? Brock exclaimed angrily. Everyone in the group sweat dropped. So much for the element of surprise. 3 Rocket grunts and Proton came down the hall. Proton has teal hair and similarly colored eyes. His uniform consists of an open-collared black shirt with yellow stripes, black briefs, a white belt, white gloves, and a black flat cap. Well, looks like a group of insignificant Rattata came to play. Proton stated. You 4. He noticed James. You look familiar. He shook his head. It doesn't matter. That was just like Proton. He didn't take the time to know anyone weaker than him. As such, he only knew his fellow executives, the boss, and the strong among the opposition. If he had a plan to escape, it was mere coincidence that it helped you escape as well. You 4 are intruding on Team Rocket business. Proton took out a Pokeball as did the grunts. For that, you will be met with our might. Leave Proton to me. James stated. I have some personal business with him. The other 3 could agree to that, so they spread out to take on the grunts. Teach this weakling a lesson, Zubat. Proton declared. Coughing, stay above and give us light. James then gripped a pokeball. Growly, let's show him our strength. James vs Proton, p. 1. Show that mutt who's boss with Twister. Proton ordered. A twister of dragon energy launched at Growly. Growly, dispel that attack with your flamethrower. James instructed. Then, launch up at that bat with flame wheel. Growly let loose flames from his mouth, destroying the twister before cloaking himself in fire and running at Zubat. The puppy jumped and smashed into the bat, knocking him to the ground. He landed atop it. Finish this with a bite. James commanded. Growly sunk his teeth into the bat, which screeched in pain before fainting. Empty moon. Lucky move. Proton declared angrily. Return Zubat. He then took his remaining Pokeball out. Ghastly, show this mongrel why you don't mess with Team Rocket. Ash, Serena, and Brock had Pikachu, Eevee, and Geodude facing down Rattata, Ekans, and Sandshrew, respectively. Those three were handling their opposition well. Alright Growly, let's keep up the pace. James declared. James vs Proton, p. 2. Growly attacked Ghastly with Flame Wheel. James ordered. Growly once more cloaked himself in fire and launched at the ghost, batting it away. Proton smirked. Give that mongrel a taste of your payback. Ghastly glowed with dark energy before Growly did the same and cried out in pain. Growly. James panicked. What your mud is feeling is payback. Proton declared. Its strength doubles if my Pokemon is attacked first. Now, use hypnosis to put our opposition to bed. Ghastly appeared before Growly and sent out physic waves which washed over the pup, putting him to bed. Finish with Hex. No, get up Growly. James called out. The pup stayed asleep and was inflicted with ghostly energy that had him crying in pain before he fell with swirls in his eyes. Empty moon. By this point, the grunts had fallen to Ash and the others, so they retreated behind Proton. Return Growly. James smiled at his Pokeball. Thanks for all your effort, old friend. Ash, Serena, and Brock came up behind James. Do you need one of us to step in? Ash asked. You can once I'm out of Pokemon. James declared firmly. I still have two, and this is a battle I need to fight. He looked up at Coughing. Just keep up Flash for us. Coughing. Coughing declared. I choose you Zubat. James declared. We may have just met, but will you fight with me? Zubat. Zubat declared as he remained on the field. Then, let's do this. James declared. Please. Proton scoffed. Don't embarrass yourself. Some nobody can't compare to me. We'll see about that. James returned. James vs Proton, p. 3. Zubat, Supersonic. James commanded. Zubat let out his piercing sound which washed over Ghastly, confusing him. Show that pathetic trainer you won't fall easily. Proton declared. Strike with payback. Ghastly ended up crashing around the cavern, hurting himself. No, strike the opponent. Zubat use Gust. James commanded. Zubat beat his wings, wiping up wind that hurt Ghastly further. Ghastly, counterattack with Lick. Proton ordered. Ghastly fought through the confusion and flew at Zubat before liking him. Don't let him escape. James declared. Use Poison Fang. Zubat's fangs became coated in poison as he bit down on the ghost. It may not have been all that effective, but it was enough to send Ghastly to the ground. His eyes had swirls in them. Empty moon. Return Ghastly. Proton put his Pokemon back on his belt before glaring at James. Who are you? I am James Lewis. James replied. I worked for Team Rocket, and you ordered me to train with you constantly because I was weak. You hurt my Coughing, and my only regret in this battle was that he could not partake. I trained with many, so your name doesn't ring a bell. Proton took out a smoke bomb. Now, I will remember you. He threw it down just as Ash tried to run forward. You better hope we don't meet again. Get back here. Ash yelled. Serena yelled, Ash, wait. When the smoke cleared, Ash was the only one standing there. Outside empty moon. With Team Rocket having escaped, the group pressed forward and came out the cerulean side. So, you and that Proton guy have history, huh? Brock spoke up. Yeah. James nodded. I was one of his favorite punching bags whenever Jesse, Meowth, and I weren't in the field. He's the executive that trains most of the grunts' Pokemon for them, so that wasn't his actual team. His team is much stronger. Considering our luck, I think it's likely you'll meet him again. Ash stated. Next time, you can be ready for his real team if he has it. Yeah. James nodded. I'll train my Pokemon and ensure Proton won't win. From there, the group set up camp for the night. They had to rest and their Pokemon could use some treatment. Next day. It was morning, and Brock was helping Ash train. They were helping Pikachu learn Thunder Wave since you couldn't solely count on his ability to kick in. Pidgeotto was always keen to get stronger, and while it wouldn't help in Cerulean, they were working to perfect hidden power. As for Nidoran, Brock was helping concoct a strategy to get the most out of Ice Beam, so they were working to make sure it was perfected. Once Ash was set to training, Brock groomed his rock types by sprinkling sand into a brush and brushing them. James was taking notes on his technique while spending time getting to know his newest team member who fought hard on his behalf. Once Brock finished taking care of his Pokemon, he prepared breakfast. Serena saw Brock's cooking skill and considered requesting lessons. While she was mulling that over, the girl took to helping her Pokemon train their current moves and began trying to teach them something new. Eevee was in training to learn Baby Doll Eyes. Granted, Eevee had tail WHP, but it couldn't hurt to pick up another stat move. Really, Eevee seemed keen on learning this move. With the rate Eevee was picking that up, she set her to learn Quick Attack as well. As for Metapod, they were working on Iron Defense. Again, Harden was a good stat move, but Iron Defense would make for one tough fight. Between Ash and Serena, there was a difference in their method of training. Serena observed her Pokemon and gave them pointers. When she wasn't, she found a nice spot to sit where she could observe Eevee and Metapod without trouble. Ash, on the other hand, was training with his Pokemon. When with Pikachu, Ash was throwing targets for him to hit with his electricity without destroying them. When with Nidoran, he pointed out targets for Ice Beam. Finally, to help Pidgeotto with Aerial Ace he put a target on his back and ran. When Serena saw this, it scared her. Her Ash could get hurt by taking all these Pokemon attacks, but she couldn't stop watching him. It was amazing how he built up strong bonds with all his Pokemon. A blush appeared on the blonde trainer's face as her sight became more focused on Ash. He really is amazing, and all the training he's doing must be good for him as well. Serena's blush only intensified as she realized where her mind was going. Having fun? James asked. Serena was shocked to have been caught staring that intently. HRR. What are you? Save it. James cut her off. It's obvious you were watching Ash. Serena yelped. Don't worry. I'm fairly certain Ash is too dense to ever notice you staring. In fact, I think he's too dense to ever make the first move. Serena's blush faded as she took in the guy's words. I know. She sighed. If I want something to happen, I have to make the first move. James knew there was more she wished to say. But I don't want to ruin our friendship. Serena explained with a sigh. Ash is a kind, nice, and sweet guy. If I confess, and he were to reject me, I wouldn't want there to be any awkward tension. Serena, can I offer you a little advice? Brock had joined the pair. Sure, I guess. Serena stated. The reason I shoot my shots, over and over again, is because I'm looking for the girl I can be with. Brock stated. The thing is, you two already get each other in that way. Even if Ash does reject you, you'll regret not taking the shot. I get where you're both coming from, but I don't think Ash is ready. Serena replied. When will he be? Brock asked. Serena shrugged. I don't know. Are you willing to wait? James asked skeptically. Let me tell you two a story. Serena went on to explain how she and Ash met, and the support he gave her when confronting Grace about her dream. After everything he's done, I would wait forever. James and Brock smiled at this. The former was satisfied, but the latter's brotherly nature was starting to kick in. Don't worry, Serena. I'm sure Ash's density will break. Brock reassured her, which caused Serena to smile warmly. I'll even help you. Serena didn't like the sound of that. What are you going to do? Don't worry about the details. Brock tried to reassure her but failed miserably. Just leave it to the love doctor. Brock flashed her what seemed to be a confident smirk before walking away. The honey blonde tried to stop the rock specialist, but the words were stuck in her throat. Serena's head fell into her hands. Oh no. It'll be all right, Serena. James patted her back in comfort. I'm sure everything will work out. Dajuo, wait for me. Ash and Serena turned in the direction of a familiar voice, and they saw Michael chasing a Dajuo with said Pokemon running to Serena's side. Oh man, I've been trying to get him to battle me all day. Serena looked at the Pokemon who was happy as could be being near her. While that was happening, Ash approached their old friend. He was happy to see him and ecstatic to introduce their traveling companions. Michael was happy to meet Brock, and ecstatic to meet James since he shared his love of Pokemon. Everyone brought out their Pokemon and Michael excitedly scanned the ones he didn't have. Michael had Wartortle, Sandshrew, Farfetch'd, Slowpoke, Gloom, and Venonat. Given his goal, he obviously had other Pokemon waiting at the lab. Michael had planned on catching Dajuo, but it seemed attached to Serena. Turns out, Michael had seen the bird Pokemon while exploring the outskirts of Cerulean City and it led him here. Serena was really warming up to the Dajuo by this point, so she held a Pokeball out to him. Hey Dajuo, would you like to join me? Dajuo happily tapped one of his heads against the Pokeball, letting himself be captured. Alright, I caught a Dajuo. Serena cheered as she struck a pose before getting out her Pokédex to scan her new catch. Dajuo, the twin bird Pokemon. It runs faster than it can fly. Type, normal flying. Ability, early bird. SEC, male. Current moves, growl, peck, quick attack, rage, fury attack, pursuit, feint attack. After the Pokédex finished, Serena clipped the Pokeball to her belt and put her Pokédex away. The group then explained what they planned to do in Cerulean, and Michael decided to stay with them for the city. After all, he could register quite a few Pokemon that way. As the city came into view, Ash had one thing on his mind. My second gym badge is waiting for me down there. Hey guys, look at this. Brock called out as he stared at a sign. Ash came over and decided to read it aloud. Trainer tips, Gary was here, Ash is a loser. That made him furious. I'll show you Gary. With that declaration, Ash sprinted towards the city while everyone else, including Pikachu, had massive sweat drops upon seeing this. Martin, don't worry about Misty. She won't join the group, but I haven't forgotten her. No, she's not the gym leader per se. I think you'll understand my intention with her next chapter. Elemental Aura, hopefully, I can keep the battle rolling. While Misty won't be joining the group, she'll have her part to play. You'll see my intention with her next chapter. There will certainly be developments in the cooking department to come. Seeds for one character to learn have been planted. Just in case you haven't seen the private message, your ideas are good, and I'll be sure to credit you when they are implemented. On the road. Ash calmed down enough for the others to catch up, and they began chatting. Michael was excited to see Ash's gym battle to the point that some might think it was his battle. He kept asking which Pokemon Ash would use and about his strategy. Ash happily shared both. Cerulean City. Once the group arrived at the Pokemon Center, Brock gave them clear instructions with the intent of parting ways for the time being. Sorry guys, but I have something I need to do while you're having your gym battle. Don't worry, all you must do is follow this road and take the first right. Then, continue along the path until you're at the gym. You can't miss it. Thanks Brock. Ash mumbled. He was bummed his coach wouldn't be there to see his gym battle. Cheer up Ash. Brock encouraged. I promise I'll watch the next one, however, this thing is urgent. What would this thing be Brock? Michael asked curiously. Brock couldn't tell them the truth. After the last gym leader conference, held by the PLA, he made a big fool of himself in trying to woo the sensational sisters. In the end, he didn't fancy a trip down memory lane, so it would be best if they parted ways for now. It's just stuff. Brock clarified. Anyways, I really must go. Brock zoomed off, leaving everyone with a sweat drop. Outside Cerulean Gym. The group followed Brock's instructions and ended up outside a white, dome-shaped building. The roof had pink and yellow stripes for colors. Above the automatic doors stood a large dugong model with model water around it, and a sign which read Cerulean Gym. Without the sign above, I don't think we'd know this was a gym. James stated. I agree. Michael put his hands behind his head. Are the gym leaders clowns or something? Clowns or no clowns, I'm certain to win with my Pokemon by my side, and you guys cheering me on. Ash started to walk inside. Let's go already. Serena always admired her crush's determination, and she currently stood there just staring adoringly at him with a blush on her face. Hey Serena. Ash came back to her and was waving a hand in front of her face. Are you coming? Serena blinked a few times before realizing she'd been caught staring. Her blush turned from one on her cheeks to a full face of embarrassment. Coming. Serena stated as she tried and failed to get rid of the blush. As she moved into the gym, Ash stood there at a complete loss. James noticed this and put an arm around him before leading the guy inside with a sigh. One day, you'll understand, I hope. Ash was simply confused, and it only got worse when Michael and Pikachu started snickering. In the end, he decided it didn't matter because he had a gym battle to fight. Inside. Soon, the group made it into an auditorium chock full of people who were there to watch a show. A voice came over the speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the sensational synchronized Cerulean sisters. A spotlight hit three girls standing on a diving board as they waved to the audience. They were all similar looking and most guys, maybe even a few girls, would call them pretty. Their distinguishing traits were their hair color and swimsuits. The first had long blonde hair and a red swimsuit. The next had long blue hair and a green swimsuit. The last had medium pink hair and an orange swimsuit. They jumped into the water and began the show. They were Daisy, Lily, and Violet, respectively. Maybe we did get the wrong building. James voiced. The group left the auditorium and entered an aquarium full of water-type Pokemon. It isn't a total loss. Michael began running around scanning them. Just look at all these Pokemon. I can't understand. Ash crossed his arms. This is where Brock told us to go, so this should be the gym. Maybe the gym moved, and Brock didn't get the memo. Serena voiced. Then, the group heard people approaching. The crowd was totally awesome. I know. That was so great. Daisy, the dive you did was super. The practice really paid off. The group turned to see the sensational sisters walking towards them from down the hall. Ash approached them. Excuse me. Sorry, but if you want an interview, you'll have to call our manager. Violet stated. No, it's not that. Ash stated. I just wanted to know if this is a Pokemon gym. It sure is. Lily stated. In that case, I've come to challenge the gym leader. Ash declared. You're looking at them. Daisy stated. The three of us are the gym leaders. We're the Sensational Sisters. Violet voiced. We're world famous. Lily added. You ever hear of them, James? Serena whispered. Not really. James whispered back. Team Rocket never concerned themselves with this place. Battlefield. The group moved to the battlefield with Ash standing across from the sisters. I challenge all of you to a battle. The sisters seemed hesitant. We don't feel much like battling. Daisy voiced. What do you mean? Ash asked. We just got beaten by several trainers in quick succession. Lily stated. Our Pokemon are still recovering, and our only usable one is a seal who hasn't been trained to battle. Hey, I know what you want. Daisy clapped her hands. Seal. The Pokemon came from the water and stuck out its tongue, showing the Cascade badge. Here, you can have the badge. Man, what a letdown. Michael stated sadly. I was excited to see a gym battle too. Serena patted his back. It's all right, Michael. Hold it right there. A new voice exclaimed. Everyone turned to look at a girl with short, red hair tied in a side ponytail, green eyes, and fair skin. She wore a yellow top that reveals her midriff, red suspenders, denim shorts that stop at her thighs, and red sneakers. The girl jumped down, landing between Ash and the sisters. I heard everything, Daisy, and this gym was our father's pride. You should never give a badge away. The girl declared. If you don't want to battle this guy, I will. What's going on here? Ash asked, confused. I am the fourth Sensational Sister, Misty Waterflower. Misty declared. There are only 3 Sensational Sisters and 1 runt. Violet retorted. The only thing sensational about you 3 is your performances. Misty declared angrily. When it comes to water Pokemon, you 3 can't compete with me. Maybe so, but we all know you're nowhere near the best out there. Lily retorted. Misty grunted. Daisy said, I must say, it is a surprise to see you here, little sister. I mean, you did tell us you wouldn't return until you were an exceptional trainer. I'll have you 3 know I have 2 badges and neither of them are from the Pewter or Cinnabar gyms. Misty declared. Last time I checked, that's 2 more badges than either of you have. Lily was about to speak. A Cascade badge doesn't count since I could just gift that to myself same as you, but I won't. I'll earn that badge same as the 2 I have. She pointed at them. Like I said when I left, I will become stronger than Dad was. When that day come, I'm taking over this gym. If you're that insistent of battling the guy, have at it. Daisy stated. You are the only one of us with Pokemon after all. I'll show you 3 the skills and Pokemon I've picked up on the road. Misty pointed at Ash. Challenger, are you alright battling me for your Cascade badge? You bet. Ash was pumped. Earning a badge feels better than being given one anyways. Good luck, bro. Michael nodded as his excitement returned. I can't wait to see what you got. Thanks, Michael. Ash nodded. My Pokemon are ready. I know it. I know you'll win. Serena stated as she held her hand over her heart. James nodded. Battle like you did against Brock, and you'll have this in the bag. We will win. Ash gave his signature thumbs up and grin. With all of you cheering me on, how could we lose? The group and Sensational Sisters, except Daisy who would referee, moved up into the stands and took a seat. Ash and Misty made their way over to their respective trainer box. The gym battle between Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town and Misty Waterflower of the Cerulean Gym is about to begin. Daisy announced. It will be a 3-on-3 battle where only the challenger can substitute Pokémon. An official Cascade badge is on the line, and as gym leader, Misty shall reveal her Pokémon first. Misty nodded with determination as she gripped her Pokeball. Misty calls Stereo. Michael and Ash scan the Pokémon with their Pokédexes. Stereo. The core of this water Pokémon shines in a rainbow of 7 colors, a core that is valued by some as a type of jewelry. I choose you, Nidoran. Ash shouted as he released his poison Pokémon. Let the battle begin. Daisy declared. Ash vs Misty, P.1. Stereo, hide in the water. Misty commanded. Stereo followed her orders and jumped in the water. I wouldn't stay in the water if I were you. Ash smiled. Nidoran, just like we practiced. Ice beam it all and don't stop until there's no water left. The ice energy formed in Nidoran's mouth, and he fired to the shock of Misty. Stereo, get out of there before you're frozen solid. Stereo leapt out of the water just as it completely froze from top to bottom. This kid had a strategy in place to make my advantage null. Misty would not admit defeat over something like this. Stereo, attack with rapid spin. Stereo spun at Nidoran. Dodge. Ash declared. Come back around and strike that Nidoran, Stereo. Misty declared. Show Misty what your double kick can do. Ash instructed. Nidoran turned around and kicked out with his back paws nailing Stereo. The starfish Pokémon hit the ground. Stereo, rapid spin once more. Misty commanded. The Pokémon flew at Nidoran. Get ready with another double kick. Ash declared. Just what I was waiting for. Misty smirked as Nidoran turned. Transition into Psybeam. Psybeam. Ash's eyes went wide. That's a psychic move. Get out of there, Nidoran. Stereo was too close and struck the poison type with Psywaves of energy. Nidoran was knocked away and clearly damaged. Finish it with a rapid spin. Misty commanded. Nidoran counter with Peck. Ash ordered. The starfish spun at the poison Pokémon, and he charged it in return. Horn met Starfish point head-on with neither seeming willing to back down. Ice Beam. Ash commanded. Pies Beam. Misty countered. Nidoran. Both collided with neither giving an inch. Wartortle Pikachu. Misty Ash shouted. Just as it seemed Pikachu would lose ground, he overcame the battle-weary turtle. The mouse kept going only to stop at the edge of the thawing ice field, sending Wartortle crashing into the wall below the stands. When he fell, Wartortle came out his shell with swirls in his eyes. Wartortle is unable to battle. Daisy declared. That means the winner is Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town. Cerulean Gym. Misty ran over to her Wartortle, who was now awake. God job, Wartortle. She knelt by his side. You gave it your all, and I couldn't ask for more than that. Tortle. Wartortle stated sadly. Don't be sad. Misty smiled. You were great. She pulled the Pokeball. Now, take a good rest. She returned her Pokémon, and the other sensational sisters came over to join her while Ash celebrated with his friends. Well done, Misty. Violet congratulated. You did a great job. Well, it wasn't all that great. Misty rubbed her head. There were admittedly a few better moves I could have used at times. Nonsense. Lily butted in. You and your Pokémon were amazing. They're right, Misty, but don't you have one more job as gym leader? Daisy asked with a knowing smile. She was holding out the Cascade badge and Misty took it with a nod. Right. She might have lost the battle, but she seemed to have earned her sister's respect. Misty clenched the badge in her hand and turned around before marching over to Ash. Ash. Misty spoke, causing the celebration to stop. As proof of your victory, I present you with the Cascade badge. Ash stared at it before his face broke out in a wide grin, and he grabbed it. All right. He struck his pose. We won the Cascade badge. All of Ash's Pokémon joined in the victory pose. Don't think this is over. Misty held out her hand. We'll battle again, whether in the open or at the Indigo League. Ash smiled and shook the offered hand. I'll count on it. At the Pokémon Center. Ash, Serena, Michael, and James were in the Pokémon Center as Ash had given over his Pokémon to be healed. So, what do you guys want to do? Ash asked. Why don't we take Serena shopping? James offered. Shopping? Serena liked the sound of that, but she was confused by James offering it. What for? Back when I was with Jessie and Meowth, we had one skill that surpassed practically everyone else in the organization. James explained. That skill was costumes. If you'd allow me, I'm certain I could help you find the perfect outfit for the Battle Chateau tomorrow. I'll have to evaluate your skills, but if they're as good as you say, I'd welcome the help. Serena stated. Ash really wanted this not to be the case. Sorry, but what are we doing exactly? We're going shopping, dude. Michael was simply happy to be hanging out with his friends, no matter what the activity, so he grabbed Ash by the back of his shirt before dragging him along. Let's go, everyone. No. Ash exclaimed in distress. I don't like clothes shopping. You'll get used to it, Ash. James stated. If you don't, how will you impress a special lady? I don't get it. Ash struggled. What does shopping have to do with girls? I just hate clothes shopping. Pikachu, help. Pikachu simply ran over and hopped atop his trainer for the ride. Traitor. Despite Ash's disdain for shopping, one of Serena's favorite things, it surprisingly wasn't a deal breaker for her. In fact, she always found Ash's reaction to it rather cute. She ended up skipping along with the group. Help me. Ash exclaimed desperately. Cerulean City. The group spent the rest of the day going around every clothing store in Cerulean and buying something in most of them. Well, Serena and James did at least. Ash and Michael were made to carry the bags. When they were back at the Pokémon Center, they dropped the bags off. Ash then got his Pokémon back, and they reunited with Brock. The whole group enjoyed a victory dinner for Ash and his Pokémon while Michael gladly explained how it went down. Once they finished eating, Ash decided to help train Serena for her Chateau challenge. While training, Serena was trying to think how best to use her Pokémon. She decided to start with Metapod and end with Eevee, if she made it that far. She was unsure about Doduo considering he'd only joined her a couple of days ago now. Morning. The group walked toward Cerulean's Battle Chateau. The exterior looked like an exact copy of Viridian City's Battle Chateau. There was even a butler outside who looked just like Hennessy. Hennessy? Serena questioned, confused. Why are you here and not at Viridian's Chateau? I am sorry, madam, but I am the butler of Cerulean's Chateau, Meadows. Meadows corrected. Although, since you know of my elder brother, I assume you are a competitor? Why, yes. Serena stuttered. She was blushing for having fallen into the same mistake she did with Nurse Joy. What of the rest of your party? Meadows asked, not noticing the stutter. Ash spoke up. We're just here to cheer her on. Very good. Meadows nodded before addressing Serena. Madam, if I could see your member's card. Right. Serena cheerfully replied. She pulled out the card she received at Viridian's Chateau and handed it over. The butler scanned it, smiled, and gave it back. Very good, Baroness Serena. You are eligible to compete today. Would you please follow me? He turned around and walked into the castle-like building with the group following. Inside, the group were led to some maids which Meadows addressed. Would one of you be so kind as to escort Baroness Serena to the changing room? Certainly, Meadows. One of the maids smiled, with a light curtsy, before turning to Serena. Would you please follow me? Serena left her friends to follow the maid. Baroness changing room. Instead of looking at the clothes available to borrow, Serena pulled out a dress she brought yesterday. James had pointed it out to her, and she had to admit the guy had excellent taste for guys and girls. What made her choose to wear this now though was because Ash seemed to have a positive reaction when she showed it off. Now, it was time to see if his reaction was a fluke. Serena quickly got into her new dress and fixed her hair. Her hair was split into 2 ponytails, one to each side, which had blue bows to hold them like that. Her dress was multi-layered. The top layer is jet black from her waist to just above her knees. The next layer goes down further and is a deep sea blue. Main room. Serena rejoined the gang with Brock being the first to notice her reappearance. Hey Serena, you look great. Serena gave a grateful smile in return as the rest of the group turned to her. I knew black and blue would work well. James commented. He's right. Michael nodded with a smile. That dress suits you. Then again, you always were great with fashion. Ash seemed to be staring, causing Brock to inwardly smile before nudging the boy. Yeah Serena. You fit right in. Thank you. Serena cheerfully replied. Could Baroness Serena and Baron Nicholas please report to Battle Room 2 for their first match? A voice requested. Serena and the rest of the group made their way to the battlefield. Ash was a little behind. What is wrong with me? He was feeling his forehead. Why did I zone out when Serena arrived? Did I have a heart attack? He put a hand over his chest since it did feel a little tight. No, this would have been more serious, so what's going on? Battle Room 2. In the crowd of people, a girl with long, brown hair and eyes was watching the events unfold with glee before her attention was drawn to Ash with his group. That boy. She was transfixed on him. He has a power within him. Something like my old friend yet different. Serena was currently stood in her trainer's box with a smartly dressed male standing in the other. Ash and the group were watching from the stands with a few others. There was also a referee on the ref's box. This first match shall be fought between Baroness Serena and Baron Nicholas. The ref declared. May both participants exchange pleasantries. Serena curtsied while Nicholas bowed. Now, both participants may choose one Pokemon. They each gripped a Pokeball. Time to battle Krabby. Nicholas called as he released his Pokemon. It's time to shine Metapod. Serena called as she released her bug type. Michael and Serena each scanned Nicholas' Pokemon. Krabby, the river crab Pokemon. Living on sandy beaches and burrows it digs, Krabby can grow back its pincers if they break off in battle. Begin. The ref declared. Baroness Serena versus Baron Nicholas. Metal Claw, Krabby. Nicholas shouted. The river crab's pincers became coated in steel energy before it launched at Metapod. Boost your defense with Iron Defense Metapod. Serena shouted. Metapod closed his eyes and concentrated. Before Krabby made contact, the bug Pokemon's defense was maxed out, resulting in Metal Claw doing nothing. Fall back. Nicholas instructed. With the bug's defense through the roof, Nicholas had to start hammering away with special attacks if he wanted to get anywhere. Slow him down with String Shot. Serena instructed and Metapod shot String at Krabby, sticking him in place. Now, Electro Web. Dodge it. Nicholas shouted. The river crab was slowed, so he couldn't avoid the electric webbing in time. Krabby was pinned down and shocked terribly. Great job Metapod. Serena cheered. Then, Metapod glowed white. After a few seconds, the glow stopped to reveal that Metapod had evolved. Michael, Ash, and Serena took out their Pokédexes to scan the evolution. Butterfree, the butterfly Pokémon. Butterfree's love of flower nectar draws it to seek out flowers, even if they don't have much pollen. Type, bug flying. Ability, tinted lens. SEC, male. Current moves, tackle, string shot, bug bite, electro web, harden, gust, confusion, poison powder, sleep powder, stun spore. As the Pokédex finished, Serena looked back at the field to see that Krabby was freeing himself, although he clearly was exhausted. Alright Butterfree, show us some of your new strength. Use confusion to pick that Krabby up. Krabby. Nicholas tried. Knock that Pokémon down with mud shot. The river crab just wasn't fast enough. Butterfree glowed with psychic energy and picked him up before tossing Krabby into a nearby wall. The crab fell to the ground with swirls in his eyes. Krabby is unable to battle. The ref declared. Baroness Serena will advance to the next round. Room 2. I won. Serena was in shock before a grin spread across her face. I won. She realized what she was saying and held out her arm for Butterfree to land on it. No, we won. The bug landed and was just as happy. Isn't that right, Butterfree? Butterfree. Butterfree happily declared while affectionately rubbing his head against his trainer. Serena, that was a great battle. Ash shouted as the group ran over to her. Congratulations on Butterfree's evolution as well. Wow, that girl was pretty good. The brown-haired girl stated. Still, something about that black-haired guy, the power is different, yet it still is power all the same. She stood. I should try to capture him. Main room. The group stood together while Butterfree happily flying around them. He was excited to have evolved, and if you didn't know better, you'd think he'd learned extreme speed. You two were awesome out there. Michael exclaimed. I know, right? Serena happily looked at her Pokémon. My little Caterpie has evolved into a strong and appealing Butterfree. Why don't you let your other Pokémon out? James suggested. They should know their friend evolved. Serena nodded and brought out her remaining Pokémon. Eevee and Doduo, look. She was so cheerful. Metapod evolved during our last battle. Eevee and Doduo happily approached their friend, who did the same for them, and they began conversing cheerfully. I think it's safe to say that Butterfree's evolution is accepted. Brock declared. Suddenly, something hit Ash on the back of the head. Ow! Everyone turned to him while he looked behind him and at the ground to see a Pokeball. What the? Why does that never work? Everyone looked up and saw the girl from the crowd. First Callum and now you. Why can't I catch either of you? This confused the group to the point that none of them were questioning why she threw a Pokeball at Ash. Excuse me, but who are you? Ash asked. Huh? She looked at him and smiled. Oh, my mistake. My name is Green, and I'm on a journey to find an old friend of mine. What's your name? My name's Ash. Ash's eyes glanced down at the Pokeball, reminding him that she threw it at him. Hey, wait a minute. Why did you throw a Pokeball at me? Yeah. Serena voiced, now a little peeved that she remembered someone hurt her. Ash. That's not cool. Oh, that's because I was hoping you'd become one of my Pokemon. Green's tone remained positive. Just like how I hope my old friend and Callum will become my Pokemon as well. Even though that comment was odd, and most everyone was confused, Serena took it a different way. Is this girl saying she wants to take Ash away from me? She was also worried about her cousin's run-in with this odd girl, but Ash was in front of her. No way. He is my Ash. You are aware that Ash is a human, right? James questioned. Human or Pokemon, it doesn't matter. Green stated with a genuine smile. We can all be friends. She got close to Ash. You still haven't answered my question. Will you be one of my Pokemon? I don't think so. Ash backed away from her. I mean, you seem nice, so maybe we could be friends. Serena was glad Ash wasn't blushing around this girl, but calling her a friend led to the potential for more meetings. Why must Ash be so friendly? Green's smile fell. Like Callum, you just want to be my friend. Her smile quickly returned. Alright, we can be friends, but like with Callum, I won't give up making you one of my Pokemon. At that moment, Meadows approached the group. Excuse me, Baroness Green, but you're needed in Battle Room 4 for your first round. Thank you, Meadows. Green smiled before taking off. I think that girl's been kind of sheltered. James stated. I wonder if she has parents that are anything like mine. Don't get the guy wrong. He would never wish his parents on even his worst enemy, but he couldn't deny that kind of life produces oddities in people. I don't know. Brock shook his head. Other than trying to catch Ash, she seemed nice. Michael smiled and put his arms behind his head. Odd isn't all that bad. He chuckled. I think she seems kind of fun. Serena was seething that another girl seemed to be competing for Ash. Now, that same girl was also competing against her for an increased rank. While she may not be ready to confess to Ash, there was no way Serena would lose in this tournament. The group's attention was drawn to a nearby screen which was displaying Green's battle with her opponent. Her opponent was using a Growlithe while she used a Vulpix. Green's Vulpix had full command of the battle, never getting hit once, and it ended in under a minute. That was impressive. Ash stated. Maybe I should catch a Vulpix. As much as Serena hated to admit it, that was an impressive win. Dojuo. Dojuo spoke up, getting his trainer's attention. What is it, Dojuo? Serena asked. Dojuo could sense his trainer's drive to win, and it was making him wish to take part in the battle. Especially against that green girl. He was moving his right leg and doing his best to show that he wanted to compete. I think your Dojuo really wants to battle. James stated. Really? She looked at her Pokemon. You want to battle Dojuo? Both of Dojuo's heads looked at her with determination, causing the girl to smile. Alright, you've got a deal. Baroness Serena, your next battle will be held in Battle Room 3. Meadows informed her. Right. Serena replied before returning her Pokemon. Battle transition. Like she promised, Serena used her Dojuo, and it was a massive upset. Her opponent used a Sandslash. At first, Dojuo looked like he was in trouble as the Sandslash started with Rock Slide, but Dojuo easily dodged. Under Serena's command, he hammered in pursuits and feint attacks. Serena got the win, making it to the finals. Green won her next match as well using a Haunter. With the two girls facing each other, Serena was nervous yet excited. Now she can prove herself. She had to decide who to choose, and it was hard since Green didn't have a type preference. Baroness waiting room. Serena had entered the Baroness changing room to have time to herself to make the decision. Finally, she managed to make it and was just waiting for her call to battle when Green entered the room. Oh, hey Serena. Green came right over. You know, your Pokemon are strong and cool. Thanks. Serena sighed before smiling. Same to you. Serena still didn't like the fact that this girl wanted to take her Ash. Despite that, the girl herself was rather nice. It was only proven by Green holding out her hand with a friendly smile. No matter who wins, let's give it our all and have no hard feelings if it's not ourselves. Serena nodded and shook the offered hand. Right. Baronesses Serena and Green to Battle Room 2. A voice declared over the speakers. Battle Room 2. This is the final match of an official Battle Chateau tournament, and it shall be between Baroness Serena and Baroness Green. May both participants exchange pleasantry. Serena and Green faced each other and curtsied. Now, both participants may choose their Pokemon. Serena and Green gripped their pokeballs. Let's do this, EV. Serena shouted. Go Clefairy. Green shouted. Serena and Michael scanned it with their Pokédexes. Clefairy, the fairy Pokémon, and a fairy type. It's charming in both behavior and form. It said that happiness will come to anyone who sees Clefairy dance under a full moon. Let the battle begin. The ref declared. Baroness Serena versus Baroness Green. Evie, baby doll eyes. Serena shouted. Evie looked at Clefairy with the cutest expression, lowering her opponent's attack by 1 stage. Since they lowered our attack, we'll go special. Green declared. Use disarming voice. Clefairy opened her mouth and let loose a fairy sound attack that caused Evie to skid back a bit. Show them our strength, Evie, by hitting them with quick attack. Serena commanded, and Evie rushed forward, slamming into Clefairy. Quickly transition into a tail WHP. Don't let them lower your defense. Green declared. Strike back with pound. Clefairy managed to recover and pounded down on Evie, stopping her from using tail WHP. Hit them before they can retreat. Serena commanded. Tackle. Evie pushed herself back to her paws and lunged forward, keeping the battle close quarters with a strong hit. This is exactly what I wanted, Serena. Green was smiling. Keep pushing. She then looked at her Pokémon. Show them our Mega Punch, Clefairy. Clefairy punched Evie, knocking her away. Serena was gritting her teeth as Evie recovered and was breathing. Then, she noticed Clefairy was breathing as well. That's when it hit Serena. Her Pokémon's ability was adaptability. Alright, Green, looks like our Pokémon are getting down to the wire, so I'll push you, alright. Serena grinned. Evie, strike hard with tackle. Match them with a tackle of your own, Clefairy. Green declared. The Pokémon charged and collided, however, it was Evie who came out on top, knocking Clefairy away. What? Green asked, confused. That was my Evie's adaptability at work. Serena smirked. Moves which match my Pokémon's type are strengthened. Clefairy hit the ground and had swirls in her eyes. Clefairy is unable to battle. The ref declared. Baroness Serena is the winner and increases her rank to Viscountess. Battle Room 3. Green ran onto the field and comforted her fallen Clefairy. You were amazing as always, Clefairy. She then returned her Pokémon. Now, get a good rest. Green looked at Serena, who was now celebrating with her friends. She's strong like her cousin. The girl got an idea. I should try to catch her too. Outside of Cerulean. Serena healed her Pokémon at the center and the group grabbed lunch in celebration of her win. Afterwards, they made their way out of Cerulean. It was at this point that Michael left the group as he talked to Professor Oak, who directed the boy to the Pokémon maniac, Bill. Before the group could leave, a Pokeball was thrown at Ash and Serena, causing everyone to stop. In the case of those hit, they rubbed their heads. Dang it! Green shouted. One of these days, that will work. The group turned before Serena realized what this meant. Wait a minute. She looked at the girl in shock. You're trying to catch me now as well? You got it. Green smiled. Your skills, just like your cousin's, prove that you should be my Pokémon. Then, her attention turned to Ash once more. By the way, have you reconsidered Ash? Ash put his hands up. Nope. Ah. Green frowned before smiling. That's all right. One of these days, you'll change your mind, or I'll capture you. One or the other. She took off running. Until we meet again. Just like that, she was gone. Huh, I think you two have a penchant for attracting weird people. Brock then looked at James and remembered his stories of Jezebel. Scratch that. You three. Ash, Serena, and James glared at Brock before sighing, since the guy was weird himself. Even if he did have a reason for flirting with practically every girl he sees, it didn't mean it wasn't weird. The group just started walking, leaving Brock confused. "Guys?" Brock questioned. "Hey, why'd you look at me?" He ran after them. "Guys. Elemental aura, no pressure on the reviews. I am just glad you review at all, and with such well thought out reviews to boot." Well, someone has to keep Brock in line, and his new Rhyhorn just seemed like the obvious choice. The irony of Zubat was no lost on me. The group needed a light, coughing could learn Flash, and it seemed like the kind of move James of Team Rocket would have taught his coughing. Considering the early uses of coughing was to blind or impede the twerps, it seemed to fit. I didn't think it was right to bring back Jessie and Meowth so soon, and Butch and Cassidy don't strike me as characters to relentlessly hound someone for a Pikachu even if it is powerful. So, I settled on a different path. Give the meeting new meaning by having James take center stage and introduce the idea that Rocket encounters will be different. That's not to say James will have beef with all the higher-ups. That would be unrealistic since the trio didn't seem all that high up themselves. Still, anything involving Team Rocket is going to be chances for James to shine. Speaking of, there was another character who used to be part of Team Rocket in this universe. A certain champion who worked for Madam Boss before leaving them. There'll be some interesting developments between him and James. Proton didn't know who James was before, and he still doesn't, however, he will remember the current James for sure. As for Dojuo. This chapter didn't show him off the best, but it was more of an appetizer for what's to come. The beginning stages to show that this bird can be a real powerhouse. The main problem with the sisters was that they didn't get to show off much here, so Serena had little to go off when it came to them. When it came to Misty, I always thought she could be a great rival. When it came time to give her proper Pokemon, ditching Starmie was easier than it should have been. That poor, evolved Pokemon always seemed to lose far too easily. I'm not sure if Misty will show up again before the Inigo Plateau, but rest assured I'll be looking for good places to include her. Even if I don't, this is one character Ash will certainly see again in the league. On the road. The group were cleaning up after another fantastic lunch courtesy of Brock. The rock specialist was working with Serena's Butterfree, who was using confusion to lift all the dirty cooking utensils. "Hey guys, there was a stream about 5 minutes back." He looked at Serena. "Is it okay if I take Butterfree as my helper?" "No problem, Brock." Serena looked to her bug. "Be good and listen to Brock for me, won't you?" Butterfree nodded. Butter. The pair then set off while Ash and Serena worked to clean the rest of camp. James was finishing up a new batch PF poke food. By the time they were done, Brock hadn't returned. While odd, they didn't think anything of it. Brock did have his Pokemon, and Butterfree, with him. Serena was going to ask if anyone was up for a training battle when a Pokemon, hiding behind a tree, caught her eye. It looked like a small, blue ball with leaves on its head. Serena would have scanned it with her Pokédex, but the Pokemon looked scared. Serena decided to approach and introduce herself. "Hello there." She knelt before the Pokemon with a friendly smile. "What are you doing out here?" She just backed away terrified, so Serena slowly reached out and picked the shaking Pokemon up. "Odd. Oddish." She whimpered. Serena saw the fear and decided to give it a hug. The little Pokemon had to admit this girl seemed nice. The little mon stopped shaking and looked at the girl who was holding her. "There you go." Serena smiled. "We're all friends, right?" The little mon was warming up to this girl, so Serena walked back to the group with the mon in her arms. "Oh cool, a new Pokemon," Ash declared. He took out his Pokédex and scanned her. "Oddish. This Pokemon is typically found roaming the forest, scattering pollen as it walks around." "So, you're an Oddish." Serena smiled at the grass Pokemon. "Well, you seem like such a sweet little Pokemon." "Serena, look out!" James shouted. This only caused Ash and Serena to look at him. Unknown to them, another Pokemon was charging Serena from behind. He hit the back of Serena's leg with a powerful tackle, knocking her to the ground. The Pokemon didn't stop there as he also tackled Ash. This Pokemon then used vines to catch the Oddish before they could hit the ground. As the pair recovered, all three trainers were now looking at a Bulbasaur who was holding Oddish with his vines. "It's a Bulbasaur!" Ash exclaimed as he jumped forward. "I'm going to catch it." Ash got in a battle position and was thinking about what Pokemon to use. "Bulba." Bulbasaur angrily replied. "Bulbasaur." He then released a green powder at the group. Ash immediately threw a Pokeball. "Pidgeotto, blow it back with gust." Pidgeotto appeared and flapped her wings, getting rid of the powder before it could hit anyone. In the end, that was enough of a distraction for Bulbasaur to get away with Oddish. "Ah, I would have loved a Bulbasaur." Ash mumbled in disappointment. Serena patted his back. "It'll be okay, Ash. Yeah, wild Bulbasaur are rare, so it probably already has a trainer." James commented. "Guess you're right." Ash sighed in disappointment. Still, what kind of trainer lets their Pokemon roam wild? At that point, Serena's Butterfree flew back unsupervised. "I guess Serena," James stated in shock. All three of them were immediately worried since Brock wasn't with him. "Butterfree!" Butterfree frantically cried as he flew around his trainer. "Butterfree, did something bad happen to Brock?" Serena asked. Butterfree nodded. "Butter. That's not good." Ash returned his Pidgeotto, and Pikachu jumped on his shoulder. "We should probably hurry." Agreed. Serena looked at her Pokemon. "Lead the way, Butterfree." Butterfree zoomed off and the group followed. It wasn't long until they arrived at a ravine which led to flowing water. The only crossable place was a bridge held by a single rope as the other side had broken off. "We need to get over there," Ash declared. "Then, we can head downstream and hopefully find Brock on dry land." "I get you want to find Brock as soon as possible, but if we go downstream from here, we should reach a better place to cross," James stated. "But Brock," Ash began. "Wouldn't want us to risk our lives searching for him," Serena voiced. Ash sighed. "Alright, let's go." Eventually, they reached lower ground, and calmer water, before crossing over to really search for their lost companion. "Brock!" Serena shouted. "Hey Brock, where are ya?" James shouted. "Brock, come on man!" Ash shouted. The three trainers stopped by a tree. "Do you think?" James decided to bring up the unhappy possibility. "No way." Ash cut him off. "This is Brock we're talking about." He refused to believe Brock didn't make it out of the stream. At this point, Serena's foot went through a string and broke it. This caused a net to appear underneath the group and ensnare them. They were left hanging from a tree. "Come on!" Ash exclaimed while trying to struggle free. "Who put a trap here?" "Ow!" James shouted. "Ash, you elbowed my face." "Guys, just calm down." Serena tried to be the voice of reason. "Ow! Okay, who just kicked my butt?" "Bulbasaur." Bulbasaur stated. This got the group's attention as the Bulbasaur from before walked out from behind a tree. "Bulbasaur!" Ash happily exclaimed. "Could you give us a hand?" The Pokemon merely walked off, content to leave them there. "No, Bulbasaur!" Ash exclaimed. "Come back, please." Fortunately for them, it wasn't long until someone, who they were all immensely glad to see, came along. It was Brock, and he was holding a strange, new Pokemon in his arms. "Hey guys!" Brock stated. "Why are you all hanging around in a tree?" He cut them down, and the net fell, freeing the group. They didn't mind the pain because their friend had returned to them. Brock, we were all worried sick. Serena stated. What happened to you? Butterfree and I were crossing that bridge back there when it snapped, and I was thrown into the river. Brock began. I yelled for Butterfree to go back to you guys while I started to tread water. I have no idea how long I was in there, but an angel managed to save me. An angel? James questioned. Brock, are you sure you didn't take in water or hit your head? Yeah. Serena nodded. Aren't angels supposed to show up when you die? I didn't hit my head or anything of the sort. Brock snapped. Her name is Melanie, and she is the most appealing, kind, sweet, nice, friendly, and appealing woman on the planet. A appealing girl rescued you? James asked. Are you sure you didn't hit your head? Of course, I'm sure. Brock snapped. By taking an impromptu dive in the stream, I had a bunch of cuts and bruises. Melanie took me back to her cabin and fixed me up. Well, we're glad you're okay. Serena smiled gratefully. Thanks guys. Brock returned the grateful smile. So, how did you find us? Ash asked the obvious question. Oh, I was walking around to collect plants and herbs for Melanie. Brock replied. While walking, I heard you talking to that Bulbasaur and came to investigate. Brock's face grew serious. Now, I need you to promise me something. Sure, anything. Serena smiled sweetly. You can't try to catch any Pokemon here. Brock replied. Why? Ash asked, a little confused. This whole area is a hidden village Melanie uses to nurse wild or abandoned Pokemon back to health. Brock explained. So, it's like a camp? James suggested. Melanie is more than some camp leader. Brock corrected. She finds and nurses Pokemon back to health and uses the plants that grow naturally in the wild to create all her medicine. She does it without being asked, and with an appealing smile on her face. You really like her, don't you, Brock? Serena questioned happily. Brock turned completely red and jumped to Serena's side before covering her mouth. Quiet, she might hear you. He then started walking. Now, come on. I can show you guys the hidden village as long as you don't try to catch any Pokemon. Ash, Serena, and James looked at each other before shrugging and following their friend. Hey Brock, what's up with the Pokemon in your arms? James asked. Oh, this is Bonesley. Brock declared with a smile. Melanie found him as an egg in the forest. She told me he's fussy with her, but he's taken a real shine to me. Bonesley smiled and happily declared, Bonesley. Melanie said it'd be a big help if I took care of the little guy. Brock smiled and rubbed him. He's been no bother. Reserve. After a short walk, the group came into a reserve. It was a rather nice clearing with a wooden cabin off to the right and a decent-sized pond. There were mainly grass, bug, water, and flying Pokemon about. In the background, there was a tall, thin woman with long blue hair and matching eyes. She wore red overalls with a pink t-shirt underneath. She was holding a Pokemon in her arms, so Ash and Serena pulled out their Pokédexes. Weepinbell, the flycatcher Pokemon. Weepinbell looks like a plant and covers opponents with a poisonous powder to catch them. Brock, you're back. The women smiled as she approached them. I can't seem to figure out what's wrong with Weepinbell here. James became transfixed by the Pokemon's eyes. Maybe my friend here has an idea. Brock stated as he patted James' back. Oh, I can certainly try. James looked at her. Did you observe any injuries on him? He actually hasn't left the reserve since her got here. Melanie voiced. When he arrived, I checked him as I do all the Pokemon, but he seemed perfectly healthy. In fact, he was quite energetic to begin with, but he's slowly become so sluggish. What about food? James asked. How has he taken to what you feed? He eats less and less as time goes on. Melanie informed. Hold on, I was experimenting with a grass poison type of poke food. James took out a canister and opened it. Almost immediately, the Pokemon perked up. Weep. Oh, you're hungry now, aren't you? James smiled and took out a piece before throwing it to the Pokemon who ate it. How does that taste? Weepinbell. Weepinbell happily declared before jumping over to James. Rather than eat the food, the Pokemon wrapped James with his vines rather tightly. I think he likes you. Melanie stated happily. James was starting to find it difficult to breathe. I think he might like me a little too much. He fell over with Weepinbell now excitedly bouncing up and down atop him. The group chuckled in amusement. They wouldn't if James seemed displeased, but the guy was happy. Anyways, that's James. Brock stated. There's Serena, Ash, and his Pikachu. It is very nice to meet you all. Melanie looked at James with a smile of gratitude. Thank you, James, for helping me with Weepinbell. If it's not too much trouble, would you mind giving me that recipe of yours? No problem. James nodded. Nanny and Pop always said knowledge for Pokemon care should be shared. I'll be sure to get it to you before we leave. So, is this place like a Pokemon center? Ash questioned. Oh no, I'm not qualified to be a Pokemon nurse. Melanie corrected. I just take care of the Pokemon that come here. James realized something. Wait. Does that mean the trap we set off was yours? Sorry about that. Melanie apologized. You see, I put up multiple traps to stop poachers from getting close. It's okay. Ash smiled, accepting her apology. Since you know so much, could you teach us about making our own medicine? Yeah, this would be the perfect opportunity to pick up a new skill. James was excited because this would be a great learning opportunity for an aspiring breeder such as himself. Please, instruct us. I'd be happy to. Melanie smiled. Just let me do my rounds first, okay? After lessons. The group learned what Melanie had to teach with varying degrees of success. By far, the most successful was James, who eagerly took note. The group learned what plants could heal what status conditions, what soil the different berries grow in, and how to mix different herbs. At the end of it, James went the extra mile by exchanging his recipes with those Melanie had. Both parties walked away with a fair bit of information. Afterwards, everyone went back outside. Brock eagerly helped Melanie while James continued to study how she cared for the Pokemon. Serena sat on a rock when she noticed a familiar grass type approach her. Hey Oddish, I'm sorry if I scared you earlier. She shook her head. I didn't mean any harm. Oddish stared at this girl. She seemed nice and didn't attack her like many trainers had in the past. Plus, Melanie seemed to trust her, so maybe Oddish could as well. Odd. Oddish. Oddish happily exclaimed as she jumped into Serena's arms. Thanks, Oddish. I would hate for you to think bad of. Serena was cut off by Bulbasaur, who tackled her to the ground with a lot of force. This resulted in the girl accidentally tossing the poor grass Pokemon. You're that Bulbasaur from before. Ash declared before glaring at him. Hey, that wasn't. Odd. Odd. Oddish exclaimed as she tried to tread water. Turns out Bulbasaur's tackle resulted in her flying into the pond. Oh no, Oddish. Ash shouted worriedly. He immediately jumped into the pond, swam out to Oddish, and rescued her. Slowly, Ash made his way back to land and put the Pokemon down. Serena saw the whole thing and had a massive rush of affection for Ash's heroics. However, now was not the time. She got both parties comfy before using what Melanie taught them to tend to the pair. Ash soon got up and changed out of his wet clothes while Oddish slept it off. Melanie, Brock, and James all came over to see the result, and a guilty-looking Bulbasaur. What happened? Melanie asked as she kneeled beside Oddish. Oddish was in my arms when Bulbasaur tackled me, sending the grass Pokemon into the pond. Serena explained. Ash jumped in and saved her before I set her in the recovery position. Melanie checked over Oddish before nodding. You did well, Serena. She smiled relieved. Oddish will make a full recover. Her face then looked apologetic. Sorry about Bulbasaur. He was abandoned by his trainer. When he first found his way here, I nursed him back to health. He is a strong and caring Pokemon who has taken it upon himself to protect the village. Ash looked at the sad seed Pokemon with a frown. How could someone abandon their Pokemon? Bulbasaur was devastated. In his attempt to protect the village, he nearly caused Oddish to drown. If it weren't for that boy, the one he's been hard on, Oddish wouldn't be here. Ash approached the Pokemon. Hey Bulbasaur. Bulba. Bulbasaur sadly mumbled as he looked down. To his great surprise, Ash rubbed his head with affection. You don't need to be sorry. You've been doing a great job. Yeah, you made one mistake, but everyone does. All that matters is that you don't give up because of it. Bulbasaur stared at Ash. Up to this point, he believed all people, other than Melanie, were just like his old trainer. Ash, on the other hand, has shown him kindness. Kindness that he arguably didn't deserve. Bulbasaur nuzzled his head into Ash's hand. This gave Melanie an idea. Hey Ash, would you take Bulbasaur with you? I would love a Bulbasaur, but doesn't he need to protect the village? Ash questioned. Bulbasaur isn't sick or injured. Melanie shook her head. Being here isn't helping his growth. Staying here won't help Bulbasaur reach his full potential. Melanie explained. You are the first person, other than me, to gain his trust, and I think you're the trainer he needs. Bulbasaur approached the girl looking rather heartbroken with tears in his eyes. Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur, I'm not abandoning you. Melanie crouched before him. In fact, you do a fantastic job. Too good. All the Pokemon that come, don't want to leave. This isn't a permeate home. They should move on when ready, and that includes you. Bulbasaur dried his eyes since she really does care for him. Unlike his previous trainer, she was letting him go to grow. She wasn't letting him go because she didn't want him. If anything, she still did but was willing to let him go for his own good. What do you say, Bulbasaur? Ash asked. Want to join my team? Bulbasaur moved away before turning around and getting into a battle position. Bulbasaur. You want a battle, do you? Ash smiled. I wouldn't have it any other way. He already knew who he should send in and had the Pokeball in hand. Nidoran, I choose you. Ash vs Bulbasaur. The poison type came out and Bulbasaur immediately fired multiple razor leaves at his opponent. Nidoran, Ice Beam. Ash shouted. Nidoran fired the ice energy freezing the leaves, but Bulbasaur avoided it before firing two vines at Nidoran. He wrapped the poison type before Ash could respond and sent him straight into a rock. It's going to take more than that to finish us, right Nidoran? The poison Pokemon stood up ready to fight. That's the spirit. Get in there and show Bulbasaur your peck. Nidoran charged and managed to strike the seed Pokemon with his horn. Bulbasaur retaliated with a tackle knocking Nidoran away. Ice Beam once more. Ash declared. Nidoran charged up his ice energy while Bulbasaur let loose yellow particles as he used Stun Spore. Before it touched the poison Pokemon, Bulbasaur was hit by the Ice-type attack. It certainly hurt, however, Nidoran had taken the Stun Spore and was paralyzed as well. Still, this seemed like his chance, so Ash turned his hat backwards before launching the Pokeball. Go Pokeball! Bulbasaur was SCKED inside, and the Pokeball fell on the ground. It began wiggling back and forth violently. Everyone held their breath as they waited for the result. Come on, work! After about 2 minutes, the shaking stopped, and the Pokeball dinged making Ash happy. I just caught a Bulbasaur. Reserve. Ash struck his pose before collecting the Pokeball and scanning it with his Pokédex. Bulbasaur, the seed Pokémon. A young Bulbasaur uses the nutrients from its seed for the energy it needs to grow. Type, Grass Poison. Ability, Chlorophyll. SEC, Male. Current moves, Vine WHP, Razor Leaf, Leech Seed, Poison Powder, Stun Spore, Sleep Powder, Tackle, Growl. Oh Melanie. Brock spoke up. Since Bulbasaur is now a part of Ash's team, why don't I stay here and be the protector of the village? Anne? Brock was stopped by Rhyhorn, who appeared to horn attack his trainer. Bonesley landed gently on the rock Pokemon's back and seemed happy for the ride. Rhyhorn didn't mind, so he walked off with the pair. Melanie smiled upon seeing this and knew Bonesley was rather fond of the rock trainer. You know. She looked at the rest of the group. If any of you wanted a Pokemon, and they want you, I'd welcome you taking them. In fact, I think Bonesley belongs with Brock. Do you really mean that? James asked hopefully. Melanie nodded. You've all shown you will care greatly for your Pokemon, so go ahead. James immediately ran over to Weepinbell. The Flycatcher Pokemon happily jumped into his arms and constricted him. They fell to the ground and Weepinbell bounced atop James' chest. Does this mean you also want to be my Pokemon? James asked hopefully. Weepinbell smiled at him. Weepinbell. James held out a Pokeball and Weepinbell gladly pressed up against the Pokeball, letting himself be sucked in. The ball dinged immediately after, showing there was no resistance. Serena tried to find Oddish, but the Pokemon was nowhere to be seen. Unfortunately, the group had to move on. On the road, evening. The group found a place to rest and let their Pokemon out. Ash went to collect firewood, and Bulbasaur decided to join him. The seed Pokemon had decided to be very protective of his new trainer. He didn't want the human to get hurt. Brock got to work preparing the ingredients and cooking utensils for when the firewood arrived. James was setting up the sleeping arrangements. It was supposed to be a nice night, so they wouldn't need their tents. Serena was thinking of Oddish while setting out Pokemon food bowls. She soon spotted a familiar Pokemon in the brush. Oddish? She was shocked yet happy to see the Pokemon. What are you doing here? Oddish had wanted to go with Serena the moment Melanie announced they could, but her shyness had gotten the better of her. Now, she was here and once again impeded by her shyness. Serena frowned. What is the matter, Oddish? If you want to say or ask something, you can. That's when the Pokemon jumped in her arms and snuggled into her stomach. Does this mean you want to come with me? Oddish happily nodded. Oddish. Okay, Oddish. Serena was smiling as she pulled out a Pokeball. Welcome to the team. Oddish touched her head to the Pokeball and was sucked in. With no resistance, the ball dinged, signifying her capture. Serena took out her Pokédex to scan her new capture. Oddish. This Pokemon is typically found roaming the forest, scattering pollen as it walks around. Type, Grass Poison. Ability, Run Away. SEC, Female. Current moves, Mega Drain, Acid, Poison Powder, Sleep Powder, Stun Spore, Razor Leaf. I caught Oddish. Serena chimed as she did a mini jump on the spot. With their little group growing by 4, this would surely be a night worth celebrating. On the road, days later. Time passed and the group's new Pokemon quickly blended in. Bulbasaur, like Pidgeotto, gives 110% in every training session. Weepinbell continued to hug James with his vines. Every time he comes out, while Oddish is still quite shy. She only really associates with Serena, Bulbasaur, Weepinbell, and Bonesley. Speaking of Bonesley, he was still a baby that needed attention. Not that the rock trainer was complaining. He loved the little guy, and the Pokemon from his former home helped take care of him. Anyways, the group had been in the wilderness for quite some time, and while Serena was often fine with that, she did like a nice dose of civilization from time to time. Brock, how far do we have until we reach that Pokemon Center you spoke about? Brock looked at the map. Once we reach the top of this mountain, we turn right and it's a downhill walk to the center. He nodded. Not much further to go really. Gee guys. James asked, sounding a little scared. What is that? Everyone looked where James was and spotted a shadow which resulted in Serena clutching onto Ash's arm. Maybe it's a super creepy ghost Pokemon. She gulped. It's probably out looking for children to take. I don't think so. Brock stated. The only wild ghost family native to Kanto is the Ghastly line, and they are normally found in Lavender Town. Well, we won't find the answer standing here. Ash stepped forward. I'm going to find out what this really is. Serena was still nervous but didn't want to leave his side. James and Brock followed behind them. Once they drew closer, the group saw that the source of this shadow was a Charmander lying on a rock. It's a Charmander! Ash exclaimed as he ran forward. Serena was forced to let go of him while James was calmer now. Ash stood before Charmander and was about to bring out his Pokédex, however, something seemed wrong. Hey James, come take a look at Charmander. Ash called out. He doesn't look too good. James immediately joined Ash. The Pokemon opened his mouth and let out a weak, char. He's breathing something fierce, and the fire on his tail isn't as it should be. James took out a book. That coupled with how weak he sounds doesn't spell anything good in my eyes. I think you should catch him, so we can bring him to the center. Ash nodded before flipping his cap backwards and grabbing an empty Pokeball. Pokeball, go. The ball hit Charmander, but he immediately came out. He's weak yet full of energy. Ash was confused. Why didn't that work? It is a mystery. Brock stated. A Pokemon looking like that shouldn't have the energy to break out of a Pokeball. Pikachu approached, and the two began to have a discussion while the group watched on. The mouse eventually rejoined the group and, through charades, told them that Charmander was waiting for someone to come get him. So, he belongs to someone? Serena asked. I don't think Pikachu knows for certain. Ash shook his head. Still, who would leave a Pokemon like this? Well, if he's waiting for someone, we should probably leave him. Brock voiced. Wait a second. Ash looked at James. Do you still have that food you made for Growlithe? I understand if you want to save it, but... James shook his head with a smile. Don't worry about it. He took out the canister and gave it to Ash. If anything, that little guy looks like he could use some food, and I can always WHP up more. Ash nodded gratefully before carefully approaching the fire starter. Charmander narrowed his eyes at him and tried to look threatening. Char. Easy Charmander. Ash opened the canter before putting it in front of the fire starter with a kind smile. I'm not going to try and catch you again. I just thought you could use some food. He rubbed a hand down the lizard's back. Enjoy. Ash rejoined his group. Alright, let's go. Charmander watched as the group left. Once they were gone, he smelt the food the boy left him. It smelt amazing to the point that the Pokemon's stomach growled. The little lizard slowly ate what was before him. Pokemon Center, evening. The group arrived at the center and got their Pokemon a checkup. Once that was done, they each went about doing something to distract their minds. Ash and James were having a battle between Bulbasaur and Zubat, however, Ash continually zoned out thinking about Charmander. Brock was busy with a new recipe he's been wanting to try, and Serena decided to help since it seemed like a good opportunity to learn. Brock was more than happy to be her teacher. Now, they were all sat around a table and stared out the window as it began to rain. I hope Charmander's trainer returned. Ash commented mindlessly. I'm sure he has. James replied. What kind of trainer would leave their Pokemon in the rain? Wow, Damien. The group overheard a random boy among a nearby group of people. You've got so many Pokemon. Yeah. Another boy added. Hey, whatever happened to that Charmander you had? That weak thing. A snide voice laughed. I told the runt to wait on a rock somewhere, and that idiot is probably still there. This got Ash and James' blood boiling. How could he just leave Charmander in the rain? Something like that would kill the lizard Pokemon. The two boys marched over to Damien, while Serena and Brock followed. James grabbed Damien by the collar and lifted him up to eye level. You need to go get that Charmander immediately. You're pretty stupid to mess with Damien. A child arrogantly declared. The group ignored him. How could you just leave Charmander? Ash was enraged. We met him on the way here, and he is still waiting for you. Without you, he'll die in this weather. Mind your own business. Damien spat in James' face, resulting in the guy letting him go. Why should I care if that worthless brat croaks? That's horrible. Serena stated with disgust. You should care because you're a trainer. Ash explained before noticing how arrogant Damien was. No, you're just a monster. That's enough. Nurse Joy shouted as she split the two groups up. This is a place of medicine, not a boxing ring. Heh, if you want to save that brat so badly, be my guest. Damien egged on as he turned around. That's if it's still alive. Ash was about to hit Damien until a hand landed on his shoulder. He isn't worth it, Ash. Brock advised. Right now, Charmander needs you. Ash nodded in agreement, and the group rushed to get their rain gear. On the road. After putting their gear on, Ash and the gang rushed into the heavy rain. As the rock came into sight, what they saw was terrible. Charmander had a small leaf over his tail as he tried to keep it safe from the rain. Charmander. Ash was beating himself up over this. I shouldn't have left him out here. He pulled off his raincoat and tossed it at James. No matter what, keep his tail covered, do you understand? James nodded firmly before Ash picked the little guy up. Serena and Brock ran on ahead to keep the coast clear. Just hold on, Charmander. Ash stated. I know you're strong. You won't go out like this. Pokemon Center. The group ran into the center to discover that Damien and his gang weren't there. As far as Ash was concerned, that was for the best. He didn't need anything to distract him from Charmander's safety. Oh my. Nurse Joy ran over to them. What's the matter? Nurse Joy, this is a Charmander. Ash replied in a panic. He was left out in the rain. Nurse Joy took one look at the little lizard. This isn't good. Please, follow me. Nurse Joy ran through a pair of emergency doors with the group. They were promptly kicked out by Chansey upon laying Charmander on a bed, but the four of them intended to stay close. Ash sat down on the corridor bench and stared at the doors. Brock leaned against a wall, Serena sat next to Ash rubbing his back, and James was pacing back and forth. It would be hours before Nurse Joy and her Chansey would finish their work on the lizard Pokemon. Don't worry, Ash. Serena comforted him. I'm sure Nurse Joy is doing everything she can. What if it's not enough? Ash asked as he turned to her. When we first met him, I should have caught him, and brought him to the Pokemon Center. If I did. He clenched his fist over his breaths. Charmander wouldn't be in this state. You can't blame yourself, Ash. Brock stated. Can't I? Ash asked. You really can't, Ash. James stated. Charmander never wanted to leave the rock, and there's only one person at fault for making it that way. Before any more could be said, the emergency sign turned off, and Nurse Joy stepped out, causing the group to crowd around her. How's Charmander? Ash asked desperately. He's stable, but only time will tell. Nurse Joy gave him a stern glare. Now, young man, how could you let your Charmander get? Hold on a minute. Serena cut her off as tears began to form in Ash's eyes. That is Damien's Charmander. He abandoned him on a rock, and that is what our argument was about. Oh! Nurse Joy exclaimed in shock before giving Ash a sincere, apologetic look. Sorry, I didn't realize. She bowed her head. Excuse me, but I have a phone call to make. Nurse Joy left while Ash walked into the room and came to stand over Charmander. The little fire type was lying on the bed and out cold. Most of his body was wrapped in layers of warm blanket, and his flame was hardly the size of an ember. Unable to take it anymore, Ash fell to his knees and put his head on the bed as tears flooded forth. I'm so sorry, Charmander. Unable to tell how long they were there, everyone slowly left Charmander to rest, except Ash. Serena did try to convince him to leave, but he declined. He would only leave this room with Charmander by his side. Looking at the fire type filled Ash with guilt. Why didn't I catch Charmander when we first met? Why did I waste time with Damien when we learned the truth? Why did I let this happen to Charmander? Ash took a deep breath, but it turned into a yawn. The trainer shook his head. He couldn't fall asleep now. He would not leave Charmander, no matter what. Later. Ash managed to keep himself awake and it paid off as Charmander's eyes opened. The Pokémon got up and they ended up staring at each other. Then, the fire type jumped to the window sill and managed to pull it open. Ash immediately knew what he was doing. Charmander, please don't go. The lizard Pokémon had gotten the window open, but he stopped to look back at him. Damien left you on that rock, and he's never going to come back for you. Tears started to form in the young trainer's eyes. Please, don't go back out there. He looked at Charmander. Just come with me, and I promise I'll never abandon you no matter what. Tears fell. Please. Charmander looked from this trainer to the outside world. If he were going to keep you, why did he release you? That really added to the conflict this Pokémon was feeling. He had loyalty to his trainer, yet the tears this boy was shedding were genuine. Damien released him, yet said he'd be back. We'll grow stronger together, and I'll be happy no matter how strong you become. Ash stated. Please, don't do this. This was hard for the lizard Pokémon to take, but Charmander ultimately leapt back onto the bed before approaching Ash. He walked up to the trainer and stared at his tear-stained face. The lizard Pokémon then pointed at a Pokeball and himself. Charmander. Charmander declared. Ash grabbed an empty Pokeball and held it out hopefully. You really want to come with me? Charmander touched the center and was sucked in before the ball dinged signifying a capture. Thank you, Charmander. He wiped his eyes. I promise, I'll never abandon you. From there, Ash had to wait for Nurse Joy to give the green light. Outside, morning. Ash joined his group and introduced Charmander to everyone. He was welcomed with open arms. After the introductions, they started a training session. Nidoran and Pikachu were sparing while Pidgeotto was being used as a practice target for Charmander. The little lizard was having quite the accuracy issue, but Ash kept at it. He encouraged his new Pokémon and trained with him. After just half a day, Charmander's accuracy issues were pretty much solved. After yesterday, and how hectic it was, Serena was simply happy to sit back and watch her crush at work. That was when Nurse Joy gave her a message which brightened her mood further. She just had to let Ash know. Hey Ash. Serena called out, causing the group to stop their training session. I've just been given some great news. What is it? Ash asked. Before she could answer, Damien walked over. There you are, Charmander. I've been looking all over for you. What do you want, Damien? Ash asked angrily. I came to take my Charmander back. Damien answered with an arrogant smirk. Charmander looked at his former trainer. I thought you said he was weak and worthless. Ash replied. You didn't even care if he died. True, but after that last session, you trained him decently. Damien replied. So, you only want him as a tool for battle? Ash asked. He clenched his fist, but Brock stopped him. Ash, he really isn't worth it. Good, listen to the gym leader. Damien laughed. Ash just glared at him while Damien took out a Pokeball and threw it at Charmander. The red light engulfed the Pokemon, but before he could be SCKED in, the light vanished. What? Damien asked. Charmander chose me as his trainer since you abandoned him. Ash explained with a triumphant tone. I have a good mind to report you for stealing my Pokemon. Damien growled. Go ahead. Serena smirked. Officer Jenny is on her way as we speak since Pokemon murder is a very serious offense. Please, what evidence do you got? Damien asked with a confident smirk. After all, my posse will back me up all the way. Well, if our 4 statements aren't enough, we have Pokemon Center security footage where you admitted it. They could hear the police car arriving. Sounds like she's here. Damien growled as he turned to see Officer Jenny walk in. He refused to let this happen, so the terrible trainer moved to punch Ash. Charmander had been listening, and now knew his previous trainer abandoned him. There was no way the lizard Pokemon would let this guy hurt his new trainer. Charmander leapt forward and scratched Damien, causing him to reel back. The fire starter then came to stand protectively in front of Ash while glaring at his former trainer. This is bad. Damien was glaring as Officer Jenny made her way over. I need to get out of here immediately. His anger was directed at Ash and Charmander. You two will pay for this. No one will be paying for anything except you. Officer Jenny threw out a Pokemon. Growlithe, restrain this former trainer before he. Damien ran. Get him, Growlithe. I choose you, Venomoth. Damien threw the Pokemon out. Use Flash. Full power. Everyone was blinded by the Pokemon's brilliant light. When they recovered, Damien was gone. Officer Jenny took everyone's statement as well as the security footage. She then stood at the door and looked at the 4 kids. Thank you all for what you did for Charmander. Officer Jenny nodded. Don't worry about Damien. He's in our system with a warrant out for his arrest. If he is spotted, uses his trainer's license, or enters a PLA building, we will be alerted. Officer Jenny gave them a salute before leaving. The group spent the rest of the day at the Pokemon Center and Ash made sure to scan his Charmander with his Pokédex. Charmander, the lizard Pokemon. Charmander's health can be gauged by the fire on the tip of its tail, which burns intensely when it's in good health. Type, Fire. Ability, Blaze. SEC, Male. Current moves, Scratch, Growl, Ember, Metal Claw, Smoke Screen, Dragon Rage. With Charmander firmly on the team, the group were back on their journey the following day. Field. A black helicopter landed on the open grassy plains. It had a giant, red R painted on the side. The doors opened and 3 people filed out before coming to stand in a line off to the side. The first 2 were Butch and Cassidy while the third was a guy recently promoted to the rank of Grunt. His name was Mondo. He had brown hair, brown eyes, and wore a white uniform not too dissimilar from what James wore. Lastly, 2 figures stepped out and were immediately saluted by the Grunts. The first of them was a woman in her early 30s. She had long, blood-red hair with matching eyes. Her attire consisted of a marble white dress with a red R over her shoulder. The figure next to her seemed as tall as Ash, but his features were obscured by a red cloak. It is good to see that you 3 are no longer making mistakes. Ariana spoke in a sinister, formal tone. I would hate to punish you again. Now, you know why you are here. We will be catching the Dratini and Squirtle isolated in the nearby cave. Executive Ariana, permission to speak? Butch asked. Granted, Billy. Ariana stated. My name is. Butch began. Let's get one thing straight. Ariana grabbed him by the front of his shirt and held him up. What your name really is does not concern me. She released him and Butch fell to the ground. Now, don't make me regret hearing you out, Billy. Why yes ma'am. Butch was immediately standing straight. We were uninformed why you and Project RK were brought in for this. A fair point. Ariana stated. It turns out, the champion has been spotted in the area. You three will secure the Squirtle and Dratini. RK is meant to counter Wes, and I am back up in case either of you can't handle it. Does that satisfy your inquiry, or would you like my Arbok to explain it? All three agents gulped at the thought. Understood ma'am. Butch stated. Good. Ariana stated. Now, lead the way. The three agents did not need to be told twice. As they walked, Ariana's phone rang, prompting her to look at it and see that it was the boss calling. The executive answered and spoke with absolute respect. Sir. Ariana, I trust your little expedition has begun. There was a man with a dark, formal tone on the other end. It has promptly begun, sir. Ariana replied. Good. The man stated. Even with the five of you, Wes is a strong opponent, so do not underestimate him. I will expect at least one of the targets, but if you bring me both, I will allow you to keep Dratini. Understood. Ariana replied. Her boss hung up, so the executive put her phone away. Ariana had every intention of adding Dratini to her team. If Wes showed up, they had their counter. Surely, he could defeat the champion. On the road. Ash and his group pressed ever onward to Vermilion City with Charmander now on the team. When training, he was an extremely hard worker. When not training, the lizard Pokémon got on well with pretty much anyone. Nidoran and Pikachu, as always, were friendly. Pidgeotto is still a bit of a lone ranger, but they formed some sort of training bond. Bulbasaur and Charmander became quite close as they were the newest members of Ash's team. While walking by a field, the group decided to take a break for lunch. As they were finishing up, everyone heard what sounded like a powerful engine and turned to see a rather big motorcycle stopping in the distance. Serena and Ash immediately recognized that vehicle. That has to be Wes. Ash jumped to his feet with a huge grin. Come on Serena, let's go say hi while he's here. Ash, wait. Serena ran after him. He may be here on business. Brock and James shared looks before shrugging and following their friends. The group approached and caught the tail end of a conversation Wes was having with someone. Keep me posted on their activities to the best of your abilities and keep his daughter safe. We can't let them have Koga. The champion whirled around with a pokeball in hand, and a stern expression. Then, he saw Ash and Serena with two guys just behind them. Serena nervously waved. Hey Wes. Wes put his pokeball away. Look, I got to go. Keep me posted on the trainers coming through your city. He hung up and nodded. Ash and Serena, good to see you again. It's great to see you too. Ash exclaimed happily. What are you doing out here? I'm on personal business. Wes took a better look at Brock and James. The purple-haired guy looks familiar. He shook his head before focusing solely on Brock. Aren't you the Pewter City gym leader? Not anymore, sir. Brock stated. My father returned and took over. I'm on a journey to become a rock specialist among any Elite Four I can get into. I'm still in training though. Really? Wes nodded. Well, there's at least one member in each league looking for retirement. Keep training. When you feel you're ready, come to the Indigo Plateau, and ask for me. I'll give you a fair shot. Lord knows Agatha's been seeking retirement. Oh, thank you sir. Brock stated surprised. He knew there were members seeking retirement, for one reason or another, but he still didn't think getting an in would be this easy. Now, he just needed to train hard to hopefully be ready for such a position. Don't sweat it. Wes stated. Young blood looking to join the Elite Four is a rarity, and I'd rather prop up those people than tell them they can't. If you impress me enough, at the time, I'll give you recommendations to other champions. Just in case Agatha is replaced before then. The champion seemed cold, but that was just the way he presented himself. In truth, he was a caring guy that wanted to see every region prosper. That said, I think I need to start sending out the PLA Nurse Joy. A good number of our gyms have been slipping. If she can find information on potential rocket agents, all the better. Wes shook his head. Anyways, have any of you seen a Squirtle and/or Dratini? No, we haven't. James shook his head. Sorry, sir. Why do you ask? Serena questioned. There's a wild Squirtle about who's protective of a Dratini. In addition, this Squirtle challenges any trainer he comes across. I was in the area and decided to capture them for relocation to a route frequented by stronger trainers. That's a relief. Ash sighed before looking at Wes. Sorry, we've met a Charmander who was left for dead by his trainer and a Bulbasaur who became the protector of a village after he was abandoned. Squirtless have been abandoned before. Wes retorted. The closest gym to here is Vermilion City, and the leader specializes in electric types. As such, it's not uncommon for the trainers who chose Squirtle to have a hard time. A good few end up abandoning them. He shook his head. With your confirmation, it seems the 3 Kanto starters have been abandoned at some point. I'll have to investigate this. He looked at Ash and Serena. Say, how would you two like to give the Squirtle or Dratini a go? You mean it? Ash asked with excitement. Sure. Wes nodded. You two are good kids, and if you can manage it, the pair would make excellent Pokémon. He glanced at James and resolved to investigate him. Plus, you seem like a good bunch. What do you say? I am willing to give it a shot. Serena stated. I'm all for it. Ash smiled. Either Pokémon would make awesome teammates. James and Brock were more than willing to go along with this, so the group began their search. Celadon City. In this city, there was a trainer with 4 badges, Rainbow, Soul, Marsh, and Thunder. This trainer, Cross Halter, was walking out of an alleyway after having defeated a Team Rocket guy had spilled it all, so now the trainer knew just how to get into their base. Admittedly, busting up Team Rocket hadn't been in his journey's plan, but he wasn't about to complain. Even if they continue to be weak, it still provided some training for his team. Cross has Charmeleon, Tyrogue, Nidorina, Magneton, Vaporeon, and Fearow. Though he was exclusively training strong Pokémon, the guy still has bonded with each of them. Their relationship just doesn't go much further than Pokémon and trainer. Cross eventually found the manhole cover which would put him closer to the Rocket's secret hideout. Hopefully, the people inside that casino can give my Pokémon better training. Cross thought. Cave. Deep within a cave, with multiple points of escape and a high roof above with a naturally created skylight, there was a Squirtle and Dratini. Ever since those people in black with red R's on the chest came around trying to catch them, Squirtle thought it best to take them into hiding. This was a real bummer for the water starter since he liked battling, but he didn't hesitate to bring Dratini down here when things started getting tough. This was his family, and that came first. Currently, the turtle Pokémon was bringing back a haul of berries. Squirtle. Squirtle declared. The small dragon Pokémon perked up. Dratini. Squirtle came through one of the entrances. He had a leaf loaded with all kinds of berries which he sat down. The turtle then offered his family a generous portion of the food while taking a smaller portion for himself. Dra. Dratini stated sadly. The little dragon hated that Squirtle always took less. He was the battler of the two, mainly because Dratini didn't know many moves, so he should keep his strength up. The turtle was just too stubborn, so the pair went about their meal. Go, Tauros. A voice declared. Tackle. This drew the pair's attention as a Tauros comes charging through another entrance straight at the Pokémon. Squirtle immediately jumped to his feet and launched a powerful water pulse at the charging Pokemon, knocking him back. Raticate, headbutt. Cassidy's voice rang out. Butch's voice joined hers. Primeape, strike with Karate Chop. The two Pokemon charged past the Tauros, heading straight for Squirtle with Primeape in the lead. Squirtle avoided it before striking with a powerful Iron Tail, knocking him away. Raticate slammed into Squirtle, knocking him away. Dratini! Dratini worriedly shouted. Squirtle recovered and formed ice energy at his mouth before unleashing it at Raticate, freezing him. It was at this point that Mondo, Cassidy, and Butch entered the room. Squirtle was angry to see those red R's again. He immediately looked from his opposition to Dratini. Quite the feisty starter indeed. Mondo stated, genuinely praising him. It doesn't matter how feisty the Pokemon kid. Cassidy stated. At this point, he's outnumbered and even you aren't your average grunt like what he's been facing. Butch smirked. Just keep your focus, and this should be. Squirtle used Aqua Jet and moved over to Dratini before scooping the Pokemon up. He took the Pokemon to an entrance farthest from the enemy. He stopped the attack and sat the Pokemon down. Squirt. Squirtle motioned for him to go. Squirtle. Raticate, quick attack. Cassidy declared. Don't let them escape. Tauros, follow behind with a body slam. Mondo stated. Primeape, use Ice Punch. Butch commanded. Dare. Dratini really didn't want to go. Dratini. Squirtle held out his hands and managed to stop Raticate while only being moved back a few inches. He then threw the Pokemon into Tauros, throwing him off course. The turtle threw up a Protect to block the Primeape before blasting him back with a powerful water gun. Squirtle had no time to debate this with Dratini, so he turned to face his family. Squirt. Squirtle held a ball of water and smashed it into the ground using Water Pulse to push the little dragon down the tunnel. He just hoped he had enough power to send him out of the cave. Mondo, call Ariana and inform her the dragon's been sent outside. Cassidy declared. Butch continued their attack on the starter. Use Seismic Toss to send that starter into the wall. Primeape grabbed the turtle and threw him. Still, the starter refused to go down. He had no idea who this Ariana was, but the least the little turtle could do was buy as much time as possible for his family to get away. With Ash's group. The group had little success searching for the Squirtle and Dratini in their normal spots until they came upon a trainer who saw a Squirtle moving in the direction of a cave with a bundle of berries. Upon reaching their selected entrance, water came rushing out along with a Dratini. Dratini! Dratini cried, not in terror but sadness. Ash was the first of them to jump into action. I got you, little guy. He managed to get into position and caught the Pokemon before the others joined him. We found the Dratini, but what is going on in there? Serena asked. Dratini blinked and frantically looked around before realizing none of these people were wearing Rs. It was a long shot, but maybe they could help Squirtle when he couldn't. Dratini. Dratini panicked. Dare. Dare. Dratini. No person had any idea what this Pokemon was saying, but Pikachu did. The electric mouse came down to Ash's arm and began conversing with the Pokemon. After a few moments, the electric mouse hopped down to the ground. He began making motions and speaking. Fortunately, Ash could understand his buddy well. Team Rocket is after Dratini and Squirtle, and they are currently in there battling Squirtle. Wes and James were both angry to hear that. Team Rocket. They shared a look, but now was not the time. We have to stop them. Ash declared firmly. No, you need to get Dratini out of here. Wes stated. I'll take your comrades, and we'll handle them. But. Ash began. Ash, Squirtle and Dratini are their targets. Brock interrupted. By getting him out of here, that's one target they don't have. Focus on keeping Dratini safe, and we'll get Squirtle out. James added. You saw me with Proton. I can handle whoever's in there. Ash was conflicted, but his friends were right. That didn't mean Dratini accepted this. Dratini. It's alright, Dratini. Serena decided to assure the little Pokemon. Ash will make sure you're alright, and the rest of us will rescue your friend. She smiled. Promise. Dare. Dratini stated worriedly yet made no move to leave Ash's arms. Now, go back to that town we passed. Wes stated. Head to the local police station and get Jenny. He looked towards the cave. We'll have the Rocket members detained. Right. Ash started running. I'll be back soon. Once Ash was gone, the group of 4 decided to enter the tunnel only for the figure in the red cloak to approach them. I'm afraid this is where you must stay, Wes. He nodded to the group. I have no orders regarding them, so they're free to go. This guy. Wes had no aura himself, but he had felt it before. No, it can't be him. This figure is too short and sounds too young. Still, this is not someone to be taken lightly. He looked at the remaining trainers. Go get Squirtle. What about you? Serena asked concerned. Me? Wes smirked. I'm a champion. Despite how oddly familiar, or maybe because of how oddly familiar he felt, the champion was starting to get excited at the prospect of this battle. No offense, but this isn't an opponent you 3 can handle. Go before we lose Squirtle. Understood, sir. Brock stated before running in. James prepared to follow. We need to go, Serena. Serena spared one last look at Wes before nodding, and the 2 of them followed the rock specialist. With them gone, allow me to introduce myself to you, Wes or. RK declared. My name is RK, and I was made to surpass you. He grabbed one of the Pokeballs from his waist. I am Team Rocket's enforcer. Red Ketchum. Wes shook his head. If you work for Team Rocket, I can't afford to lose. He grabbed one of his 6. Let's go. With Ash. Ash was running back towards town with Dratini clutched close to his chest and Pikachu hanging on his shoulder. By all accounts, he'd have safely made it if Ariana hadn't ridden in on an Arbok and stopped in his path. Ash may not have known who this is, but he knew the R. Alright kid, you got to play hero for a bit. Ariana held out her hand. Give me that Dratini, and I'll consider letting you walk. Ash could feel the dragon type shaking in his arms and knew the little guy was terrified. Even if that weren't the case, he wouldn't give this Pokemon to her. Forget it. Ash shifted Dratini to one arm and grabbed one of his Pokeballs. If you want Dratini, you'll have to beat me. He glared at the executive. You won't get him any other way. Just like your father. Ariana stated. Annoying. Ash knew his father had a hand in stopping Madam Boss Team Rocket, so he didn't need to ask this woman any questions. Right now, he had to focus on the Pokemon in his arms. Ariana stepped off Arbok. You're up first. The purple snake slithered forward. Let's show this kid what happens when you defy Team Rocket. Cave. Squirtle was in rough shape, but he would continue to resist for as long as possible. Whether that was against the Pokemon he faced or being caught by the people with the R on their chest. Right now, he just needed to keep buying time. This turtle is tenacious. Cassidy stated. No wonder the boss is just as keen to get him as that Dratini. Butch stated. It's your turn to attack Mondo. By this point, Squirtle really couldn't fight back that well. While Mondo had reservations about constantly attacking a weakening Pokemon, he wasn't about to turn traitor. Not like one of his former heroes. Tauros, Wild Charge. Mondo declared. The normal type sparked with electricity as he charged the Squirtle. The starter stood his ground and attempted to use Protect, however, it failed. The starter was hit straight on and slammed into the wall of the cave. Still, he tried to get up. Squirt. He just couldn't muster the energy anymore, so the Pokémon collapsed on the ground still conscious. If there was any possible solace in this, it was the fact that Dratini had to have gotten away, right? Looks like he's got nothing left. Butch grinned. I threw the last ball, so you're up, Cassidy. Gladly. Cassidy stated. This was what Serena, James, and Brock saw as they ran into the room. Serena, thinking fast, quickly got her own Pokeball. Pokeball, go. This drew the three grunts' attention, giving Serena's ball the perfect chance to hit Squirtle, catching him. Considering how weak he was, there was an immediate ding. Despite the danger, the girl ran in and scooped the ball up before latching it to her belt. Bobby and Cassidy. Serena stated angrily. You will not have this Pokemon no matter what. My name is Butch. Butch exclaimed angrily. James and Brock came to stand with her. Mondo glared at one of his former heroes. James. Mondo. James was surprised. What are you doing here? You weren't a grunt last time I checked. Your betrayal left an opening, and I immediately seized it because I knew this would be my best shot at you. Mondo stepped forward. James, you will pay for betraying Team Rocket. Especially Meowth and Jessie. Knowing Jessie and Meowth, James thought it unlikely that was the story they were selling. Still, it was not out of the question for the people that knew him to come to such conclusions. You're both missing the point. Cassidy yelled, angry and fearful. That bratty girl has the Squirtle we were supposed to catch. She looked at her partner. You know what we need to do, right? Butch nodded. Cassidy, prepare for trouble. Butch, dot and make it double. Both, here's our mission, so you better listen. Cassidy, to infect the world with devastation. Butch, to blight all people in every nation. Cassidy, to denounce the goodness of truth and love. Butch, to extend our wrath to the stars above. Cassidy, Cassidy. Butch, and Butch, of course. Cassidy, we're Team Rocket, circling Earth all day and night. Butch, surrender to us now or you will surely lose the fight. What? Brock was confused. Brock, focus on what's important. Serena remembered his first encounter with Team Rocket and knew just what to say. Those two in the black uniforms were the ones to attack Viridian's Pokemon Center. That did exactly what Serena intended. That was you too. Brock was fired up. I will make you pay for even thinking of attacking the appealing Nurse Joy of Viridian City. He looked at Serena. Let's take them down together. James could read the room and decided to take Mondo out of the equation. You have a score to settle with me, right? He started running. If you want me, you got to follow me. Mondo returned his Pokemon and ran after him. I'll battle you wherever, traitor. Celadon hideout. Cross had torn through the grunts. Considering he made a call to the local Jenny, any grunt who ran away was certain to be captured. Eventually, he entered the main room of this place and was met by a Rocket member who looked important. The guy in the room was a young man with fair skin, spiky aquamarine hair, and teal eyes. He wore a long, white sleeve shirt with a black undershirt, and the Team Rocket emblem printed near his right sleeve. He also had a black belt, white briefs, and white shoes. Look at the big shot sitting in this room. Cross smirked. I'm hoping you're better than the people I've faced so far. Please, don't be a disappointment like them. The executive looked at Cross and grinned. The truth is, he's been rather fascinated by this boy. It was down to the simple fact that he was so much like how the man began. The man certainly wanted to take him under his wing, but he also wished for a challenge. I was hoping you'd reach me, Cross Halter. The man stated. You know my name. Cross smirked. I'm shaking in my boots. You remind me so much of how I once was. The man stated. You value only the strong-looking Pokemon, loathe every other one, and want to be recognized as strong by your peers. Well, you can describe me, but that doesn't mean I'm anything like you. Cross defended. Unlike Rocket Scum, I don't treat Pokemon as weapons. Give it time. The man smiled. You're already well on your way to becoming me. After all, why did you catch a Magnemite, now you're Magneton, inside rock tunnel as opposed to places abundant with them? The answer is simple. You only wanted the strongest one. Why, you're wrong. Cross shouted. Really? The man chuckled. May I remind you that you promptly ignored every other Pokemon in there. You had to go far and pass quite a few Pokemon. After you caught Magnemite, you battled the little guy against countless ground and rock Pokemon. Cross tried to come up with something to defend himself, but nothing came to mind. Hit a nerve, did I? The man smirked confidently. Well, if you're so certain, let's battle this out. He stood and gripped his own Pokeball. By the way, the name's Archer. Cross grit his teeth before gripping a Pokeball in his hand firmly. I'm not like this man. I'm not. He glared at the executive as a burning longing had awoken within. Get ready, Archer, because you just made this personal. Wonderful. Archer smirked. Show me what a personal battle will entail. Wes vs RK, P. 1. I choose Pikachu. RK declared. I call Espeon. Wes declared. The two Pokemon appeared, but neither trainer made a move until a sudden gust wiped through the area. Pikachu, use Rain Dance. RK declared. Espeon, Future Sight. Wes commanded. Pikachu danced and summoned a storm overhead while Espeon's eyes glowed as she sent an attack into the future. Hit him with Swift. Wes declared. Take advantage of the rain and hit our opponent with a full power Thunder. RK countered. The stars were fired and nailed Pikachu after he sent down a powerful bolt of lightning. Thanks to the rain, it didn't miss. Espeon bore the attack since this wasn't the first time she's faced this Pikachu, but the electric mouse was knocked away by the attack. RK held out a hand. Hit hard with Volt Tackle. Reduce the damage by throwing up a light screen. Wes countered. Espeon's eyes glowed as a screen of light was acted before vanishing. A moment later, the psychic Pokemon was hit hard. Without the protection, she'd surely have fainted. Not a moment after, Pikachu was hit by recoil and struck by Future Sight, knocking him away. Finish this with Psychic. Wes declared. RK said, get in a quick attack to dish out some damage. Pikachu managed to slam into Espeon, but the psychic Pokemon wouldn't be disrupted that easily. She picked the electric mouse up before slamming him into the ground. He now had swirls in his. I know that's Red's Pikachu. Wes spoke up as RK returned the fallen Pokemon. It's out of practice. He shook his head. If Red were here, he'd be ashamed with his lack of training. RK grunted as a memory played through his mind briefly. A younger Wes had returned his Espeon after it lost to Pikachu. The enforcer shook his head to clear it away. Sorry to disappoint you, champion. RK mocked. Don't think this battle is over just because you defeated MY Pikachu. Claim it as yours if you want, but I battled Red often enough to recognize his Pokemon. Wes stated. Thing is, this guy battles like an unrefined Red. What is going on? Let's see how you handle my next Pokemon. RK retrieved a Pokeball. I choose you. Snorlax. The Pokemon appeared as the rain started to let up. Return Espeon. Wes chose another Pokemon. I call Leafeon. Wes vs RK, P2. Belly Drum, Snorlax. Red declared. Since they're setting up, follow suit with Swords Dance Leafeon. Wes declared. Snorlax damaged himself, but his attack rose to the maximum while Astral Swords appeared around Leafeon, granting the Pokemon an attack buff by 2 stages. Continue to set up with Sunny Day. Wes ordered. Leaf. Leaf Eon called out to the sky and the remaining clouds dissipated, leaving sunlight to bathe the area. What is this? RK asked, confused. Our reports. Not to mention the memories he had. Tell me you never wished to teach your Leaf Eon solar beam, since he's more of a physical attacker. A true champion should never rest on their laurels. Wes replied firmly. We are meant to represent the best, and I embody that by never settling. Through hard work, Leaf Eon and I discovered a move like solar beam, yet perfect for physical mons. Snorlax, hit our opponent with superpower at full strength. Red commanded. Show our opponent the physical equivalent of the sun's power. West declared. Solar Blade. Leafeon's tail glowed brilliantly as Snorlax was surrounded by fighting energy. The two Pokémon charged one another, with Leafeon jumping and spinning, so that her tail hit the oncoming Snorlax. The two Pokémon clashed in spectacular fashion. Leafeon. Leafeon declared. She had been knocked back, however. Solar Blade had the combined power of one sword's dance and the sun backing it. Not to mention, RK reduced his Pokémon's health. Snorlax fell back and Leafeon hit the ground. Both their eyes had swirls in them. Return Leafeon. Wes closed his eyes. You gave it your all, so leave the rest to your teammates. RK simply returned Snorlax as another memory came to mind. This time, it was of Umbreon and Snorlax fainting at the same time. Once again, RK shook his head to clear it. I call Sylveon. West declared. The Pokémon appeared and RK scoffed. That's hardly a Pokémon I'd associate with you. Think what you will. West stated. I am the champion who trains EVs to their full potential, and this one wanted to be a Sylveon. To deprive my Pokémon of their choice would make me no better than the group I left years ago. Plus, Sylveon here is on level with Espeon and Umbreon. Really? RK gripped a Pokeball. Let's see how it does against this. I choose Venusaur. The large Pokémon appeared. Venusaur.